Hello, hello, my bubs. How is it going? Are we winning? Chat. What can I do for you guys? Why are you here? What do you want? Food! Well, that's only 7 minutes after the set time. What's wrong with that? We're doing fine. We're doing dandy. Shit. Been better NGL. Wow, what's wrong? What's the problem? It's good here. It's all right. It's going fine here. The I think the worst of winter is maybe passing. I don't say that. Don't say that. It's fucking mid-February. God, it's just nice to go because I've been doing my work from like my morning work from a cafe recently, just because it's a change of environment, I guess. So just reading fucking nonsense in a public space, and yeah, but it's like it's not raining all day every day anymore, so that's nice. That's nice. Yes, I will start stream by talking about the weather. Yes. I'm getting old and you guys are joining me. Okay. You own a cafe? No. Not that much of a hustler. Sorry. But maybe with an appropriate super chat goal, which is engaged currently, I might be able to afford a cafe. You know, it's far down. It's very far down the list of priorities. But one day, one of these days, right? Sequencing, scheduling. Shall we do? Fuck! I forgot to use my loyalty card today. Fuck. Anyway, it's fine. I'm over it. They gave me a loyalty. I didn't even ask for it. They were just like, "Listen, you're here a lot. Just take it." Like, oh, okay. We'll even fill out 2 loyalties for you. I'm like, okay. Huh. Good advertising. Don't ask. Just fucking ram it. Okay. You approve. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to have that. Yeah, the affirmations. They're helpful. It's nice to hear those every now and then. Yeah, people can tell themselves. No one in particular can tell themselves that you don't need that shit because you're independent. But no, yeah. Did you beat Silksong? Yeah, I did ages ago. That's why we're on WoW. I do have some new segments to do, but I feel like my voice is still warming up. I don't really want to do it when man. I went down the most insane fucking cleaning rabbit hole on the weekend. Uh, and I think I'm getting sick, but it's not. I just inhaled a shitload of fucking bleach. Not like in a suicide way, and just like I was cleaning a lot. I don't know. I just decided that I needed to go fucking full ham on the house. What were you cleaning with? It wasn't pure. I was diluting it for mostly bathroom stuff, but whatever. Dust is brutal. Yeah, dust is not nice either. Yeah. I used ventilation. Yeah, I did. There was just a lot of it. Fucking hell. Whatever. It's also when you're scrubbing away and shit and you're breathing heavily. Okay. I've also got rhinitis, so basically my fucking entire head gets really upset when I clean. I'm considering getting a cleaner, like actually just doing like for the really annoying shit, just like a weekly or a bi-week or a fortnightly thing. Not bi-weekly. Bi-weekly means twice a week, doesn't it? Bi-weekly doesn't mean fortnightly. They mean different things. But some people, less educated people, ruffians, will call it bi-weekly when they mean fortnightly. Anyway, how interesting is that? Bulb! Thanks for $5. You matter. Do I? Oh, wow. Yeah, no one said that to me all week. That's so kind. All right. Bi-weekly is half month. That's not how I understand it. No. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. It means when you're attracted to one gender during the first week and then another during the second. Oh, don't care. I think I'll do. I did do some. I don't know. I've been kind of getting into a little bit of the like semi silly deep dives on stuff. I did a very strange amount of reading into foreign police exchange programs in the United States. That's a funny little story. That's a funny little dive. Lego Fortnightly. Good one. But I think I want to watch this. I want to watch this Willie Mac, actually. iDubbbz. Talk about the SAVE Act passing the House last week. Nah, I think I need to make some space, okay? I need to make some space in my brain for fucking UK politics, okay? I hate... No, I'm not... I know that the Middle East shit's over and no one cares about it anymore. No one gives a fuck. How funny is that? How fast did that happen? Literally no one gives the slightest shit about the Middle East anymore, which is probably normal in a way, which is probably what you expect it to be. But also it means that I need to change things up. And I'm sick of being this fucking weird ass little third wheel in American politics, you know, while everyone else is getting brutally fisted to death by the Republicans, and I'm just sitting here from Scotland, you know, giving my 2 cents. Like I can comment from a distance, okay, and I can probably contribute in my own unique way with the when people make history analogies and shit like that. But I don't know why. I don't know what the point is in me trying to compete with the likes of Josiah or Pisco or Hutch, Destiny, IRI on like the details of U.S. legislation and which governor or congressperson did this or that. Like it's not. Why would I do that? Like why? Because I'm always going to be behind. Because frankly, I don't give a fuck about their country. At least not as much as any of them do. So, you know, I'll talk about it when it's like low information drama, batshit, whatever, or like when it's people fighting. But otherwise, no. Let's see. Someone's been doing some thinking. Yeah, I thought about that one right on the spot, buddy. But it still counts as some thinking. Where is this? Yeah, I want to start with this. We're going to start with Willie Mac because he's enjoyable. He's a good way to ease into the day, I think, you know? iDubbbz. Charlie, Moist Critical, destroys iDubbbz by doing nothing. Pure projection. Oh, all right. Cute.
iDubbbz is always taking out his insecurities on other more successful creators. This time it's Charlie.
And I think he has the capability of changing, right? I will say though, like
anyone who ever talks like this is a bad person. Sorry.
Don't think a lot of them are quite as
especially when it's someone you've just fucking online. I think this person is capable of personal growth and change. Like, okay.
I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
But when he's throwing that right hand, this is when iDubbbz
They haven't developed your 20% empathy.
Locked his woke mind.
I love my girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet. This is the most intelligent thing.
To be fair, there's nothing really wrong with that, but okay.
I don't
know why all of these fucking commentary community guys, even the liberal types, are just like, oh wow, you don't get as jealous as other people do about your partner having partners. Well, let me play a clip of you saying that, and that'll teach you. Okay.
Never done. I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
It's CTE, man. Get help. He compares his past content to Clavicular and Nick Fuentes.
Then when you meet a lot of these people who are, you know, advocating for these people online, the Claviculars, you know, 2016 iDubbbz, all this.
Wait, he went on with Kunzler and the other guy? Dude, what? I know, I get, like, it's just like a fucking, you know, we're part of the same gang kind of gimmick, but really, like, are these guys getting anything out of talking to iDubbbz about because their podcast is like a Middle East updates kind of thing. Like they talk about Middle East updates and they do history and they hate Israel, that kind of shit. Like, why is iDubbbz contributing to this? But okay.
Nick Fuentes, like
To me, it's like if I brought Drew Pavlou on, you know, and fuck that.
they are, as you said, troglodytes.
How are any of those people similar? Cavicular runs people over and frame mogs them.
Oh my god! Oh my god.
He actually ran he ran someone over. Hey, who the fuck? Okay, maybe I should learn who this guy is.
I don't know.
Hopefully.
And Nick Fuentes thinks we need to bring back segregation. His example was if he had a black roommate, he'd argue with them about the shower.
It's not about the color of your skin or your race. It's about your morality. It's about your decision making, what's right, what's wrong, how do we treat other people.
Well, I mean, you could say that, but the thing is that, you know, human beings have a tendency to fight with each other. And you can say that, we could say that sitting down here, but what happens when, what would happen if you and I were living in the same house? Mm-hmm. That's the kind of concept. When you and I are on a Discord call, we're sort of strangers and we're talking about ideas, that's great. But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over...
Pavlov's recent tweets have been very interesting. Oh, the ones about Billie Eilish. Because I took a note of those. He, him pretending that he got deported from the United States because Billie Eilish called ICE. Drew is basically, he's a scam artist. He's not only like a liar and a troll, he's a scammer. He literally scams people. I don't know who the fuck is involved in backing his stupid little fucking projects, but like he's actually stealing from people, so that's probably worth looking into.
You know, who gets to shower when, and who gets this seat on the couch, and who, these are the kinds of things that happen in a dense...
Would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower over...
Yes, and here's why. Because
Ian, you think you were like these people? Ian comparing himself to these people means that when he was making all of these edgy jokes, they weren't just jokes. He's saying that he was actually just a racist.
And it's the full-blown Quran. Some of you guys didn't bat an eye when I broke that Jesus VHS over my knee, but I know there's gonna be a lot of people in the audience just cringing.
He acted like this was an accident on Hassan's stream.
There's a video of him chopping a Quran in half. And when my dad was still mentally sane, I was terrified that he was going to find that video of Ian. He's like,
God, I did not know that.
Yeah, he chops a Quran in half with a cleaver, and I was like, oh my god, if my dad ever fucking sees that.
It was less intentional. It was more just random unboxing, and I'm just...
That might need help.
Oopsie.
I don't know. Looked pretty intentional.
Cringing.
Oopsie.
But the most interesting part is that Ian decided to drag Charlie down with him as an alt pipeline racist.
I never perceived 2016 iDubbbz to be ideologically like right-wing or ideologically hateful in the way that those other two are. Like,
it's part of the pipeline, though. It's the same reason people wouldn't say Charlie, Moist Critical, is right-wing or like as ideologically out there as like a Nick Fuentes or even Asmongold, right? But he holds some space for the people in his audience who might have some differing opinions.
This is such a stupid comparison for so many reasons. One, Charlie criticizes Donald Trump frequently. Esmond doesn't. Their political views and content are completely different. Charlie's out here making anti-ICE videos. He's obviously a liberal.
This is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here.
Okay. And look, he was the one that escalated all of this. They were trying to drive away until he kicked the taillight out.
Also, sharing a space with people that have different political opinions than you is okay. Otherwise, you'd have an echo chamber. You'd be posting videos to people who already agree with you. But that is what Ian wants from Charlie.
He holds some space for the people in his audience who might have some differing opinions.
The horror.
He doesn't make it clear, like, I don't want you in my fucking community. Like, outright.
Ian just wants Charlie to mutilate himself the same way he did it. There's nothing wrong with having people in your audience with different opinions. That way, maybe you can convince them of your point of view.
I get it. I get the hustle. I did it for a while. But it is a little bit of cope. And I understand why people don't want to take the path that I took, because it breeds a lot of hate.
Oh, poor you. Brother, you literally demonized your entire fan base for laughing at your jokes, and now you stream to 100 people. You want Charlie to follow that same path? The only reason Ian brought up Charlie at all was because Charlie didn't like his apology video from 3 years ago.
It's also not really helping, because now if I have to ever have one of these fucking arguments with a right-winger, if somehow the go woke, go broke debate comes back, god damn it, man, iDubbbz has made that a billion times harder, hasn't he? Fuck.
It was almost more telling Charlie's response to my apology, however many years ago, than the apology itself. I think it perfectly encapsulated even the point that I'm making here.
Yes, you heard that right. He's making these nonsensical statements because he's holding a grudge towards Charlie. Charlie didn't even say anything mean to him.
I've also created a culture of, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel.
Okay, let's hear what Charlie has to say.
The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to fucking murder puppies for these videos, which it was never that extreme. I very much would consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory. The point of his content wasn't to be hateful or hurtful. He really was just trying to entertain. At least that's how I and the majority of people viewed it.
It's so funny to see Ian come in here and correct Charlie because he's essentially saying, no, Charlie, you don't understand. Those weren't jokes. It was meant to be hateful. This guy's asking Ian how he's coping with the hate, and you could hear the pain in his laugh.
How do you, I guess, how do you, like, weather that storm? Does it affect you? Do you think about it at all?
He probably does get a pretty obscene amount of hate, doesn't he? Oh god, because he's gonna get the worst of both worlds with being a massive name throughout his YouTube channel, and then also having a non-existent community that's there to defend him because his stream is kind of fucked. I feel like I get enough hate, but I also get probably enough people defending me, so it's not really an issue. But this guy though, fucking hell, would not want to be. Eek.
I feel like at this point in your career, like,
hey man, yeah, I'm weathering it. I'm weathering it. It's it's one of these things where you just kind of got to put your head down and like get to work.
Well, then get to work. You haven't posted in 3 months. It's also very clear that Ethan Klein lives rent-free in his head. He's like, I want to make a video on Ethan. It's so hard for me not to do that.
I'm very proud of the video. I think the content comp on him is aged well, and I've been very happy at the amount of people I've met through it. Like I don't think I ever, if I just tried to stay in my own little fucking bubble, I don't think I would have met you, Isaac, Taylor Lorenz, Frogan Denims, all these people who are very...
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was going to say something ableist Avengers. No, sorry, not doing it. Just, that's funny.
Very kind.
You just named off all of the worst people. Your content comp was hated because you defended false CPS calls. Half of your new friends did the exact same thing. Ian's become a part of Hassan's concubine. What's funny is old clips of Denims are now going viral, showing that she used to have the exact same criticisms of Hassan that people do now.
Everyone on the left is so socially woke that they feel like they can't possibly be wrong. Point in case, Hassan. Like, if Hassan thinks he's morally more virtuous than someone else, he just, like, flames them. He doesn't actually make any genuine good faith arguments towards other people.
This was allegedly before her fall.
Oh, shit. Big breaking news. Breaking news. We're going to Nagrand. Wow. The absolute fucking bomber zone in this incredible expansion. Look at it go. Where all the animals are. Wow. So cute. So green. Ooh. Wow. Wow. Planet. Rings. Wow. Okay.
Out with Destiny, where she stayed in his apartment with another dude without him knowing.
Why was I not told that he was not allowed to be in the apartment?
Because I wouldn't assume you would bring a stranger into my apartment without asking me. Why? Why would you put me in this weird spot where I have to come home and see an incredibly creepy f***ing guy that is such a weird position in my community that's been trying to get me to stop talking to my ex-girlfriend because he's trying so hard to f*** her, is now f***ing somebody else in my bed.
So I think what was her side of the story of this? I remember because she told me. I think she sent him a DM of a picture because she's staying in his flat for TwitchCon because she doesn't have anywhere else to go, but he's not there. So that the other guy that they're talking about there is with her, and she sends Destiny a picture of her with the guy saying, "We're breaking in, LOL." And then he says something like, don't go into my PC, okay? Like, not even as a joke or whatever the fuck, like, yeah. But I think he probably thought he was dropping her off. And I think she thought that that picture was a was an approval for her to bring the guy into the house to sleep there as well. The guy who was like an orbiter, like a member of his community. I think that's how that story went. Whatever happened afterwards, I can't remember. I'm very some shit went down basically.
Dragging his hairy balls across my blankets.
And then after that falling out, she now rides for Hassan no matter what. In Denim's most recent stream, she responds to this clip saying she does criticize Hassan. And then she immediately follows that up with every negative thing she's seen about him was out of context.
Seen a clip recently circulating where it's like,
she learned the out of context argument 5 years later. Nice one.
it's me criticizing Hassan because, shocker, I've always criticized Hassan. And do you want to know why? In that clip, I'm criticizing him years ago because I was tricked by a million of these clips being like, wow, this guy seems like a sexist piece of shit.
In the original clip, you weren't criticizing Hassan for being a misogynist. You were criticizing him because he's not good faith. Classic Denims never engages with the conversation.
You could just watch one broadcast and then realize all of this is fucking fabricated.
So she ignores the point of the clip and then doubles down, saying that she literally doesn't have a single criticism. Items used to have more motion than any creator. Now he's having to thank Denims for raiding his channel.
When it says stream taking off, yeah, that's called the denims bump.
This is so sad. Going back to the podcast that Ian was on, Madison then joins the stream. She's the one who implied that Ethan was
See, why is she going on the dude?
Himself and Hilo was a pedophile.
Ethan has spoken openly and publicly about his Tourette's. There's a study that says that 86% of those diagnosed with Tourette's.
Give it to me. Oh yeah, give it to me. The fucking psychoanalysis. Fuck. Give me it. It's so good. Give me the compassionate, disaffected therapist voice. Let's hear it.
Will be diagnosed with a second psychiatric disorder during their lifetime. Hila dresses kind of childlike with a little teddy bear for her fashion brand. I find all of that interesting.
This is such a cursed group of individuals. The least credible people you know are all friends. This woman slandered Ethan and Hila, and instead this podcast focuses on how Ethan called her a bitch afterwards.
And like, if you do think that you're a girly pop feminist, but then you watch like Ethan Klein dunks on dumb stupid women, like maybe you should question that a little bit.
The things he would say too, like he would he called a lot of women the B slur, B word. He also got
the B slur. The B slur. Dude, you can say he calls women bitches. That's not the fucking N word. You can say the B slur. What the fuck? This guy calls someone a son of a bitch, or what? Or when guys call each other bitches, like what the fuck? The B slur.
Got his wife to call, like he outsourced the slurs. He's like, call her a Nazi bitch. What the fuck?
Who cares? You call.
I can't believe. When Spider calls people the N word, that's me outsourcing you guys.
Called them pedophiles. You deserve worse. So Ian finishes this car crash of a podcast, hops on
worse than being called a B slur. Dude, don't make me go there.
Stream and starts patting himself on the back.
Yeah, dude. I need to go on fucking podcasts more, dude. I need to do it more. It's so good.
He then implies that everything is part of the alt-right pipeline.
I would even go so far as to say that with the internet, the way the internet is structured, unfortunately, a lot of things are part of the pipeline. Workout content, finance content, dating content, commentary, etc. The right TM has been manufacturing the space since before gamers.
These people are Middle East scholars with college degrees. I think at least 2 of them have degrees. I know Chris does. I don't know if the other guy does. He probably does. He seems like a degree haver. The B slur. You don't call it the B slur unless you've got a degree in the humanities, right? Like that's you don't earn that qualification for free.
And we're all playing catch up now. Absolutely.
If you talk about anything without mentioning your politics, you're part of the pipeline apparently. Politics is broken his brain. He outright compares Charlie to Asmongold.
The person who posted it said, "This is purity over actual politics. Charlie has been going at the Trump admin and their policies for months, actually years." Silly, missing the point entirely. You can clip Asmongold going after the going after Trump or saying not nice things about Trump. That doesn't absolve people of anything.
If you think these two creators are the same at all, you've never watched either of them. His fans point this out.
He is not a safe space for the alt-right at all.
Is that what they're saying? He's claiming that Charlie is a safe place for the alt-right? I feel like is alt-right even like a thing anymore? Do people talk about alt-right anymore? I thought alt-right was like the Richard Spencer fucking Charlottesville gang. I think pretty much all those people have gone their separate ways. These days it would be Groypers or Christian nationalists or MAGA or like what the fuck is the alt-right anymore?
Sure he is. There's a lot of places that are a safe space. Just by being like, you know, non-political a lot of the time, like that's doing enough.
So because Charlie reviews movies and video games, you know, non-political content, that makes him a safe space for alt-righters. Genuinely, this guy eating pickles in the sewers was more intelligent content than what he puts out now. Yo, this is making me alt-right. 13 million people watch this. 13 million new Nick Fuentes viewers thanks to Ian. Ian made this apology video nearly 3 years ago, and he's very clearly still coping from it.
You can get on some freak's hit list online, and you do not like you can't say that these f***ing fence riders don't see what's going on online. They see how I've been treated by a lot of the people who I've said, no, I don't f with you if you want this out of me. I don't f with your politics. I don't like that. And by taking that hardline stance, they can see it.
You know, I never actually watched. Yeah, who rides a fence? Okay. That's really ill-advised. I don't think I ever actually watched the apology. Do you think? I never will. I don't even know why I'm asking that question.
They can see and they're like, I'm not fucking doing that. I'm gonna dance. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fucking dance. I won the gracious award of lolcow of the year from somewhere. Unsurprisingly, the other lolcow was Hassan. Oh my god, Hassan is a lolcow.
Kaya, please just fucking go.
And that
fucking
removed
Tom and Jerry scream. Nice.
Any amount of like, what is this out of my brain? I'm like, oh, they don't like progressive people. This is purely like a political decision.
Hate to break it to you, Ian, but people don't hate you because you're a liberal. They hate you because you're a lying scumbag. You're only transparent about taking massive profit margins from your supposed charity boxing event. You spent 2 days calling an Iranian man a liar for saying that America is more free than Iran.
Seeing people singing and dancing like on the street, it just feels weird because if you do that in Iran, like they can arrest you. You know that?
For dancing?
Like this, like
Such a big fat lie. Yeah, dude. Shit is.
At any point, Ian could have just looked up the law. He doesn't. He'd rather slander them. This is why people hate you. You don't do any research. You just slander them because of your own insecurities. It's so much projection.
I think people need to stop getting so fucking defensive over, you know, just acknowledging that someone's part of the pipeline. It doesn't mean that you're the shittiest person online.
Why is someone talking about the alt-right pipeline in 2017? What the fuck are we talking about? Do they even need a pipeline anymore? First of all, they're not alt-right. They're all just MAGA now, or Groypers, or centrist, which is also the same as MAGA. What is this pipeline, dude? What's he talking about? Did he watch the fucking video, the alt-right playbook 7 years ago, and now he's just, or maybe he caught up and that's his new vocabulary? Like, what the fuck is this? The pipeline.
I would hang out with Moist Critical 1,000 times over all of the people further down the pipeline. Like,
oh, he said it again. He's saying it again.
You know, and I think he has the capability of changing, right?
Show an example of him making pipeline content then. He doesn't. I genuinely think Ian has no idea what kind of content Charlie makes. He says he's being empathetic, but he's just being a moron.
Like I'm even still being empathetic iDubbbz. I actually should have a lot more heat for people like Asmongold and Charlie, because it's so f***ing obvious. Like, I have so much heat, because it's like, you know what you're fucking doing. You know what you're doing. You guys are being rats. You're being like unprincipled rats.
Please just show us how. This stream is 5 hours long. He never gives an example.
You see, most people see the writing on the wall. It's just the loud assholes on YouTube that create an illusion of items bad. Yeah. And that's also what
It's funny because he talks about being empathetic, but you can tell actually the reason he's doing that is maybe you guys don't understand this because you're not creators. You know, you don't have reputations. You don't matter to anyone. You're not important. Like I am, by the way, just so you know. People seem to care about me in some capacity, you know, for better or worse. Cope. You guys are fucking idiots. What was I saying? Oh yeah. The reason he's talking like this is because there's this thing that happens when you're a creator and you get like a shitload of people hating you, and you, I guess maybe do what iDubbbz does, is which is like doom scrolling it and maybe not getting as much support as you thought you would, getting triggered. And it's probably so visceral and so real to him that he feels like he doesn't even need to explain it to other people. He's just thinking like, oh yeah, when I talk about this thing from the Moist Critical or anyone else will get it, right? Because, you know, because I get it. But I think that's how it works. It's the same way that people who get radicalized by fucking Twitter and shit like that, and Facebook algorithms and whatever else, they don't really remember the content so much as the feeling that the content produced. And the feeling becomes so visceral that it just feels obvious that other people would get it as well. They'd understand it. Which is ironic because it's like the opposite of an empathetic perspective on anything.
Isaac was saying, you know, he's interacted with so many people like in person that are like, you know, when I mention you, they're like, oh, awesome, like, cool, you know, what's iDubbbz up to? You know, nothing, basically only, you know, neutral to positive or whatever.
It's the silent minority that loves iDubbbz. Finally, someone points out that Ian is just unfamiliar with Charlie's content. And he admits that he is, but he also simultaneously doubles down.
First time I'm able to catch your live stream. I'm gonna ask what your Moist Critical take was early in the stream, though. I had to wait because I'm new to the stream. Sorry, I thought Charlie condemned Palestine, condemned ICE for the Alex Prey incident, and routinely says that Trump administration is covering up pedophiles.
It's all just lip service. You know, like, yeah, Dave Rubin said he was pro-gay, or he used to. I don't even know if he is anymore. He just is gay, but that's the excuse there.
And thought he aligned with you and Hassan most of the time. I mean, he might do it most of the time. I'm not exactly sure.
Then why are you making up all of this about him? You know what? Ian has changed. He's changed for the worse. In the span of only 2 days, Ian has lied about Charlie's content while admitting to not watching it. He's doubled down on his slanderous content cop video and is now collaborating with people who also make slanderous videos. But remember, it's everyone else who should change, not him.
And I think he has the capability of changing, right? I will say, though, like, I don't think a lot of them are quite as, I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
But when he's throwing that right hand,
this is when iDubbbz unlocked his woke mind.
I love my girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with dudes jacking off to pictures of her on the internet. This is the most...
Oh, got him. He said the thing again.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure.
Oh, okay.
Intelligent thing I've probably ever done. I don't think a lot of them have developed their woke mind as much as me.
It's CTE, man. Get help. That'll do it for today's video. If you enjoyed, subscribe to the channel. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Crimson Glass River, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drinkobex, Necro Valley, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tismic Fitz, Christopher H, Sennial Music, Lucas If, ET Automatic, Snoopy Poop Tube 2, Amur ML Bay, Rooney Boo, Drew is Sharing, Clown Factory, Monkey D. Luffy, Shura, Mustard Shirt Guy, and the mega homies IGP Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Caden Lulan, BA Subway, Hawkin.
Papa Gut. He's a Willie Mac head. Nice. Holy fuck, that was mental. So iDubbbz really just what a fucking random person to go and fight against. Okay, whatever. Is it bad that like watching iDubbbz videos like or iDubbbz content, I guess? I don't know, for some people it's not even entertaining, it's just kind of sad. It just makes me like it's not even particularly funny. Some things are funny. The Iran thing was funny, obviously. That was fucking brilliant. How epic. Putting that piece of shit minority in his place. That diasporoid bastard. Okay. I think I want to go into the meat of this thing. I want to go into... Dude, Pisco had another conversation with the Vanguard, and it's 2 hours long. Yeah. Yeah, I do want to watch that, actually. Let's go.
We actually collabed before that Live and Learn.
I'm quite surprised that Hassan third-party clip has triggered such a... It's triggered such a discourse. I guess it's one of those things where everyone knew he was kind of like that, didn't they? Like, I don't think that surprised anyone. It's just maybe hearing him say it in such a concise way on the nose. Yeah, it is just, it probably just has that effect. Yeah.
Episode, and there was like no drama whatsoever.
It's like, you know how Doctors Without Borders said that they were not going to work at Nasser Hospital anymore in Gaza, which is in Khan Yunis, I think. And they said it was because it's too dangerous. There's too many armed people running around and shit like that, using it for military. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Doctors Without Borders saying that. That's fucked. And it's like, but people know this. Like, one of the hostages said that she was taken there and said that there was armed men all over the place, like way back in 2024. So it's, but obviously when you hear it from the kind of organization that is less likely to place that charge against Hamas is quite telling. And then the cope afterwards was people saying, oh, but did you know that Abu Shabab took over Nasser Hospital? It's actually Abu Shabab militants who were all there. It's like, first of all, that does not gel with... Abu Shabab were not there when the hostage gave their testimony, so unless it's a total coincidence. But also, if it was Abu Shabab, I don't know why the health ministry officials would be condemning Doctors Without Borders through the health ministry. I don't know why they would be putting out a press release in English, least of all, shitting on Doctors Without Borders for pulling out of their hospital. And even admitting that the armed men are there to keep the staff and patients safe. Fuck me, man. Sure, dude. Sure thing, boss. Apparently, they didn't make Doctors Without Borders feel safe, so, whoops.
It's like, oh, we're talking to the Vanguard, whatever. But yeah, the elephant in the room is that Live and Learn podcast sent ripples in our little mini community over here.
Are you going to move him on $15 an hour?
No, Hutch, to answer your question, to answer your question as directly as I can, it is irrelevant to my point. I don't think so, ultimately, that you're able to get
benefit analysis.
And I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker and plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well, they're ecstatic that this is happening. Then when you have MLs or when you have socialists onto your program, I would like to see you challenge them.
This is a very meta, Pisco is very meta. This is a very meta video edit, isn't it? Because he's pulling up footage from two separate conversations about socialists. Because he's having a new talk with the Vanguard. Okay, interesting.
Not just on rhetoric and efficacy and all that kind of bullshit. I would like to see you fight them on the economics.
This is how cooked this is, right? Like in that conversation with the Vanguard, we weren't discussing liberalism versus capitalism. We were discussing the best way.
Shit.
Wait, let me finish my thought. We were discussing the best way to get Biden's agenda. That's what's so silly. There's a little bit of an echo. Maybe that's because the stream's on for one of you guys, but how you?
Hey, John T. Carrot, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. What?
Doing, boys?
Yeah, I had your stream on in the background a second ago, so that was probably what it was. Do you still hear an echo?
No, we're good. We're good now. Good to see you. I think Zach's got his cam on, but good to have you folks here.
Yeah, I might have to re-enter really quickly because for whatever reason it's telling me failed to start the video camera. Sorry about that. I'll be right back.
Yep, no worries.
Probably better if I just stream with no.
So tell me, Gavin, how's are you guys getting hit by a storm there? And it's Kansas, right?
Kansas City, Missouri. Actually,
Kansas City, Missouri.
That's a common
that's right.
misconception.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and there's a Kansas City, Kansas too. It's all good though. So it's an easy mistake to make. But yeah, we're in Missouri. Yeah, there's been a lot of snow. But as of this morning, seems to be mostly shoveled out of the roads and stuff like that. Most of the businesses in the nearby area have reopened. So luckily, I was able to get my coffee this morning. Something I didn't miss out on yesterday, which was a real bummer. I was able to make it at home, obviously, but it's just never the same, So I was glad to get out to the store this morning.
I hate fucking sun resistant.
Restock.
I'm from the East Coast, and so we're big Dunkin' people, and so that shit coffee just doesn't hit the same when it's made from home. I don't know if you saw Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz famously had the whole moment in Texas where he left. Do you remember this? It was cold, and he was going to Cancun.
Cancun Cruise.
Yeah, Cancun Cruise.
How could you forget?
And so he's
holy shit. I got 10 fucking billion. Okay.
Taking a swipe at Andy Bashir because someone just lying and saying that Andy Bashir is in. He was in Davos last week with a bunch of other leaders, including Trump himself. And Ted Cruz, retweets one of these motherfuckers. But it turns out Andy Bashir is actually, in Kentucky. So, unlike Ted,
he actually used retaliation, didn't he? You could see that's what happens when they've got the sword spinning around them. The 30-minute cooldown. That fucking whacks you every time you hit them. That piece of shit. What an asshole, Ganji.
Some of us need to actually suffer through the inclement weather, but good to have you both here. Thank you so much for joining me on this wonderful Sunday day. A dark weekend though, and so first of all, just introduce yourselves and yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah, appreciate you having us on, Pisco. It's great to chat again. I know. I think the last time we were on your show, it sent ripples through the community.
That was on Live and Learn. Live and Learn. Yeah.
Right, but I never really understood what the issue was exactly, other than some people disagreed with us, obviously. But it seemed like it really, it really messed up your shit for a while there. So I appreciate you having.
What, the third-party Jill Stein bitches? I have no idea why people would be so annoyed at us trying to ingratiate ourselves with a party that we fucking hate. Yeah,
that's back on.
No. Thank you guys. Listen, why don't we address that elephant then? It was actually, I don't know if you remember, we collabed before that fateful episode on Live and Learn. Interesting aspect ratio there, Zach. It's I don't know if you see it too. Again,
I know. I'm trying to fix it.
No worries. Take your time. You're good. I know you guys are film aficionados, and so I understand that.
Yeah. It's the artist,
But so to give you a recap, we actually collabed before that Live and Learn episode, and there was no drama whatsoever. It was just we're talking to the Vanguard or whatever. But yeah, the elephant in the room is that Live and Learn podcast sent ripples in our little mini community over here on the, I think, false notion that we did not sufficiently push back on points of disagreement with you during the conversation. And I rejected that framing for a lot of reasons, chief among them, the fact that I did push back on some things and we disagreed on some things. But also the fact that to facilitate a conversation, it's kind of hard when Hutch is taking the role of the major disagreeer. I think it needs to be some sort of back and forth. And then also Josiah was kind of pissed at me because he heard me say something that he interpreted one way. And so yeah, the conversation then developed.
Again, not to speak for Hutch, I'm just maybe saying how I would feel, but it would be a bit weird if I was Pisco, because he's always insisting that Hutch is my boy, it's his fucking favorite phrase. I would be kind of annoyed if a couple of guys come on the podcast and literally all they do when we saw these guys react to Hutch once, and all they did was just call him a stupid gamer. That's it. They just called him a stupid Call of Duty gamer. They didn't actually push back on any of the points. They just insulted him. So I probably would be annoyed if you were kind of being a little bit cozy and friendly with, or softly disagreeing or ingratiating these people who treat you like that. But I don't know, it's just maybe they didn't know or whatever.
Though into a broader conversation.
Or maybe Hutch just doesn't care about that stuff.
About who is part of the movement, who is part of the coalition. And so before I give you my take, what is your reaction to that? Was that bizarre to you to watch? Or yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
I was mostly just confused about what the issue was. I mean, I knew we had some haters, but I just was a little bit confused about what the issue was because, as you said, there was pushback. It was practically a debate. Like, we were kind of getting into it at various points, and it seemed like, yeah, we kind of hashed out some of our disagreements, but that was what the point was. So I was just like, what even is the issue? Like, I don't even like, is Pisco just not allowed to talk to people he disagrees with or something? Like, your whole point of the show is like debating.
See, do you see when people talk like this? It's like when people talk like this, I find it so difficult to think this is anything other than them being intentionally dishonest. I mean, he could just be stupid. He could just be a fucking retard. But there's no. Why the fuck would anyone? Do people have a go at Pisco for arguing with counterpoints? No, not really. No, not in the same way that I've seen. And there's a good reason for that. And it's because even if Pisco can have a friendly argument with counterpoints, or even like a or a scream match or something between, they don't mind as much because they know that when Pisco talks to counterpoints, like counterpoints is a conservative. He's expected to be like, he's kind of like a political other. Or the same when Pisco, maybe a better example, just I don't know, just any, like, even if you had like an argument with fucking Andrew Wilson or whatever, people don't really have that same issue, or even Tim Pool, because the groundwork is kind of established. Like, we know that these guys are political adversaries for the most part. Whereas with these guys, I think they do this thing where they come in and they start talking like they're part of the Democratic Party and like they're part of some kind of liberal movement against fascism, and they're just there to, as observers. Like, they just want they're like the angel on the shoulder. Like, we just want you to be better. We realize some of it is maybe a bit pie in the sky or whatever, but we just want the Democrats to be better. We just want to hold them more accountable. We're not like yes men or stooges or whatever, like toe the party line. It's like but it's not internal critique. That's the problem. I think the issue is that at least why I'd get annoyed is that it does seem like Pisco treats this as like an internal disagreement when it's absolutely not. These people only see the Democratic Party as a vessel for them to infect and to convert into a socialist movement. That's all they see the Democratic Party as. They don't see it as something that they want to work with from within or build a big like a broad church or anything like that. Like, no, if they could just make it a left-wing party and purge all the fucking liberals, they would. So, but until then, it's play nice. Rip.
And doing stuff like that.
Also,
So
they did literally brag. This fucking dickhead fucking bragged about trying to take credit for Kyle Kalinske converting to endorse Jill Stein in mid-2024. It's like, shit.
I didn't really understand it, but I mostly just thought it was funny. I was just like, damn, I mean, I felt kind of bad, but I mostly just thought it was kind of amusing.
No, it is true that, like, my show, I will oftentimes, I don't know if you know who Drew Pavlu is.
Oh,
he's this like,
yeah.
He's like the Australian guy.
Yeah,
right?
he's like an Australian. He's a bit of a rage baiter, but he's also like politically a chameleon. Like, he'll wake up and be like the most liberal hawk there's ever been, and then he'll wake up the next day and be like a little bit of a Bernie simp, or at least that was his initial inclination. And then he'll wake up and be like talking about blood and soil after a conversation with Richard Spencer. And so he is just a bit of a, I don't know what to call him. Rage baiter, but definitely now construes himself as a critical Trump supporter. And I had him on, and again, just like I would with any other person in general, cordial conversation, but pushback. And, I shook his hand afterwards, and I think that people have this expectation, though, or a particular sore spot when it comes to certain people on the left from an electoral perspective that we can get into. But I think the sensitivities rise when it comes to people like the Vanguard, people like Hassan Piker, and people like, let me think of another one. Have you heard of Brianna?
Which is kind of wild, given the fact that my voting record is, I voted for Hillary Clinton, I voted for Joe Biden, and then I voted for Kamala Harris. So, like, I don't know why people get this, like, crazy idea that, like, we're somehow, like, it's impossible to work with us. Like, just because we're vocal critics of some of the bad decisions the Democratic Party has made, like, it would be very interesting. And you know, it kind of is, I think, what's really put offish to people about the like establishment, insular, democratic, liberal group.
I also, again, and it's never going to be a thing because of fucking, and I blame Republicans for this. I blame Red Scare. I blame the fact that America just basically conditioned everyone to think that like allegations of 20th century socialism are really just like, it's always just frivolous, right? Like calling Obama a socialist because he said something about spreading the wealth, as if like America doesn't already do that with taxing the rich more than the poor. But it really should be a bit of an alarm bell that these guys call themselves the vanguard. Really, we're just good old internal critique, Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden voters who just want the party to be better, but we're also just going to name ourselves after the groups of fucking intellectuals who spearheaded the dictatorship of the proletariat for the entire 20th century. Like, okay.
Think, right? Where it's like there are so many people. Like 2-3 days ago, Gavin and I were at an ICE protest, right? And we're saying get the fuck out of Kansas City with a bunch of people who may have not even shown up to vote at all in November. A bunch of people who maybe have never participated in a general election in their lives. A bunch of people who probably thought it wasn't worth it to show up. But here they are. They're now mobilized. They're now ready to go. Those are people that need to be a part of our movement. So when you say who is a part of our movement, I think we need to embrace people, right? The Democratic Party loves to...
Because you won't pledge to vote for Newsom 2 years out before we even have primaries. Again, I don't know if that's like intentionally dishonest or like literally this is entire like a cult of stupidity. The question was, if Newsom won the primary and it was Newsom versus Vance, would you vote for Newsom? If the answer is even a fucking 5-second hesitate before you say yes, then you're a cunt. Then yes, you're not a serious person. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck off! That person waited until I was in combat. That's crazy. What a bastard. Asking for a pledge. Yeah, that's completely reasonable. Yeah. If it were between Newsom and Vance, as in that's post-primary, if, would you vote for Newsom? And if you say no, you're not a serious person. You're an enemy. You're a cunt. Sorry.
To talk about being a big tent party, but usually they're talking about being a big tent party for people who went to college and for people who have a lot of money, right? We need to be a big tent party for people who are getting fucked by ICE. We need to be a big tent party for people who are really concerned for their neighbors. We need to be a big tent party for people who maybe did not understand the severity of the situation we were up against before. There's
also this whole marching order that they've been doing as well. They just keep on pretending that they're the ones who saw the threat of fascism and took it seriously the entire time, and it's like, no, not really. Like, again, these guys in mid-2024 were talking about pushing people to vote for Jill Stein. It's like, what the fuck? Sorry, you don't get to be the one to be like, oh, hey, I'm glad to see so many liberals finally understand how bad the Republicans are. It's like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, who worked harder to stop Trump from being elected in 2024? Who did all the canvassing? Who did all the fucking phone banking? Who took so much fucking time out of their days to go and try to, like communists? Vanguardists, whatever the fuck these guys are? No. It's liberals.
November of last year, or November of 2 years ago at this point, right? Because there was so much misinformation, right? We need to understand that people are awake now. They're ready to join our coalition and that we can mobilize them because they're pissed off. It seems so silly to me to be like, 18 months ago, we had a really severe political disagreement over something that's really functionally irrelevant right now. Let's not work together at all to collaborate against this massive threat we're facing. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. I would much rather be like, right now we're facing the existential threat of the Donald Trump regime, the Fourth Reich. ICE is terrorizing our
okay, so maybe a question would be, okay, would you go canvassing with like some Jewish American Zionists? Like, say there was like some American Jewish Democrat, like little fucking student group. Like, would you go canvassing with them to stop Trump? Or when you say big tent, like, what do you mean exactly?
fucking communities. We have Gestapo in the streets. The Constitution is being shredded. My father, who's considered himself a Republican his entire life, texted me after that man was killed yesterday and said, I'm for the first time in my life afraid of the fact that we're going to lose our rights in this country. A veteran of the United States military, right? So things are changing right now. Our coalitions are changing, and we're redrawing the lines into people who believe America is a nation of laws, people who believe in the Constitution, people who believe in the vision of the founding fathers that we're, you know, a melting pot society, and people who oppose that, and people who want to bring in fascism and totalitarianism. And I think that's the fight we're up against.
Gavin, I want to get your take before I respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Zach. I also think it's interesting that so many people that are on the more like, I'm a dedicated Democratic warrior and it's heresy to criticize Joe Biden. It seems like a lot of those people nowadays are increasingly voicing their frustrations with the way that the Biden administration handled Trump, and specifically the way that they faltered in their attempts to actually contain the threat that was Donald Trump and his movement. I mean, I see a ton of content from the whole, like, you know, live and learn faction of content creators talking about how, you know, Merrick Garland is a fucking disgrace, and how, you know, Joe, and in retrospect, like,
in retrospect, they've been saying this the entire fucking time. I don't know why they do this. Why? What is this? Do you see how intentionally fucking vague it is? Oh yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this. And oh yeah, who are these people who say it's heresy to criticize? Again, whenever I hear people saying this, it's like, what was the is it like? Fuck me, fucking hell. What was that huge fucking argument that they had? Pisco actually. It was Destiny and Pisco when just like a couple of days before the election, and it was Destiny and Pisco arguing about whether or not Merrick Garland was being aggressive enough with pursuing the case against Trump for the insurrection. And actually, interestingly enough, Pisco was more on the Merrick Garland side for that one. Fuck.
Joe Biden and Merrick Garland allowed all of this to happen. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what we were saying. Like, that's part of the reason why we were so critical of Joe Biden and the Democrats in the first place. And part of the reason why it feels like the analysis of a lot of progressives and more socialist types has come crystal clear, which is that, yeah, the Democrats not only did enable the rise of Trump, not only did they open the door to it, but they continue to enable it. The corporate Democrats basically just, voted and allowed the funding of ICE to go through to the degree to which Donald Trump wants it. I mean, this is crazy. And it feels like, you know, now everyone's finally waking up to that because the reality of the situation is so obvious. But to Zach's point, yeah, there is a lot of liberals out there that, you know, have been woken up. They've been radicalized. The I've Had It podcast ladies come to mind as a real sort of manifestation of this trend. You know, Jennifer Welch talks a lot about how she voted for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders. She kind of bought the MSNBC bullshit. She was a Cory Booker fan, all this kind of stuff. But now she's like, oh, wait, what the fuck? It was actually the...
Wait, Hutch spoke to Ogre Boy yesterday? Oh my God. So there's Hutch, Ogre Boy. I don't know if I can listen to this, to be honest. I don't know if I can listen to this. Oh God.
Progressives.
I just rewatched the clip. I guess it's baked in that he's the primary winner. No, you are a fucking retard. I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. It's not. It's an if question, you fucking moron. Oh my God. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you think he said, oh really? So you think Hassan's third, that was actually a very fucking high IQ 5D chess way of saying, I would probably vote third party. And that's actually just him protest voting against, hypothetically, against the assumption that Gavin Newsom is the nominee. What are we talking about? It's a hypothetical. Holy fuck.
It was actually the Bernie bros. It was actually the socialists that were 100%
I don't know why. Like, otherwise, like, you're clearly clever enough to make an account and type things in chat. I don't know why you find it so difficult to accept that this person said that if it were between Newsom and fucking JD Vittler, okay, that they would just say, oh, not my problem. And that someone like that probably doesn't give a fuck about anything that a liberal or a Democrat would care about. And they shouldn't be treated as the same ideology. They should be treated as enemies. They want different things. Jadolf Vittler. Jesus. Oh, God.
about how it's this weak sauce.
I don't even they literally did this, and they literally tried to rewrite history on this as well, because these are the guys who lecture people about the rise of fucking Nazism, and like as if they're the ones who know anything about the Weimar Republic other than like Rosa Luxemburg getting shot in 1919, and then there's a huge fucking gap. What was never again, 1925 presidential. These are the fucking assholes who will try to rewrite history and act as if it was liberals who allowed Nazis to come to power. Hindenburg, monarchist piece of shit who appointed Hitler the chancellor and allowed the Nazis into the cabinet and shit. What's that? Look at that gap. Look at that gap. Less than 1 million votes. Oh, but the communist gets 2 million almost. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking mental. Fucking inbred mutant cunts, man.
Milquetoast corporate Democrat bullshit that actually totally enables fascism. Joe Biden sat there for 4 long fucking years and refused to really do anything serious about Trump. I mean, they had the Epstein files there. They could have released that. They could have exposed the fact that he's a goddamn pedophile. They didn't. And now he's taken over the country, and it seems like we're more and more a dictator.
Never forget the KPD's unofficial phrase, first them, then us. I don't think they ever actually said that. They did have... I think that's a mischaracterization or a mistranslation or a misquote or whatever, so I've been told, but they did absolutely say that the sentiment was there. It was completely, in the official party line, the sentiment was there.
Dictatorship with every passing day. So it seems like anyone who was criticizing Joe Biden and the fecklessness of his administration has been totally vindicated, and it seems like even the hardcore Democrat defending libs are now admitting it.
Yeah, so I got a lot of responses to that. The first is, I think a point of contact on this, unfortunately, might be to talk about a recent moment with Hassan. And I think that this will sort of crystallize where I think the libs are coming from. Because, to be honest, I criticize a lot of Democratic leadership. Schumer, I think I've been saying for months and months and months and months, he needs to go. I've been talking shit about the 7 House members, this Tom Suozzi, Glusenkamp Perez, now I'm not forgetting Jared Golden, among others, who voted for the additional DHS funding. And I've taken shit with them being weak on the shutdowns and all that stuff. And so I understand criticism of Democrats, and I respect criticism of Democrats. I called Joe Biden's pardon of his son corrupt as shit. I said that he violated the law and by closing down the border illegally when he tried to do that when his bill didn't work. And then he just tried to like usurp the law and basically cancel asylum. And it didn't seem like there were many Democrats who were willing to do that. Even though I didn't think that he did anything criminal with respect to the Her report, I still criticized his conduct with respect to the Her report. And so I have no problem with criticisms of Democrats. And I think the problem is calibration. And let me give you a point of contact. Hassan Piker goes to Minnesota. Great.
It was the German Central Party, liberal by standards back then. Don't fact check me on this, but I'm pretty sure the Center Party, were they the Catholic ones? It's been a while. Were they the Catholic ones? My understanding of the Center Party is that they, remember, Weimar was a democracy without Democrats. Most people in the Reichstag throughout the whole of the 20s didn't actually believe in the system that they were part of. They opposed the Weimar Republic's entire existence. But the Center Party, I'm pretty sure, moved quite far right near the end of the 20s, if I'm remembering correctly. I think they moved pretty far right. Am I wrong about that, or it's been a while? Let me check. It should be in my Google Doc, because this was before I was using Obsidian, which means an Obsidian is basically a proxy for my memory now. So if it's not there, I won't remember it. At what point do you think Pisco is just like the leftists because he will try to defend them to the teeth and bone and will not do anything beside the other side? I think, I don't know if Pisco is just not as familiar, I guess, with like socialists as a whole, or this is just like I think his project is that he thinks he can win them over or appeal to them. I don't know exactly though, or maybe he just knows something I don't. The fuck. What's not to understand? It makes sense if they're running Newsom. He feels they don't give a fuck about winning. That's just not true. That's just not true at all. Hassan would rather run fucking Chairman Mao than Newsom. He don't think he would give a fuck whether or not the candidate would win. He gives a fuck about whether or not they're a socialist, but him voting Newsom doesn't elect him of it. It's such a stupid argument. Like, what do you think the purpose, the principle, what do you think the principle is of asking someone who they would vote for? Or who they'd advocate for? Oh, so if you live in California, can you literally just vote for fucking Fuentes and there's no issue with it because he'll never win?
Great. Criticizing ICE. Great. Wonderful. Bringing attention to the fact, as you guys are, that DHS and more specifically ICE and CBP are acting like Gestapo thugs. Awesome. Has an interview. The interview asks a question.
It also is just because I think Pisco, the thing I like about Pisco is that he tends to take people at pretty much face value. Like he doesn't, and if he thinks like he's not sitting there trying to read between the lines or trying to like, it's like, yeah, he seems he's like very straightforward, almost to a fault. Like, so I think that also does mean that people can do like socialists are quite good at doing this thing where they will sort of do things that can ingratiate themselves in towards like liberal spheres without actually compromising their true values. So like when someone, say if either of these guys go and talk to a liberal crowd about Israel-Palestine, they'll probably mostly focus on things like, oh yeah, the human rights issue, the West Bank issue is appalling, this funding, I don't know if it's really going to good use. What about the Leahy law? Like they'll talk, oh yeah, we really want to uphold rules-based order. They'll speak a very liberal language, right? And they might agree with all of that as well, with that sentiment. But you're not going to hear them say the things that they say to their own viewers, like on their own streams, where they talk about how the Iron Dome should be scrapped because it's not actually defensive. It's just puts Israel in a better negotiating position. Like it's fucking stupid. So yeah, there's a lot of hoodwinking that goes on. Yeah, entryism, you could call it. Yeah. Unless the Vanguard thing is literally just aesthetic, unless they would say that, like when you call yourself the Vanguard and you liken yourselves to the authoritarian fucking murderers in the 1920s and 30s and 40s who literally killed social democrats and purged them from the movement as soon as they got the chance to, maybe you're just doing that as an aesthetic, like it just sounds cool, but I don't know. It would be an interesting question to ask them, because my guess is they would just try to write it off as like a silly, like a label or whatever. But it'd be interesting to see like what their thoughts are like on vanguardism or Soviets or China and whatever.
About like, well, how are Democrats measuring up to the role? Offers criticism, some of it true. Democrats need to be stronger. Democrats need to be willing to fight more. But that is not couched with a critical phrase. And that critical phrase is the following.
Ooh.
You need to support the Democratic Party in this context.
Yep.
Yes, it's true that our leadership is weak at times. And yes, it's true with particular members. They say shit that isn't either true or isn't wise or isn't good strat. But obviously, the Democrats are way superior on every level to the deprivations of the MAGA Republicans. Now, I respect your voting records. I respect the fact that you voted for the Democrats. But I think it's unconscionable, really, to, in this moment, continue to be unclear or at least sometimes equivocating or sometimes kind of like gesturing at what I think most Democrats and even the base ones that you're referring to. And I have seen that trend. I'm not saying I haven't. Like you're right about the I've had it girls and they're, the based tweets from Kyle Kalinske. But it's the recognition.
To be fair, I haven't seen the I haven't seen the the Hassan Piker
Yeah, no.
statement that you're specifically talking about. I'd love to actually hear the quote from Hassan, because I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything that Hassan Piker says. We've criticized Hassan Piker on the show, and I feel like Zach and I do make it abundantly clear, including in the.
I think he did ask them, and they claimed it's a reference to a band, which you think they're lying about. Yeah, that's so stupid. Like, okay, so you're a really dumb person then. You're a political channel, and you've given yourself the title of a very political movement, and you are leaning in the political direction of that movement. But the name is just because of you like a band. You don't actually identify with anything that they did or you're about. Then you're just an idiot. Like I don't know if that's exactly what they said, but if that's their explanation, then they're either liars or they are like too fucking mentally unwell to be allowed in front of a camera. But okay.
The last election cycle, even when we had to support a fucking party that was committing a genocide, even under those circumstances, we literally were like, yep, got to support Kamala, guys. There's no other fucking option. The Green Party is unserious. Fuck Jill Stein. Just vote for Kamala Harris.
I want to be clear in terms of the third party stuff with you guys. Like, I don't think that there can be any doubt.
Yeah, like Mike calling himself the Central Committee is like, okay. like what? Why? I don't get it. But then you're just gonna fucking bumble and equivocate every time someone asks you your opinion on the Soviet Union. Like, okay.
That with respect to the Green Party shit, the Jill Stein stuff, I saw you guys talk about that stuff, and I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm not saying that you didn't say the Kamala Harris. I think I'm just trying to get you the feeling of what some libs and Democrats in my audience think is like, are these people committed to this project, the project of defeating it? Not necessarily you guys. Go for it, Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, so I could speak to that a little bit, right? Because I understand that there is frustration that kind of like takes over your mind. And I'll use it for an example of the Vanguard, right? So you have people in your audience right now who think that we're like Democrat haters, I would imagine, who think that we're like the devil and that we don't want anything good for the Democratic Party, right? Yeah. But for all of those people, there's also tons of people on the left who think that we're sellouts. They call us the shit lib guard. They talk about how because we supported Kamala Harris, we're genocide fucking supporters, talking about how we have blood on our hands, talking about how we're unserious, how we've sold every principle that we have, right? We really take shit from all sides. And I think that at least if anybody, wants to look at our record, you can be like, these are two guys that stand on their own feet, and we have a
ContraPoint said it best. If the Prince of Darkness rises from a fiery portal at the Iowa caucus and declares opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle with the host of hell. Very poetic. Cute. Oh yeah, by the way, anyone in chat who's confused, because I'm not going to bother arguing with this person because it's becoming so fucking tiring right now, but this Pursuant Moccasin person is basically just like this new brand of the equivalent of people who say, oh, I'm not really MAGA, I'm more of a centrist, I'm actually quite critical of Trump, and then they spend the next hour defending every single thing Trump does and defending every talking point and making every talking point that goes against the Democrats and in favor of MAGA. They're like that person. They're basically doing this thing where like, oh, I don't like Hassan, but also with my real issue is the people who who criticize them. Like that's the real problem, because I think they're too obsessive. Like again, you would never make this argument like if you actually thought the criticisms were valid. Like you just you just have a side, but you're embarrassed by it. That's all it is.
Always made it clear that like obviously we're going up against a criminal beyond the pale party when it comes to the Republican Party. And I think that I've even, made an effort to adjust my own personal commentary, right? Because I came up very insular in progressive politics. Gavin and I came up, we were in the shit, right? We were in the weeds. We had very, very niche political opinions, and we built our show around that, right? And so we've always had a focus on18independent left-wing progressive media. Sure. And people are like, why do you guys talk about that all the time? And it's because it's our beat, right? Gavin and I didn't have the pedigree to come on here like, Pisco, you're a very educated guy. You're a lawyer. You're very well informed. Gavin and I were two guys.
Show, the Black Shirt Reports. Here we will discuss liberal issues such as blood and soil, saluting face emoji. Is this how every political show will be named in 10 years? Face with monocle emoji, angry face emoji.
Well, yeah, but I just think black shirts look cool, I'm not a Nazi. Dude, what?
guys in my bedroom, we thought, what do we know? We know about this very niche progressive scene that's happening right here. And we built our entire channel around it. And so people come on our channel and they're like, hey, it seems like you're talking a lot about this and not about this. That's totally true, right? It's kind of like going on to a sports show and being like, damn, they're really talking about the Chiefs a lot, or wow, they're really talking about the Patriots a lot. It's like, yeah, that's because that's what their show is about. But if you actually listen to our live streams, you'll hear the first 45 minutes of us going through the news of the day. You'll hear us talking about the fascist threat of the Donald Trump administration. You'll hear us affirm over and over and over again that the worst Democrat, the fucking dirt on the bottom of your shoe, I'm talking about a guy like...
Not to be pedantic, isn't it? Brown shirts, yeah. Black shirts is actually Mussolini's fucking dudes or whatever the fuck. Well done.
Joe Manchin, who doesn't even call himself, I think he's officially an independent,
Who's
like
this?
Kristen Cinema. A guy like that is immeasurably better. If we had President Joe Manchin, I would feel the urge to at least take a huge sigh of relief by a mile, right?
Yeah.
Because I would understand that there's not going to be lawlessness in the streets. I would understand that he's not going to be enriching himself to the tune of $1 billion off of a cryptocurrency scam with the special envoy to the Middle East sons, the Witkoff brothers. I would understand that we're not going to be doing all of these things. That's all clear. The Qatari jet, absolutely, right? We're not going to do abductions illegally in the middle of the night.
Who is the... Okay, maybe why am I getting one guide? Who is aligning with people like Connor? What do you mean? I think the reason that the disagreements between me and Connor, or Pisco and Connor, are less annoying to the audience is because we go into that with a understood foundation that we are ideologically opposed to each other. That he's a conservative and I'm not, and Pisco's not. The only time I ever aligned with Connor was literally when he was fucking canvassing with us against Trump. That's the only time. Like, okay, yeah, if you canvass with us, yeah, then you're... Ironically, Counterpoints was more useful. Was more of a Democrat, or was more anti-fascist than Hassan was at that period. Or any of those people. They didn't canvass. Fuck them.
We're not going to violate international law. We're not going to ruin America's standing by threatening to take over Greenland. We're not going to do a bunch of obnoxious tariffs that don't make any sense, right? Just so I can get a little insider trading bump for my homies as I crash the American dollar and try and buy up shit on the cheap, which is his plan. Right? You're going to get all of that analysis if you listen to the Vanguard, but it's also true. You are watching a podcast hosted by the last death rattle of the Bernie Bro movement. That's us, right? And we don't make any apologies for that. That's our fucking politics. Medicare for all, no new wars, fucking Green New Deal, right fucking now. Raise the minimum wage. That's what we stand for, right? And so if a politician runs and they say, I don't fucking support that, then we say, hey man, that's a fucking problem.
Hey man, yeah, we're going to lie about you. We're going to say that you covered up a murder. We're going to say that you support genocide. We're going to say that you're racist. Yeah, okay, good.
And when they do say, hey, man, I'm sorry, ICE isn't a state terror organization, Mr. Ben Shapiro. Let me kiss your ass. Oh, hey, Mr. Ben Shapiro, it's not a genocide in Gaza. Let me kiss your ass. I say, that's not presidential, and you don't represent me. And I don't care that you're the de facto presumed nominee because...
I can't listen to this guy. He is so fucking annoying, man. Like this fucking retarded soapboxing. Oh, God, what's this? Let's listen to someone more palatable, like Hassan Piker on Al Jazeera. Asked about visiting China. Oh, okay. What? That time where this projecting asshole did what is easily 1 billion times more of a propaganda tour than anything I did in Israel. Okay.
Is there a fine line, though, between cutting through Western preconceptions of China, American preconceptions of China, and potentially platforming a controversial nation state?
I don't think platform a controversial nation state. I mean, I guess there's like...
By the way, here for the 1000th fucking time, here's that picture of Lornerbox in a van with Elon Levy. I don't know what they spoke about or what happened or what Lornerbox's opinion is of Elon Levy or that conversation, but we're going to show it anyway. Let's go!
Like, differences... I wouldn't go to Israel, for example.
Oh yeah, never. Dude,
but I don't.
There are literally fucking Palestinians. There are like 2 million Palestinians living in Israel. You know, if you go to Israel, you can also go to the West Bank. What the fuck? Okay.
I don't consider China to be in the same wavelength of or same magnitude of cruelty that Israel is.
Do you think the Uyghurs?
True. They just destroy mosques and culturally purge Muslims and throw them into fucking camps and torture their cultural identity out of them. Yeah, that's much better. That's much more based. And they actually do that when Xinjiang, by my recollection, wasn't militarized through and through with 500 kilometers of tunnels and a space. Like, fuck me, whatever. Cramming in fucking 2 million people. Yeah, they didn't really. Okay. Let's see.
The Tibetans, the Taiwanese would agree with that?
Well, I don't think the Taiwanese are even remotely comparable to what has happened to the Gazans. And yeah, that's actually one area that I'm very critical of China on. And I feel as though if Benjamin Netanyahu's treatment of the Palestinians resembled the Xinjiang policies, which were horrifying, dragnets, mass surveillance, and camps as well, like re-education camps in general. If this was the Israeli policy over the Palestinians, who then would have full-blown citizenship in the aftermath of this process, I think the Western world would consider Benjamin Netanyahu to be the most peaceful leader of all time.
He is such a fucking retard, man. How can you be so fucking dense? People in the West Bank, before October 7th, the death rate in the West Bank was something like 200 people a year, maybe? And that was like, those were some of the worst years for the West Bank since the Second Intifada. And you were still calling them a genocidal apartheid ethno-state or whatever, really. Like, even then, it was worse than... Even then, it was worse than what was happening in Xinjiang? Fascinating.
So I
also,
think...
What about you fucking soying out over Mao? How many people died on... What the fuck, man? It's not even to mention, comparing any of this is so fucking stupid because there's a difference between how you treat a group that is... where the most popular party is a militant group that wants to kill all of you. Unfortunately, that's the case in the West Bank and in Gaza. The most popular group politically is a group that wants to kill all of you. That's it. That kind of muddies things. That makes things quite difficult. Xinjiang is... The people in Xinjiang are Chinese citizens. They're part of China. And they're literally having their identities, their cultural positions tortured out of them so they can be forced into being like fucking Han Chinese and shit like that, or like to be more like what Xi wants them to be like, on a pretense of a tiny minority of them being involved in terrorism. Like, that was it. Compare it to how a better comparison would be like, oh, why does Israel not treat its Palestinian citizens like that? They're a fifth of the population. The big protest right now, actually, in fucking Palestine or in Israel from the Palestinians who live there with Israeli citizenship is that the Israeli police actually aren't doing their jobs in Arab communities. As in, like, they want the Israeli police to be more active and to be actually helping them with the fucking gang crime that's happening in those areas. And, like, the fact that the government under Ben-Gvir has been slashing government funding towards projects aimed at improving law enforcement and improving the criminal justice system in Arab communities. You imagine that in Xinjiang, like them wanting more Chinese police activity in their region. Fuck me.
That while the Chinese system, the Chinese control over Xinjiang, or the apprehension methods used were completely unethical and against my principles, something that I've criticized over and over again, in comparison to Israel's genocide, it's still not even on the same wavelength.
Talking about detractors.
But apparently 200 deaths a year in the West Bank before October 7th, that was so much more worthy of condemnation than Xinjiang. Okay, good moral compass there, buddy.
Your values aren't compatible with mine, and so people might get.
When did he criticize China? His criticisms of China are criticisms that the state would consider permissible. In China, you're allowed to criticize Mao. In China, you're allowed to say, "Oh yeah, Mao." They have like official policy on this. They got like official positions on this from the state that Mao, made many mistakes. Many mistakes were made. That's what they always say. Many mistakes were made in the Cultural Revolution. There was a cult of personality. There was a sort of like bait and switch with Mao basically encouraging people to take very radical, beyond the government left positions, and then a year later, like purging them and killing them for it. That was a whole thing. But it's all mistakes, right? That's how Hassan criticizes China.
Their feathers ruffled and be like, he's on my team. Why did you say that? Because I care about values. I'm in the ethics business, okay?
I can't listen to this guy, man. It's just actually fucking... It's actually just so fucking rage-inducing. Like, maybe I'll go back to it. Hutch debating Ogre Boy yesterday. He's actually soying out. Just fucking whatever. When did Hutch talk to Mr. Ogre?
The crowd that turns out for special other people.
What are they yapping about?
You won't even
potentially the most damaging.
Constantly post.
Doing a really good job covering this. I don't focus too much on that on this channel, and it's a little dry for like a Sunday stream. But if there's people that are interested in,
don't watch that completely useless convo. Nah, one thing at a time, okay? We're gonna ADHD stream it, okay? I'm gaming, I'm chilling. 2 minutes 14. Well done.
You had to pitch.
They have a
coming on.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, here he comes.
God, that made me feel like a meanie.
I have to do it vicariously, because Ogre Boy is a dishonest fucking cunt, but he would also be very good content to show how much of a dishonest cunt he is. But he's a coward. He talks to his easy targets, his little soft boys like Hutch and Kalinda. Kalinda's not a boy, but okay, whatever.
Didn't like that feeling. Oh boy, Ogre Boy is in the chat. Okay, all right, Ogre Boy.
Got him.
Okay, here we go. Ogre Boy, are you there? Can you hear me?
Clear. I'm not in the chat. I'm blocked. So there's that.
I can hear. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello?
Oh, okay. Yes. Maybe you cut off a little bit there. Hey buddy, fucking long time no talk. It's been 6 days. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, because you were making it sound like you couldn't for some reason. Two really quick things before we get into whatever this is going to end up being.
Let's go.
Earlier, when you were looking at that poll, one of the things that you were trying to point out is the small minority that were too conservative or whatever, and trying to say that less than 9% or something along those lines.
Self-hating bald versus bald nationalist. Very good. Very clever. Huge point. Wait, have I missed out donos? We got 1.5 hours left in the goal, guys. We're halfway through the goal. And also halfway in counting as well. Good. Melancholic Monkey, thanks for $5. I don't know what Pisco thinks he's getting from them by conceding so much in this convo. Maybe we'll go back to it. Meme, thanks for $4.99. What do we want Somaliland coverage? When do we want it after slop o'clock? I don't think we're going to do Somaliland, man. Maybe one day. User. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. We don't dislike Hassan enough. I mean, that's what I say. There's always something. Gallstone, there's the tier 1 sub. And Tash Gordon, thanks for the tier 1. Hassan Piker voted Jill Stein. I don't know if he did, but I thought he voted Kamala. But okay. He just didn't tell people to vote for Kamala because, he's a complex man.
Lines, and you were tying it to online people. One of the things I'm very curious about, have you ever looked into what percentage of political posts come from the overall basis of users on Twitter in general?
Yeah, it's
like on social media.
It's like 1% of the posters post literally 99% or something crazy, right?
I mean, at certain points, it's like anywhere from 6 to 10, but ultimately, yeah, that's kind of the idea is that
there's power users.
I would say, to be fair, I would say that's probably one of the missed elements when people are talking about why are you so concerned about Twitter lefties or fucking whatever, that's one of the things that I don't think you're factoring in. Because like, yeah, this goes back to when I was like irritated at Jimmy Dore when he was doing all the force the vote bullshit. Was he came across a study, he was hate watching somebody else, and he came across a study and he didn't want to even remotely believe it, that it was that low, but it kind of is.
Okay, then never complain about groypers then. They have no power. Wait till they get power, otherwise leave them alone.
So I
he's
think,
so
like,
stupid,
the
man.
Focus and attention on, anonymous Twitter accounts at the end of the day, I think it's kind of misspent. But there's that.
Well, that might be the most valid criticism you've ever had of me. That I probably spend too much time interacting with and amplifying accounts that are not generating a lot of traffic. But it's less about the individual that I'm posting, and it's more about, like, if I repost someone with 5 followers who is saying something to me, there's like a 99% chance it's because they're espousing a larger narrative that started in the spaces that I criticize. Does that make sense?
Sure. And at the end of the day, listen, whatever you do with your time, that's you, right? So there's always going to end up coming back to some point of...
Yeah, but come on. I mean, like, don't say that if your whole thing is you want to criticize my behavior. You don't need to add that disclaimer. It's like, well, it's your time. You can do whatever you want.
No, but that is what it comes down to, right? Like, I think you can have a couple of different schools of or trains of thought at the same time. You can turn around and be like, what is this guy doing with his time versus, if this is how you want to spend your time, that's also a thing. I think it comes down to like effectiveness and shit like that, basically, right?
Yeah. I think this is a very effective use of my time.
Sure. I mean, pop off. I've definitely been mocked for streaming into the void or posting into the void or whatever the fuck. It's like, but that's your voice. That's what you're going to do. So it's whatever. I just feel like also, haven't you been one of the people in the past that has basically said, if all of the haters went away tomorrow, the person that's at the source of all the hate would panic and go, oh no, I'm not relevant anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Haven't you had something along those lines?
Yeah. If people stopped criticizing Hassan tomorrow, he would freak out internally. He'd be like, what's wrong? Why do I not? Why?
I don't think he would. I think most people maybe would, but someone like Hassan he's not like that. The reason he's so aggressive against, like, he wants to be a celebrity, and celebrities, some of them don't ever get haters. Not really. It's harder in this world, obviously, but I think he wants to be like Keanu Reeves. He wants to be like one of those people that just everyone likes. But okay.
Why don't I have more emotion? Like, why am I irrelevant now? Like, his insecurities would start to creep in. That's like
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm with you there, but like, isn't this, and again, I do dog color shit all day. If that's what you want to do, nice. Like, talk about how he's a tanky, all this shit is fine. My question is this decision that you're making, isn't this something that's like essentially playing into the reverse of what you would want to have happen? Don't you want to make him panic because he's not relevant anymore? As opposed to taking didn't you say a little while ago, taking every day for like a year, constantly posting 30 times a day, making all of your content about him?
Yeah, but that's not going to work. It's not a situation where if I ignore Hassan, he's going to go away. I think that this kind of plays into the whole theory of quote unquote, like, not platforming people. That whole thing that started off in like 2016 and 2017, that just obviously didn't work. So I think that at this point we just know firmly that if somebody has an idea that you think is bad or abhorrent or odious or whatever, then you should attack that idea. You should engage with the idea. You shouldn't just ignore it, because that's not going to work.
So are both of these things still essentially true, or were you wrong then?
What was I saying back then? What are you saying
the entire thing about essentially that when it comes down to it, the better thing to do, or the thing that would drive Hassan nuts is essentially I never
advocated for that. I'm just saying I'm pushing back against the idea that like I'm basically telling people that these are people that complain about the fact that you're criticizing Hassan, and 99% of the times they just ignore what you actually said. So it's just the very idea of criticizing Hassan to them is the thing that they take issue with for a number of reasons. And when I say that if nobody talked about him tomorrow, he would freak out. If nobody criticized him tomorrow, they would freak out. What I'm actually saying is the reason why people talk about Hassan so much is because he's so successful. So you should actually see this as a sign of his success. It's an unavoidable byproduct of success and relevance online, is that the bigger you get, the more people are going to be criticizing you.
Okay, but you're playing into the relevancy machine, right?
Oh my God, it's such a fucking
I don't know what that means.
Stupid argument.
He's going to be relevant no matter what I do. Like I can't single-handedly stop him.
Stop making this man relevant. Just let him go on Al Jazeera and Qatar Forum and New York Times. Let him just do all that, you know? Keep him irrelevant. Talking to that small fry. Oh God.
Him from being relevant.
I'm not. Yeah. No, hold on. That's going like maximalist in the other direction. I'm not saying you can stop him from being relevant. I'm just the idea is that even if you're playing into the outrage piece of it, and you devote like the entirety of your project moving forward, you're kind of playing into a lot of the different things that would necessarily put eyes on his product, and then in turn, not everybody that you maybe send that way to like chirp in his chat or whatever, not everybody's going to become a fan, but you're going to have eyes on his product. They're going to hate watch, and then maybe eventually they go, well, wait, this guy isn't that bad after all.
I think you misunderstand, because my goal is not to make Hassan irrelevant. My goal is to amplify counter narratives or counter arguments, rather, to make those counter arguments more visible, so that his arguments don't suck up all the oxygen. I think he is in a position to set the narrative. Like, he has that much influence, and he trains his audience so militantly to be his little minions. That's a powerful like machine. And so I think a lot of people, I think that his version of politics and online politics and sort of like left-wing populism has been the dominant kind of left-wing politics online. And there hasn't been enough pushback, because I think people are afraid of these audiences, because these audiences are frankly vicious.
Why won't you fucking die?
I'm trying to start like an apes together strong type situation where people no longer fear that mob and start aggressively confronting rhetoric that I think is destructive.
Okay, I would probably end up just saying that part of what you see is viciousness from an online mob could easily just as much be people that don't really fully understand where you're coming from, perhaps, and all they see is just an attack against things that they
understand. They just don't like it. That's it.
Themselves value.
Here, look at the stream.
Do
you see that?
Saddam?
Is this you? Is this, what did you just say a moment ago? You're saying I'm confusing viciousness.
This is the person that has a very strange online relationship with Spider. This person is absolutely fucking deranged, man. This is like your standard fucking 18-year-old like mentally ill fucking Twitter user. I don't actually know if they're 18, but whatever. Just like permanent fucking mental health crisis with legs, but
this with what now?
Oh, okay, but we're getting back to the 2%, 8%
no, hang on,
posters doing political content.
What did you just say? You said what you're confusing for viciousness is actually, I can't remember what you just said, right?
It's an attack against things that they just hold as important, basically.
Is that what this is here? Accusing me of supporting pedophilia?
Okay, so let's recap some basic facts about Hutch. Supports Destiny. The claim they're putting there is pedo. Teams up with food shops, someone who has maybe a half a dozen clips floating around on the platform you're looking at, where she avows that she is a pedophile. And then ideal Democratic candidate is Jeffrey Epstein, pedo.
The ideal, the ideal candidate. Yeah. Listen, those are all just facts, Hutch. Don't you understand?
The person's just suggesting that there's maybe a coincidence there. Sure.
What's the coincidence?
Oh yeah, just an yeah, I know. I guess they're just making a few observations about you, bro. What's the big deal?
That you definitely don't seem to have an issue with people with dubious allegations and or admissions on their docket.
Yeah, but here's what I want to know. Like, do you actually think these things are you doing the Hassan strat of just lying, just like making up things and lying?
Here's my good friend Hassan Piker. You know, was part of a notorious fucking misogynistic rape frat. Rapist, by the way, makes excuses for Hamas. Rapist, by the way, makes excuses and glazes and promotes the Houthis who recruit child soldiers, which is just a very different, in some ways, even more brutal form of child exploitation. Isn't willing to say that he wants the protesters to defeat the fucking regime in Iran, the same regime that is responsible for the vast majority of state executions of minors in the last 20 and 30 years. Where the Ayatollah Khomeini also believed that fucking 9-year-old girls were A-OK for sex, pedophile, child abuser. Listen, I'm just making some observations about my guy, Hassan Biker. And they all seem to entail some form of child brutalizing. Is that right? Based?
What's the lie?
You're
What's the
saying
lie?
that...
What's the lie, Ogre Boy? I know he's watching. He's a fucking miserable wretch. What's the lie?
I might be a pedophile,
hold on.
right?
Don't,
That's what you're
as
saying.
opposed to doing this thing where you sit there and you don't say what you think, why don't you just say what you think? Talk about each one of those. You brought it on the screen. Run the list. You do it.
You are the one, right? Are you or are you not accusing me of being a pedophile? Perhaps.
First of all, scroll down because my response is just a meme. It's just a GIF. First of all.
Right, but
it's just a meme. But man, it's literally like 2016 debates with Nazis. It's so fucking cringe.
You're playing into it, right?
Hold on. Run through that list then. You talk about why it's ridiculous then. You have this charge in front of your face from someone that's not me.
I have spent way too much time defending myself against these kinds of things. Like supporting a pedophile is an outrageous thing to accuse someone of doing. And so I'm not going to sit here and like go line by line. I just want to ask you, do you feel like this is like an honest thing that you're doing, or is this you like knowingly lying?
There's no lie.
Where's the lie?
Tell me what the lie is.
Give me a minute.
Okay. Do you need to go take your beta blocker? He needs either his
just so you know, this is why Ogre Boy debates Hutch, because Ogre Boy thinks he can like bully him, basically. This is why he does it. Because he's a coward and bully, and like every other bully, he's a coward. That's why he'll never talk to someone who can actually give it back.
Blocker or his heart monitor. Ban him. Ban this man. Why were you so polite to me? Because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him, right? I don't have any issues with you. By and large, we've had minimal interaction. Is it Smedge? Not funny, dude. Ogre Boy has 35 subs. 91 if you look at my screen. For a part-timer, I'd say that's not terrible.
Every time I do a big stretch, you know that's the rules.
Apparently, I get mentioned in this debate.
God, dead air.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop
You're being a dick
attacking
here, Overboy, let's be
pedophiles?
honest. Well, wait, where's the deserving
What the fuck was that? Ted Cruz.
of the charitability? I have been talking to this fucker for a long time, and I did start off infinitely more charitable than where we're at now.
Oh, so he's not being charitable. Okay. That's crazy.
My emotes have sexual tension with each other. You'll have to explain that one. I'm looking at the YouTube feed, by the way, and it's there's a slight delay. Do I think he is? No, but I already said he doesn't seem to have an issue with people that are tangential or have credible allegations or not wanting to touch the credible allegations. A year ago on Live and Learn, Hutch had the best, most adult.
Hutch is completely stuck.
Oh, he's back.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Did you take your beta blocker?
Let's dive into the discussion here.
Beta.
Okay.
Do you think that it is an appropriate action, just generally speaking, to make stuff up about people?
Where's the line? Where's the line? It's a pedophile.
That you have an ideological difference with? Do you think that lying
you have to tell me what
about
I've made
people?
Up. Tell me what I've made
Do
up.
you think that lying about people is it a part of like a broader propaganda effort for you? Is that what this is?
I'm waiting for you to tell me what I made up.
I'm not going to do the thing where we go line by line.
There's just three of them. It seems like it would be quicker to do it.
I have wasted so much time of my life doing this merry-go-round with you.
God damn, I didn't even want to talk about
it. It is fucking ridiculous to accuse
here we
me of supporting pedophilia.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Here, let me ask you this.
What the actual fuck is wrong with you?
Hold on.
Stop.
A year ago,
being
do you remember what you said?
Don't you understand, Hutch? We're part of the fucking left, okay? We are part of the international solidarity, decolonial, fuck Israel left, okay? Mostly Israel. Mostly Israel. We don't like pedophilia. If you're gonna fuck with a kid, you gotta make them into a soldier, okay? Child conscription based, okay? Heroic, musical people. Not pedophilia though, that's bad. Unless someone calls out calls out an Islamic regime for doing it, in which case that's we'll call them racist.
Said on Live and Learn.
I've said so many things on Live and Learn.
If I sent you a Live and Learn clip, would you play it?
Sure.
Here, hold on. Pretty sure I still have it. I don't think I saved the link in a text file.
No. Wait, hang on. We're not doing this.
What?
Make your point.
Not doing
Make
what?
your point. Just make your point.
A year ago.
Just say what you have to say. Yes.
A year ago, you had maybe when it comes to one of the three claims on that screen.
Yeah.
You had one of the most salient, adult, responsible, mature responses to the parting of ways with a particular colleague of yours.
Which was what?
Which was what? It was, hey,
First of all, colleague, what are you talking about?
Come on. You going to let me finish, or are you going to keep asking questions before I even get done with the statement?
What does it mean to be someone's colleague?
What does it mean to be a colleague? What does it mean to be a coworker, a collaborator?
I am asking you, what does it mean to
someone
be a
that
colleague?
does collabs.
I have never done like regular routine collaborations when I do politics. I have like a podcast on Mondays. And when I played video games with my friends, we would play games together.
Yeah.
And so like my friend Hector and Mike, like they would be considered colleagues to me because we were playing games together for 3 to 5 hours a day, like 6 days a week. You know, like Pisco is a colleague, right? Like we do a podcast together.
Okay. So
Right?
like if you were over at somebody's like studio apartment Like, would that be a color?
For a podcast
If you flew-
appearance
if you flew
one
across the-
time, bro. I am not. You need to get it through your head. I am not responsible for any.
Hutch just isn't equipped for this kind of confrontation. Yeah, you kind of just need to be a bigger asshole with these people. So, yeah. Hutch right now is like frantically turning out his pockets for an anti-Semite who's just accused them of stealing because they want to watch them turn out their pockets. Like that's basically what's going on here.
Anybody else's behavior. Destiny is responsible for his own behavior. I don't like a lot of Destiny's behavior. That doesn't mean that at any point I've ever co-signed everything he ever did. I think your effort to tie people to Destiny, you're just repeating the same strat that Hassan does. This is his way of trying to discredit people.
Dude, fuck Hassan. Hassan can suck dicks in the ninth ring of hell. I'm talking about
his
you.
Behavior, though.
I'm talking about you.
No, but you don't understand. I don't even understand. I'm not even convinced that you understand what you're doing.
No, I'm sapped. Fuck.
This is your way
of
avoiding criticism.
In trouble.
Like
Do you
engaging
want to have
in the substance.
avoiding criticism?
Jesus.
Do you want to talk or not?
I want to talk
Can
about.
you handle whatever
what
it is I'm about to say?
Matt, we talk. What issues do we talk about on Live and Learn? We talk about like electoral strategy. We talk about like the potential angles of a shutdown fight. We talk about maybe what the Trump administration did that week. You want to deflect and derail the conversation.
It's literally something you said on Live and Learn. That's all I want to ask you about.
I am not responsible for. I don't control his.
I'd love to see y'all tag team and debate some of these fools. I might ask Kalinda, but just before Christmas, I jumped into a call on Kalinda's stream because she was talking to snarkers, and it was like 2 snarkers, like actual fucking like snark posters from the, or at least they did all the talking points. And one of them was like a proper fucking A-logger of mine, who I didn't actually know about until a bit later. And then the other one was Ogre Boy. God, it was so fucking funny. They were so out of their depth. They were just so fucking inept. They didn't know anything. And like my favorite thing was just making Ogre Boy admit that he's wrong about something that he's read, because he'll fucking beat around the bush for like 10 minutes, and then eventually he just kind of goes, okay, like that kind of thing where, okay, like as if you're being unreasonable for getting them to concede the point. Like, trying these fucking tactics on me. I'm like, ha 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 ha. Was that the Ukraine talk? No. What's an A-logger? Like someone who, maybe I'm using the word incorrectly. It's someone who basically like stalks you online. Isn't that an A-logger? Like they just log like fucking everything that you, is that right? Oh, fuck. Fuck!
This behavior.
I'm talking about your behavior. Are you avoiding your behavior?
No, you are avoiding a larger discussion about.
He will randomly pop into Kalinda's chat and try to debate your points through her. Yeah, I know he does. I don't know why. I don't know why he can't just bring it up to me. Like the audience is here. The people who believe the points or are receiving it are here. But I don't know. Fuck, it's mental. I don't know why you would do that. Like, why would you have someone who you're scared to talk to? Well, I know why. Like, that's the only excuse, is if you're scared to talk. That's the only explanation, is if you're scared to talk to them. And just try to try to fucking voodoo doll your beef with them through other people.
The actual issues, and you're turning it into a discussion about a content creator that I am not responsible for. You
I was
understand this?
starting off. I was literally starting off talking about actual issues, and because somebody fed you a tweet, you derailed it and you started talking about this. You did that.
I brought that up, Ogre Boy, because this is your tactic.
Ogre's
you said that I am missing the forest for the trees, basically. You said that that it's not that the people that are coming after me are, I don't know how you phrased it, like irrational or whatever. It was that I honestly don't even remember what you said. Can you remind me?
I said basically when it came to your overall,
the people that I focus on and amplify or quote retweet It's not that they're, you know, coming after me. It's that what did you say exactly?
No, it's not a matter. It's not a matter of what you amplify or quote retweet. The people that are coming after you, blah blah blah. It's not that. It's the people that discover you, discover what your project is, your core brand proposition, and then
would you ambush him when he does this to Kalinda, for example? Yeah, I already did that. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, because Kalinda didn't mean it. I don't think. They were in a VC in her server, which I had perms to, so I just jumped in and sat there. And he got really uncomfortable. God, it was so funny, man. Fuck. But then he came in afterwards when some other guy was fighting with me because he thought he had some fucking epic own that he'd read about. God.
there's enmity that's directed towards your way, you're chalking it up to something that another content creator does versus the way they see you interact with people. Mm-hmm. And then you brought up a tweet where the top line item out of 3 items that you don't want to address, the top line item is something that you find great offense with. So as opposed to...
It's the same with Vadim as well, right? Like Vadim doesn't ever fucking come on here like anymore. But he'll talk to Hutch or he'll talk to all these other people. Yeah, there's a lot of it. Seems like Chris Kunzler is the only one from that crowd particularly who's willing to step up to the gauntlet. He's their champion. Dude, imagine being Vadim. Imagine being Vadim for all the years he's been preaching and foaming at the mouth about fucking online politics, soapboxing, getting into fights and drama and shit like that, and having to nominate your champion, a fucking 20-something, like a freshly out of university fucking kid, no disrespect, to be your fucking champion on a topic that you've been talking about for 2 years. Bro. Like, how fucking pathetic. Ugh.
Actually addressing it. Now you're wanting to like go around and around in circles.
What I find offensive.
And what I'm trying to do is talk about your particular...
And accuse me.
Has he been in politics for a long time? Dude, Vadim was like one of the first creators in the BreadTube sphere that I befriended, actually. Yeah. Yeah, he was way... he started off as like during the internet atheist period. He had a channel called Creationist Cat where he would voice over his cat and make these funny videos about like Christians and shit. And then he was there for all of the anti-SJW stuff in like 2014 to 15, 16. Yeah, he's been around for a really long time. Yeah. Was he more awake back then? He's actually quite good at the video editing. Like, he definitely was, yeah. You first talked to him in 2015, crowd. That's crazy. I didn't know anything about this space until like 2017, 18. So yeah. But yeah, this guy, and again, he's made Israel-Palestine like his fucking identity on Twitter for the last 2 years. But for all that, he needs to nominate a fucking comparative toddler to be his champion in debating the topic with like people like Hutch and shit. It's so fucking cringe.
Of supporting pedophiles and supporting pedophilia.
I'm in your mentions?
You're on Twitter, rather.
Well, put that tweet back up. Put that tweet back up.
Okay, listen.
Because I can't be in your mentions. I'm blocked, remember?
You're on Twitter accusing me of supporting pedophilia. And it's the same kind of behavior that I call out for people who weaponize like dead people in Gaza. Now, you will just as flippantly accuse people of supporting genocide.
Okay, how about this? How about we talk about what my probable actual accusation would be, and then you masterfully shoot it down. How about
that? It depends on what this is about, because I am not going to go line by line with you on these ridiculous fucking accusations. Sure. I want to talk about the broader point, which is you guys don't hesitate to smear people. You will say the most outrageous things. It doesn't matter. You'll accuse people of supporting pedophiles and genocide and and it's all a deflection.
Okay, so hold on, let's talk.
You're not comfortable engaging. Let me finish my point and then I'll let you talk, okay?
Okay.
You are not capable of engaging in a substantive conversation about nuanced topics. That was on full display last Monday. That was certainly on display when you had that conversation with Pisco. So instead, what you do is you try to discredit the people that you speak with by accusing them of heinous, evil things, like cartoonishly evil things. That is why.
You know what I don't get? Why do socialists do that? Or why do it's more extremists because MAGA does this as well. Why are they so inclined to do that? Like when you look back at like even the days of Lenin, like it was always stuff like smearing people, or even the French Revolution. Like so much defamation went into their ways of handling political disputes. But I don't think these guys sit there and like be like, oh yeah, what would the French Revolution, what would the Jacobins have done? What would Jacques Hébert have done? Like, I don't think they're actually doing that. Like, what would the cartoonists have done? But somehow they just repeat the same behavior. What would Mao have done? Well, yeah, why are they so inclined to do that? Because I feel like maybe liberals do it as well. I just haven't noticed, but I don't know.
Why you do it is because you don't know how to have these conversations. You just crumble.
Okay,
It's easier to convince people to get on board because it's a digestible narrative. Yeah, but why don't liberals do it as often? Why don't they do it as habitually? Because they'd stand to gain from it, ostensibly. I know you guys are just giving me your fucking top of the dome answers, okay, but you know, do your best.
I can talk now?
You can go.
Okay. The Pisco thing, that was a huge L on my behalf.
Wait, what?
Hold on. Getting some followers. I need to turn that shit off.
Standards. True. Yeah, if you're a liberal, you're just a bad person, you know. Okay.
I just want our undivided attention and nothing else. The Pisco thing, I had been up for like quite a while. I shouldn't have even bothered having that when I was like that fucking tired. So that was a total L on my behalf. It's mine to own. Obviously, I look like fucking dog shit. I did try to watch your playback of it, and I couldn't get past the part where you're talking about Kamala's L's, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So you're basically saying that it's unfounded or that I'm doing smears, right? But you haven't even heard out the rest of what I would say about this particular topic. So when you guys parted ways, the next live and learn after that, do you remember what you said on that particular
part? If you are going to steer this conversation into a conversation about a creator that I am not responsible for and have nothing to do with, then I am not interested in having a conversation with you. It's a waste.
Okay, so then it's not you can't address the fact that it's not a fucking smear then. You brought this up.
This is a waste of my fucking time. It is so obviously the case that I do not support.
I'm going to give you credit.
Pedophilia.
Hold on, I'm giving you credit.
No, don't do this. Don't play this game. If you want to have a conversation,
it's not a game.
If you want to have a conversation about like tactics online, we can have that conversation.
No, it's not Vadim. It's Ogre Boy talking to Hutch. It's Vadim's debate partner.
I'm not going to have 100 conversations with you about a creator that I am not responsible for. Are you responsible for Asmongold's behavior?
I just realized I'm in this fucking valley and I'm killing things that I don't even need to kill. They're slightly different mobs. Okay. But that's the joy. That just means I'm paying attention to the debate, guys. I'm doing my job, okay? Pay me! Love you.
I don't show up in his Discord to have chats with him and collaborate with him. So no,
collaborate with him. I've spoken with him once in the last year. Not that you have any say.
Hold on. Why did you go a year without talking to him?
Not that you have any say on
why did you go a year without talking to him?
None of your fucking business. Why does it matter?
Oh, why does it matter? Well, that's kind of at the core of this, isn't it?
What do you mean? You just accused me of collaborating with someone. Like collaboration, that implies like an ongoing relationship, right? How does one Discord call in 1 year factor into your narrative?
I'd be able to explain.
You're just as responsible for Asmongold as I am for Destiny's behavior. I have nothing to do with Destiny. Me and him overlap on a lot of like political takes. We have similar viewpoints. But I'm not, I do not determine what he does with his time, who he speaks with, what he does with his sex life, like none of that. I have nothing to do with it. And your attempt to tie me to his controversies is a pathetic attempt to just deflect the conversation away from topics that you just crumble.
But I want to talk about your behavior specifically, and you won't even let me talk about it.
Of course you want to talk about that because you crumble when you have any conversation trying to defend your idiotic, incoherent worldview. Of course you want to talk about Destiny.
You brought this up.
Bro, if I was Hutch, I would just... if I was Hutch, I would just hang out with Destiny all the time and just get whatever, you get the benefits from it. Like, you get your content, you get your conversations, you get your fucking one more friend in the space, and you get the viewers. Like, what the fuck? Why? Like, he might as well. Like, he's literally... the problem with these people is that they kind of treat you like you're doing that already. Like Hassan, one of the last things Hassan said to me directly was he accused me of being a fucking Destiny pal or whatever the fuck. Like, I literally haven't spoken to him since the event. I don't plan to. And every time someone comes in chat being like, "Oh, Loner, I really wish you would talk to Destiny again," I usually tell them to fucking drink bleach in a video game. But it's like I've literally... And obviously, that's not been particularly good for me if I was talking about like a career perspective or like getting viewers or whatever, because I'd never expected, given my positions, I never expected to gain any of his detractors as a result of doing that. It's just like, morals or just the situation, I suppose. But damn. But they still, the obsessive fucking... Venn diagram shit that they do is really be a kind of a perverse incentive, I would think.
You want to dwell on it now and dive into like 100 different things
because you're running.
I don't care to have this conversation with you because it's happened 100 times.
They spoke already. Oh, okay.
And it's your way of moving the conversation away from topics that you feel uncomfortable talking about. That's what this is about.
Like what? Here, I'll give you one chance at a diversion. Like what? Pick one.
Literally everything.
Like what? Pick one. Pick one.
You, for example, made the claim that we on Live and Learn, or more me, was not willing to have a conversation about diving into the reasons why Kamala Harris lost the election. When you know that that's not true, you have watched hundreds of hours of my stream. And so I know that you know that I've dived into these topics.
The shit you said finally the other day is the closest I've heard you actually try to give some sort of substantive critique. And
if befriending Destiny would prevent the heat death of the universe, would you do it? How bad is heat death? Like the heat dies. What does that mean? Would you miss it? What? Maybe. It would also have to trigger people like Ogre Boy in this type of a, yeah. Prevent heat death of the universe and also make these guys upset. That'd be all right. Yeah.
That was not the first time. That was not the first time.
That's the first time I've heard it.
Yes. How many times have I talked about Kamala, the reasons why Kamala Harris lost?
I said it's the first time I've heard it. So if I'm the
watch
number
my channel
one,
all the time, bro. There's no way that was the first time. There's no way that was the first time you heard me dive into that.
I want you to think about what you just said. Either you're wrong about how much you think I watch your fucking stream, or you haven't said anything close.
Like several hours a day for weeks and weeks and weeks.
I talk about shit libs constantly. If you see a reflection of that in you,
all the time. I know you watch my stream all the time. Why are you dodging that? I know you watch my stream all the time.
Prove it. Prove it.
Do you watch my stream all the time, Ogre Boy?
No.
How many hours a week do you think you watch my stream, if you had to guess? If I go to your if I go to your Twitter account, how often am I going to see you subtweeting my stream?
In the last
how many days out of the week?
Subtweeting your stream, probably not that many. Talking about you as a political figure or a political commentator and using you as an example.
Okay, but it was
of
like
what not to be like.
Yeah, but you're just making him more relevant, dude. What are you talking about? You need to make him irrelevant. Stop talking about him. What the fuck? Stop giving oxygen to this bald man.
Probably quite a bit.
It was like weeks or months of you blatantly subtweeting the stream. Like you were clearly watching the
2 or
stream
3 posts
several
a day,
hours
and for
a day.
that I've lived rent free in that shiny dome of yours for God only knows how long.
Why do you do that, man? Come on.
Why do I do what?
The bald thing? Like, what is that? That's you repeating Hassan again, but you're bald. Like, what are you doing?
Listen to the tone of your voice and you'll know why I make those jabs.
You're bald.
When you
what
have
jab?
to ask your
what
chat,
jab is this? It's like you jabbing at me for being white. Like, what does that even mean?
I mean, you are, but...
Yeah, but like, how would that make any sense?
The incensed nature of your voice right now is rewarding.
Why would you? But why do you call me bald? You're bald. What is that? What is that? How could you call me bald? How does that make any sense?
Chat, why didn't you guys tell me?
Okay, let's get back on track here, buddy.
Yeah, let's get back on track. You've never, hold on. I know it's been a hot minute since you've been in high school, but haven't you ever seen the circumstance where once you admit something bothers you, that it gets poked over and over and over again?
It doesn't bother me. I don't give a fuck.
It doesn't. But why do you turn around and ask, why do people say that, or why do I say that?
I'm asking why you say it because you're bald.
Because it does bother you.
No, I'm mocking you. You're being unbelievably silly. It is so pathetic to just be like, you're bald, shiny head baldy. You're bald.
I'm bald, but you are definitely shinier than me.
I love being bald. I love being bald, bro. I don't do my hair in the morning. I don't have hair. I don't have any time spent doing hair.
I do really appreciate that admission that this is why Ogre Boy is so selective about who he talks to, because he is a bully. He has the mindset. He has the mentality of a bully. And bullies typically are cowards. They pick on people who they... I guess in this case, he thinks he can stay composed for longer, and that's why he's winning. Or is this Ogre Boy? Yeah, it certainly is.
It's the best. It's just the best thing ever.
I mean, it doesn't bother you then. That's good. That's good. Be proud.
But does it bother you? You're wearing a hat these days.
I am?
Inside. Like, why do you wear a hat inside? What's that about?
I was trying to spare your combined audiences of that much baldness on one screen at one time.
He spent the last 2 to 3 days tweeting at you. Listen, Kraut. Tell him I'll platform a debate between both the pair of you, okay? I won't say a fucking word, okay? I will say nothing. I will just hope. He need not fear the box. Sorry.
An interesting guy. Do you have any siblings?
No, only child. They could only handle one of me.
What would I talk about with him? He's tweeted at you for 3 days. What are you gonna? Of course you think you and this guy don't have substantial disagreements to go over? The fuck? Go nuts.
What state did you grow up in?
Oh, we're not touching that one.
Why?
Why would I want to try to leave breadcrumbs after talking shit about a audience that likes to dox people? Fuck that.
Ooh, doxing.
Why don't I just hold up my fucking social security card to the camera?
Did you grow up in the suburbs, a big metropolitan area, or a rural area?
That's too much information.
Generally, it was probably like the projects almost.
Okay. Did you go to a public school or a private school?
Public.
Were you raised with religion or atheist?
What? Oh, heavy bandages.
Atheist.
Shit.
There was always undertones of like talking about religion in general, and I think when I was younger, I got taken to church several times by my grandparents, but ultimately it was pretty much the bulk of the time I didn't.
Doxing from the state. I have no idea if. Maybe, well, you can get dogs from your state, I guess, if you've got enough of an online footprint and you've left enough breadcrumbs already. Like maybe you've spoken about university or somewhere you used to work. But it's also just, he's a bully, ergo, and therefore a coward. Shit.
It wasn't a very religious household that I did spend the most time in.
Are you still atheist or are you religious?
I have like believies. I have hopes of what happens after I pass on, but I don't live my life by like an overall religious doctrine.
Are your parents left wing or right wing or apolitical?
Never knew my dad for very long, and my mom was pretty much apolitical.
Were you raised with a single mother, or did you have a stepdad?
Single mom.
Do you get along with your mom?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just putting the pieces together, brother.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your findings then?
Nothing yet. I'm just curious.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you want to try to completely steer clear of your call out of me, or do you want to?
I just
feeling
want
like
you guys
want to move on.
No. The reason why I spend a lot of time talking about you guys is because I do think that you guys are just as vicious as like MAGA. In my experience, it's actually been worse.
Dog, look at the overlap for the communities that you align yourself with, and look at how they've carried themselves for years now.
You're doing the Hassan thing
But it's
again.
not. It's
Yes, it
not.
is.
No shit. Did someone actually send me a study on why extremists, or more specifically authoritarian-leaning people, are more likely to smear their opponents? Interesting. Huh. There's a study. There's a fucking study! We haven't read a study on stream in a while. Shit.
It's
yes,
not.
it is. This is
Who
one
was
of
in
his-
your chat the other day?
Hold on, I just have it here. It's right here.
When
Hang
you
on.
spiked
I have
the football,
the-
hold on. No,
I have
hold
the
on,
thing right
no.
here.
When
there's
you
the
spiked the
dialogue tree.
football-
There's the dialogue tree. This is you doing this
That's
one right here, basically.
Cute. But I can point to something that's more fucking concrete. Not same opinion as Asman, but when you were spiking the football over what was it? You yelled into your microphone, "I did that shit." And then who was right there in your chat to go like that it was a good Hassan bad put down moment. But at the same time, they were
put down like a shocked dog. Hey. Well done, guys. Well done.
saying it was never going to be as big as Collargate.
I have
and
no
you
idea who
responded
you're
to that
talking about.
chatter.
I don't remember.
No idea?
I interact with a lot of people.
Mr. Stalkman?
So were you watching my stream then?
I was reacting to it last night, actually.
Oh, okay. And how many days do you do that a week?
In the last week, because of the live and learn shit, it's been a fair amount.
Oh, okay.
Prep, if you will.
Curious.
I answered.
What is this? My favorite interaction with Ogre Boy. Oh, this is from a viewer. Quasar. What did they say? You have a tattoo of Hassan. You have no right to call someone a shill. The guy with a Hassan tattoo is trying to insult me. You have a Hassan tattoo. You have no power. Post deleted. Post deleted. Post deleted. They're all on the same day, are they? Okay. Damn. This one simple trick. All caps.
Answered. I started off this conversation saying that I was reacting to. I was gonna sit there and sit through you reacting to me and Pisco last night, but I couldn't make it through your Kamala critiques.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Wait, do you even disagree with my Kamala critiques?
I thought they were incredibly weak. Yes.
Yep.
You thought they were weak?
Why would you? Yeah. What, he thinks she thinks she herself committed genocide, not that she helped it, that she actually did it. Yeah, Hutch, get on board.
Like which one do you think was weak? Because I rattled off like 10 things, I think.
You did 3, and then you hit a wall where you're like, I'm struggling here.
I don't think
and
so.
I was like,
no.
"Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Hang on, Chad. Didn't I
You
rattle?
did the-
Didn't I
oh
rattle?
my God,
Didn't
I
I
don't care
rattle
about
off?
Yeah, only 3, dude. Make some up like we do. Yeah, just make some up. That's how we do it over here on the fucking left. Let's go.
Like 10 things.
You said the
want me to do it
failure to
now?
separate her dog. You said her failure to separate herself, and you said, to be fair, you used the words a betrayal, but then ultimately you still turned around and said that you can hold multiple things in your head at the same time and still think she did the best she could, even though you're saying that what she did was
I
a
did not say
betrayal of
the best.
the public.
I did not say the best. I said she did a pretty good job. I did not say the
Okay,
best she
sure.
could.
Fine.
That's the whole point. If she did the best she could, then I wouldn't really have any criticisms, right?
That's not true.
If I say that you did the best you could, then what could I criticize you on?
if I failed, there would still be critique as far as what caused me to fail, right?
Yeah, but if you did the best you could, then how can you criticize someone for giving it their best? How does that make any sense?
You've never heard of constructive critique?
I'm struggling reconciling the two things here, but sure.
Come on.
Oh, hang on. Let's get on topic here.
So if somebody, well, no, this is the topic, right? So if somebody goes on stage and does a dance number or some shit like that, ultimately, even if they did their best, at the end, you could say, hey, look, next time you might want to focus on these areas, something like that, right? It's not to shame them or whatever, but to help them get better.
Sure.
Wouldn't that be a fair thing to say?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So there you go. You could end up still having critique, even if you said the best. So that wasn't really a valid.
I don't know. Maybe I want to listen to the fucking soapbox Vanguard guy again, do I?
But you should quote me correctly though, because like the whole point of the conversation was that we were diving into the mistakes that she made, but you're over here saying that I did the best she could. I think it sounds like you're committed to a kind of narrative in your brain that I just hardcore
for as much
fangirl Kamala.
For as much as I treat
wrong.
you the way you treat Hassan, I don't have you absolutely burned into my brain as much as you want to spin that narrative.
I think you think about me more than I
true.
think about Hassan.
Oh,
say again?
I think you think about me more than I think about Hassan.
Brother, actually, if we get around to it, if we last this long in the conversation, I'll tell you why that's not true.
Okay. Well, let's get back on topic here.
So you said that she did a really good job. You went on to talk about,
I think I said pretty good job.
Next one. I just said that.
Well, you said really good job. I said pretty good job.
I said pretty good. Irrelevant. So you went on to talk about her descriptions were too technocratic, not the policy, but you said that she should have just said, I want to help.
This is boring. When do they mention you? Well, if you find the timestamp, we'll jump to it. And if you send me $2,000, I'll just find it myself.
You get into a house and not talked about the policy, which at that point I was rolling my eyes hard as fuck, because at that point you're no longer talking about what your policy even is.
No, I didn't say. No, hang on. I didn't say don't talk about the policy. I said when you're pitching the policy, like in a stump speech or something like that, you don't need to get into such minutia and the policies that she chose.
Semantic.
Semantic. You said
yes. You're trying to argue based on. You're trying to just argue based on semantics. What I said is still valid.
Ogre, you said that you seem to think that I said that Kamala should not detail her policies.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
And
that is not what I said.
Okay. But am I wrong?
What do you mean? Yes, you're wrong. That's not what I said.
Okay, so what did you say? Go ahead. Tell me what you said.
When you're pitching your policies, like the slogans,
turn out
these
your
kinds
pockets.
of things, you need to make it like super basic. If you're on a stump speech, then you don't need to get into the details. Also, the policies themselves were a bit technocratic instead of being more broad. Now she was like,
oh yeah, yes, I understand that Cenk, who has been basically flirting with this shit for well over a year, now believes that the 9/11 story isn't actually true because of passports or some shit. Yeah, he's a fucking retard. He's just a retarded fucking ox dipshit. Yeah. Well, whatever makes him happy.
Playing it safe, and that makes sense in the context of her 107-day campaign. But I think obviously in retrospect, that was a mistake. But if she's sitting down and having a conversation with an interviewer and they ask her to like detail her policy, obviously like talk about the policies, right?
Sure. But ultimately still, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, but what do you think about the idea of earn your vote? That was also, and I'll tie this in just a second, but the idea of earn your vote, that being an elitist, entitled,
I think it's
how dare people.
I think in the context of American politics and a two-party system, it's...
How do you feel about someone like Pisco pushing anti-Israel as a Democrat policy like these lefties? I don't actually know what his position on Israel is. It sounds like he buys into the genocide and America should break off from them. That seems to be Pisco's position, but I don't really know what he's based that on. Or I don't know. I wonder if he would talk about it. Feels like it's a bit of a fucking out of date topic, but but good do.
It's kind of thought term.
Hey, Bad Company, thanks for $5. How do you? Oh wait, sorry, I just did that. Jesus Christ, my. Whoa. It's because someone said goal afterwards. I was like, wait, what? Hey, Mike, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Jordan, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Wow. Shit. MH, thanks for the $5. Blanking on details, thanks to the 25 PLN. Applying a pressure valve on the goal chat. The donor class strikes again. Young Turks. Young Turks! I remember that. Booth Clouds, thanks for the super chat as well. I appreciate it. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do another goal, guys. Well done. Very cute. But I don't know. I don't know. Fuck. It's so annoying. I feel like I spent so much time. There was a little bit last year. I was doing research on the war in Gaza and like all the claims about it, like which ones I thought held up and which ones I thought didn't. But by the time I'd done all of that, a whole bunch of other shit came up as well. It came up. It's just such a like horrible whack-a-mole thing. Like, do I really want to spend time investigating the claim that Israel used thermobaric weapons to vaporize 3,000 people? So that's why they need to add that to the death toll, even though we have no idea who they are or where they died, or because they're fully vaporized. Like, can that even happen? Do I need to look into that? That just sounds like fucking nonsense. But fuck. It's like the quadcopter sniper drones, which apparently there's no evidence, at least officially, that they've been deployed on any battlefield anywhere on the planet. But apparently they also kill loads of children, and there's no footage of any of this happening. It's just, we know it happened. I don't know. So yeah, it's annoying. I feel like if I got into a debate about Gaza now, I would just be dealing with like 50 new, completely fresh out of the oven claims that I've never even heard of before.
Terminating, to be honest with you, when you say that, no, well, first of all, like Kamala for sure earned my vote. Like I didn't, she's.
But hold on, that's not what I'm asking. That's just on the overall concept. Period.
Let me finish my point.
The reason I promise I'm going somewhere with this.
Well,
whether you think she earned your vote,
you asked me a question.
Whether you think she earned your vote is irrelevant. That's not what's important.
Fine, we don't need to talk about that. The reason why I think it's thought terminating. You asked me what I.
Tally, thanks for $5. Vaporizing my bank account for the box. Wow. Very kind. Like I did a bit of reading about police forces and I might do this later. I did a bit of reading about police forces going and to different countries to do training to see if there was anything special about the training that they do with Israel, or if we know anything about it. I couldn't find much about ICE or the NYPD, but there was the LAPD actually got an Inspector General report done into them, looking into their foreign training programs. And then I did a little bit of a deep dive about American police in other countries that they train with, or other countries besides America that also send their cops into different countries to train. There were a few kind of interesting things I came across. I came across a couple of very interesting little tidbits, so I might do that later. I also would ask the question, and I know what the counter is to this, but I don't think it's a good counter. A question would be, is if American domestic policing is so brutal because they've learned techniques from Israel, why are currently there protests in like every Palestinian town in Israel of people who are claiming that there's not enough Israeli police activity in their communities, like because of the gang crime? And then a counter to that would be, well, actually, the neglect is that is the abusive policing. Like the neglect is the bad policing. Like the neglect of those communities, the racial preferences and all that shit. But then I'm like, okay, what? So is the claim that American police are going to Israel to learn how to neglect communities? To do what? They go to an Israeli counter-terror program and they just say, yeah, just do nothing. Like what? I don't know. Just leave them be, because that's not really what they're doing. Or another, yeah, that Another question would be, what technique in particular do you think they're exhibiting from an Israeli police training session? What, like the guy standing in front of a moving car going, whoa, and then shooting someone and calling her a fucking bitch? Like, which part of that procedure was taught by Israel, would you say? Or the shooting of Alex Prey, like, what part there do you think was taught by the Israeli police? Like, or there's another question you could ask, which is just like, okay, if I go to, let's say I go to fucking Nazi Germany and I just start asking them to tell me how to treat Jews, and then I come home and start abusing Jews, whose fault is that? Is it my fault? Or like, if you go to a country for training or for a seminar or something, the methods that you employ back home, whether you learned it in a different country or not, are your choice. So it's interesting that the police claim is like overlapping with Zog stuff, even though they claim to not believe in Zog, a lot of those people, because that's like a right-wing take. I don't know.
But I thought about like the phrase, you got to earn my vote.
And I would agree with you.
The reation why I think it's thought terminating.
There are also, my God, I'll do it later. I won't say which right now, but there are quite a few very interesting international exchanges and policing training programs that I came across that are far more strange than anything involving American police and Israel. But yeah, we'll see.
Is because in the context of an American election for the president, if you rob JD Vance's opposition, the only competitive opposition, of a vote, that amounts to material support for JD Vance. So you can't turn around and ask me, well, what did Kamala Harris do to earn my vote if you didn't vote for her? Because then I would just turn around and say, well, what did JD Vance do to earn your material support?
Okay.
Don't leave us hanging. Tell us about it. Okay, I'll tell you about it so people can send me links, because I only read about this in an article. I didn't actually read anything extensive on it, but okay. This is what I would like to maybe learn a bit more about, if there's much information on it, because I think a lot of these seminars, they don't really have like, post seminar reports or whatever. This event here, if you want a preview, and you can do this, go look up Great Wall International Forum on Counterterror from 2019, and if you can figure out why that's such a funny overlap, why that's such an interesting find.
Okay, but sure. The reason I'm asking
we can't just gloss over that. Do you agree?
No. But that's still irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant? You asked me what I thought about earn your vote. How is that irrelevant?
Oh my God. Because the point shouldn't be whether or not somebody tries to earn someone's vote. It's what are you going to do to motivate someone to go out to the polls? That's the point. I was just trying to take a couple of steps before we get here. And what I would say, right, is that when people are struggling with like rent on their apartment, if they hear about a one-time first homeowner loan or a credit towards their first-time home purchase, and they're struggling with rent on their apartment, then what does that do to motivate that person to care and go out and vote?
I agree.
Yeah. Well, I wish you would have agreed like 6 or 8 months ago, because it would have saved us both a lot of time.
No, hang on. You're building off of my point. Like my point was that the policies that she chose were not necessarily like bad policies. Like I like the idea.
This isn't something that you were doing like 6-8 months ago, period.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? We talked, dude, there was like 2 months straight where all we talked about was how Kamala Harris could have run better campaigns. And then as time went on and more post-election autopsies came out. But is the policy a better
campaign, or is that a better position to have? There became a clearer image of like why she lost the election. And so, the conversation changed as more data emerged, and then things start to become clearer in hindsight. That's not really like a big deal, right? Like, right? For you to have a deeper understanding of an election loss 5 months after the election versus 1 month, that kind of makes sense, right? It makes sense, but when you're yelling about how like the course that people are on is headed towards an iceberg, and that she's not meeting the moment, when people are throwing red flags, when like say like an influencer ends up tweeting like, oh my God, this is terrible, and people are concerned, those people are shunned because they're trying to say in advance that what's happening isn't good. It's not on a right path.
But the people you're referencing have no bona fides to speak of to be lecturing people on how to win elections.
Okay, but in that same regard, neither do you.
Well, I think that the things that I talk about are more in line with what the electorate demonstrates with their votes and through opinion polls.
Yeah, but you change your mind with the wind, man. As soon as you see a poll after the fact, that's when you finally take a bold stance on something.
Wait. Hold on. Can it make sense?
Because in any conversation that you've almost ever had, one of your defenses is always, when is the polling ever backed up this thing or this item that somebody's talking about? Because when you can't speak to it in any other way, you want to default to polling from some other era that isn't even remotely like the one that we're in.
I don't even know what you're referring to there, but like, let me ask you something.
Are you talking about the Sharp Blade International Sniping Competition with 31 countries participating? Yes, I am, yeah. I'll just do it now. It's just, it's interesting that people will take the fact that America does training in Israel as well as like loads of other countries, but because it's Israel, we're gonna blame American police conduct on training with Israel. If you're gonna make that argument with these incredibly loose connections, did you know that in 2019, China hosted a 4-day international forum on counterterrorism called the Great Wall? They called it like the Great Wall session or whatever the fuck. And the theme was special force sniping. Do you guys remember what happened? And Israel attended along with 30 other nations, France, Pakistan. So they're going to China to do this little fucking forum on sniping called Great Wall. Does anyone remember what happened in 2019? That's to do with Great Walls and sniping. It was the March of Return. So Israel, it happens just before. So the Great March of Return happens, it tails off at the end of December 2019. And then later that year, in June, the Israeli representatives from the police and military go to China for some forum that involves special forces sniping to share strategies and experiences. It's like, imagine if I said that and since these people don't give a fuck about details, my point being is like, this is basically the kind of evidence that people use to say that ICE are like spiritually Israeli, was the phrase Hassan used. Well, then why was the Great March of Return response not spiritually Chinese? The Great March of Return happens, and then 6 months later, China brings Israel over for a 4-day conference to share fucking strategies on sniping. Okay. That's just very fucking funny. That's just fucking hilarious. But okay. But again, there's a lot of little... it was the army, though, not the police. It was both. It was military and police that went to this thing. And also, Israeli security forces police were also involved in the March of Return. It wasn't just the military. Yeah, I guess Israel was just having a very Chinese time of its life. But I don't know what was happening there. Was China being spiritually Israeli in their crackdowns on fucking Uyghurs and Tibetans? Or was Israel being spiritually Chinese? I don't know.
Can it make sense for a politician to, and when I say make sense, I should be more specific. Can it be advantageous, like good political strategy, for a politician to not support a policy when it's, let's say, for example, polling at 30%, and then switch in favor of support of that policy, and in fact advocate for that policy if over time it changes and then lands at like 60%?
Not when the opposition constantly campaigns because
I was on the Gaza border base in the summer and spring of 2019. I can confirm that we were all speaking Chinese. Well, you heard it here. That's it. Straight up. No getting around that.
because they know that their platform across the board is dog shit.
I don't understand how that answers my question.
Okay. Yeah, I'll walk you through it.
Can you unpack it?
I'll walk you through it,
please. Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Hold my hand. Yes.
What? How? If you were to try to 20 words or less, like the way that the Republican Party has basically been like completely Fox Newsified over time. And how rare is it that you don't put it on Fox News and that some fucking Republican ghoul is on there hyping up whatever the next phase of like the Republican agenda is going to be, or defending something?
No, don't kill the stack.
Screaming from the top of the fucking hill about whatever it is the Republicans are doing is good and awesome and definitely needed.
Wait, is this my stack or is this theirs? I don't know. The yellow means it's mine. Yeah. Okay, good. Because it would gray otherwise.
It's pretty constant, right?
I'm not gonna lie, you've completely lost me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no!
I'm asking you: can it make sense for a politician to withhold support for a policy when it's really unpopular, and then come out in favor of the policy when it becomes popular?
Because it shows a lack of long-term planning and commitment and conviction, whereas the Republicans constantly, even when their policies are dog shit, even when they're doing culture war like garbage, they are constantly putting their faces in front of the camera and acting like they're campaigning every single day.
How's that working out for them right now?
Well, by and large, I mean, their polling is dog shit because they don't really give a fuck about governance. The whole thing is about getting into power and then stripping all of the systems and tearing them down to shit.
Yeah, I mean, everything that Trump is doing is unpopular right now.
Yeah, sure, but they're also making like gazillions of dollars every fucking every week.
I'm talking
selling
about
off.
Well, this isn't a conversation about people's net wealth. It's about the politics of America, right? See, this is what I think. It's good that you brought this up because I think you're getting at.
We're never getting another research stream, are we, chat? Bro, I've literally got 1,100 viewers for playing a video game and listening to two baldies fighting. Like, what do you... I'm sorry, okay? You guys are part of the market, okay? You guys are the market. Accept what we are as a species, okay? This is the world we live in. Good luck.
At a larger kind of philosophical disagreement that you and me have. Like, to me, I think that if we're going to use your framing, right? You're talking about being principled, right? Like Bernie Sanders, something you hear a lot about Bernie Sanders from his supporters is that he's had the same views for like 50 years, right? And for me, when I think about like actual political effectiveness or what leads to building majorities in Congress and winning presidential elections and then actually like delivering on a legislative agenda, what do your principles mean if you're removed from positions of power? Like, how did it benefit you to be principled, right? Like, well,
Fambongo, thanks for $5. Would be 1,500 viewers if this was Baldur's Gate 3. If I play a game after TBC, it will be Baldur's Gate. I feel like, but it would have to be dedicated time, like post stream or weekend or something. But yeah, I'm quite curious. I've looked into a bit of Baldur's Gate. It definitely seems like my kind of game. Like I'd be into it. So who knows? But I don't think I could react to stuff and talk to people while I'm playing. That would be mental. It's definitely takes a bit of fucking focus. Return to the Throne of Elements. Oh, okay.
You know, back in 2020, when all the defund the police kind of rhetoric was going on, what were you saying about all that at the time?
I felt a lot of the commentators that were tossing away the defund rhetoric. There were people specifically that would say they understand they understand what the goals of the movement are. They think that a lot of the logic is sound, but because the slogan is garbage, that they weren't going to touch it. Yeah. And to me, I felt like that was a bit of a failure, because the entire point of anybody sitting in front of a camera and speaking into a microphone is to convince people or sell people on things.
Yes.
You shouldn't abandon a movement because of a bad sloganeering. If the topic and of what the movement is about is important to you, you need to figure out a way to sell the movement to your audience past a bad slogan. Take ownership of it and create your own fucking slogan and still try to help with that movement.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. Okay, so you did think it was a bad slogan and they should have come up with a different slogan.
No, that was the criticism of the movement itself. That was the thing that I was speaking out on.
What did you think?
I literally just said.
No, but sorry. What did you think of the slogan? Did you think it was a bad slogan?
The idea of what was behind it, I understood. So I didn't put that much stock and trade into the slogan itself. I looked at what they were pushing for, the ideas that they were pushing for, and I didn't mind them at all.
So you were
I thought it was a good idea.
You were not pushing people to change the slogan, right?
No, because I understood what they wanted.
All right, this is a really
it's like the river to the sea argument, right? I understand where the I understand where the intentionality of the people that are doing the protesting is coming from. So I'm not trying to critique them on that.
So this is a perfect example of what
it's so stupid. As long as you say something with good intentions, then it's fine. Doesn't matter what it might mean to other people? Okay.
I'm talking about, okay? Because I remember at the time, I got into a debate with somebody else who does content, and I was saying the slogan is bad. We need to change the slogan. It's turning people off. Yeah. And the person I was interacting with was saying, why should we have to change the slogan? It's not my problem. It's not my job to educate them. This is kind of the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Where it's like, okay, that person in that moment.
It's not my job to educate them. The education being one sentence. Oh yeah, we mean equal rights and civic democracy. That's the education that they think they possess when they say that fucking bullshit, right? It's so retarded. Like, no, what you're really saying is that you're afraid that you might get asked a follow-up question, like, do they want that? Does either side want that?
I bet they felt very principled, like they were sticking with their principles.
But I'm not that person.
That I know, I'm speaking more broadly.
Sure.
But in that moment, that person valued the optics of being viewed as principled over the actual chances of such a policy being adopted. Like, I asked them straight up, would you change the name of the slogan if you knew that it meant that the policy would be adopted nationwide? And this person said no.
Oh.
So to me, that is like touching on what we're talking about here. And it kind of relates to what we're talking about with the polls.
Damn, who's that person? They sound based. They sound so based. Wait, do I have to do something in this tree? Oh, I don't know.
Like, I think generally speaking, politicians should not run elections and campaigns on unpopular policies. I think generally running on a policy that polls at like 30% is bad. And that you should probably find policies that poll well with the American public and then run on those policies.
I hear you. Hold on. So there's a couple different issues with that. The first one being, you just weaved from the conversation about the sloganeering versus the policy in the case of defund the police, but you're still missing my point. The idea is if there was an anti-spousal abuse, if there was like an anti-spousal abuse movement, and they had a slogan of like, "Oh, come on, give her a break," or something like that, and you thought it was fucking atrocious and dumb and whatever, right? Would you suddenly go, I'm not going to push for anti-spousal abuse related items anymore to my community because I don't like this slogan for this one movement?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I mean, that kind of is.
No.
No, it's not, you fucking retard. Like, the difference is that anti-spousal abuse, opposing spousal abuse is always a good thing. Whereas turning Israel and Palestine into a single country where they just have to get along or learn to get along or even want to get along because some Westoid said so is bad. Defund the police is bad. Done. Boom. Retard.
No, I never said that people.
I don't think the river to the sea is a really good idea. I think it's right. Oh, what? You're against nice things? Like a solution that neither side in the region wants? Oh, okay.
Should have abandoned a policy goal of like redirecting some of the funds that go to police departments, for example, to go to like social workers. I
So
never
did you
said
keep
to abandon
talking
those.
about that?
I talked about it a lot on my stream in 2020.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Good. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I mean, I'll give you credit. I know other people that absolutely didn't because they thought that the slogan was trash, so they stopped talking about it. They came up with,
Okay,
if anything,
not
they
me.
came up with contrarian positions to try to push away from it.
Right. I wasn't doing that. So
Okay, fair. I was just making a broader point.
how much do you think a president that is like sufficiently charismatic, how much do you think he could, like a president or a political leader can change
Actually, hold
public
on.
opinion by themselves?
Hold on, put a pin in that. Hold on, because I want to finish the other thing. Again, this is in line with what you were saying.
Okay.
You were, correct me if I'm wrong, you were just making some point along the lines of like, and you were basically saying, and therefore for that reason, that's why you shouldn't get behind a policy that is or isn't popular based on where the polling is at any given moment, right?
Using polls to determine
Using polls to determine, right?
Yeah, which policies that you should like craft a platform with. Yeah.
Okay, but if we look at the other side of the aisle and the way that they use that in the wrong direction and then still make traction, right? Roe v. Wade was never, repealing Roe v. Wade was something that was never nationally popular in the country, correct?
That
Would you say
was
that's correct?
That's correct, but that was not a bill through Congress. They stacked the courts, and then the
But it
courts
was still
imposed that.
was still a movement. It was still a movement that the Republicans were constantly pushing for. They were using it like a carrot and a stick.
That
correct?
was them pandering to their base, yes. But they were also, but also
carrot and stick.
Yeah, but also people like Donald Trump was targeting the center, like in all three of his presidential runs.
Yeah, he was kind of
he wasn't
Trump was in 2016 at least. He was very ambiguous on a lot of. Or he gave a lot of mixed messages on a lot of social issues, even trans issues. Trump was fairly, like trans bathrooms, I'm pretty sure Trump just gave the correct take on it at one point in 2016. But, yeah.
I'm talking about Republicans in general. Just hold on, just for a moment before you pivot to Trump.
You know,
I'm just
but
saying Republicans in general.
all politicians, unless you're living in like a deep red or a deep blue state, those politicians will do nothing but sort of pander to the base. But every other politician in the Congress, every other presidential candidate that went on to win, they all pivoted to the center. They all tried to appeal to moderates every single, because you have to. You cannot win without some support, right?
So true or false, they were using repealing Roe v. Wade as a carrot and a stick, even though it...
Yes, Mina, what can I do for you? What's the power? She wants to tell me that she loves this content. No, I can tell. Oh, okay. Actually, it's a fundraiser. That is, thank you for reminding me. This is, we were talking to Anna just before the weekend, Ukrainian Anna, and she was talking about this fundraiser for people who are struggling with heating and electricity and blankets and whatever the fuck else, because the power systems have been knocked out by the Russians. It's a very cold winter. So there's this fundraiser here. 19 days. Warm hug for UA. So I'll give you that. I will put it in the chat and pin it. Fucking stag. Go away. Hey. Hey. All right. Let me see. Where is it? You can connect a stream to a fundraiser. Well, I'll learn that another day, okay? Can't do that today. Don't know what that means. Don't know what happens. Boom. And I can pin. Tito, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Even if you're progressive, you should hate these people because they make primaries seem hopelessly rigged against progressive voters when they're not. Yep. But if you're progressive, you're more likely to believe it is rigged. So.
It wasn't majority popular in the country, correct?
Yes, they were. Yes.
Okay, so
That
everything
was
else at
them.
that point, all that other shit you said, I'm sorry, but that doesn't.
No, it does not
like,
erase.
I don't care.
No. It does not erase. You have to do both. Like politicians have to do both. Like throw red meat to the base to get them like energized, but then also like be tactical and target the middle. Like for example, Donald Trump, when he was hyping up tariffs, that was him trying to appeal to centrists, because even though tariffs are bad for like manufacturing jobs and
unbombed opinions, I did like that.
Raise prices, people didn't know that.
Okay.
Like they heard him talking about tariffs, and the way that he framed it was, I'm going to bring manufacturing
It's not
jobs
to say that you can't.
back.
It's not to say that you can't have a toolbox filled with a lot of different things. I would agree with you in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that you only do one thing and that you only carrot and stick on one item. Or on every item or whatever. Take things that are across the board deeply unpopular and then hold on to them until they're suddenly popular. But I would say that you should at least have one big, bold item, one incredibly bold item, whatever it may be, even if it's a public option. They should be talking about a public option right now. Biden, I agree, the votes weren't there, but I think it's a self-licking ice cream cone. If you're not even putting, if he didn't even unroll a website where here's what the public option legislation would have looked like, right? Doesn't matter, no votes or not, doesn't matter. To say, here's what I would be willing to do, and now like FDR, I believe it was FDR said, like, go out and make me sign it, get people excited behind it, tie it to voter outreach. Say, look, I want to do this for the American people, but ultimately I need support in all 50 states, and use that as a way to get people excited, right? You have one thing that right now might not even be majority popular, but that in turn you're setting the standard to say this is our goal for what we want to do for the American people.
That's what the 2020 that's what the 2020 campaign was about, though. That was when he
won.
Yes. Yeah.
And then for example, the public option, why wasn't there ever even an unveiling of what the program might actually even look like?
I would assume that there was in 2020.
So he put.
I'm looking for his campaign webpage.
This could be a teachable moment for me.
Okay,
but I wasn't aware that it ever even was like announced what it would look like.
Well, what do you mean what it would look like? Like, hold on, public option.
What was the program going to look like? What was the policy going to look like? It was said. It was mentioned as a
whether
means
you're covered through your employer, buying your insurance on your own, or going without coverage altogether. Biden will give you the choice to purchase a public health insurance option like Medicare.
No. The policy, like the legislation for it.
Legislation, do you understand, is like hundreds of pages. He gave you like the basic outline of what a public option is.
So that's a suggestion, yes. But
the question is, but he didn't bring a full bill to Congress. Maybe because he only had a 50-50 in the Congress and it wouldn't have gone through because a couple of Democrats would have opposed it. It's not that, is it? That would be way too simple for me, an unruly Scott dipshit, to understand that that's the reason that didn't become a part of the program, that didn't get legislated. Am I wrong?
I'm talking about like the way that Trump will turn around and put like ass blast some garbage website.
I'm looking at
that talks about.
Hold on, I'm looking at his campaign page right now.
Yeah, but that's as empty as saying Kamala wants to help put you in a house. Like that's not what the policy would look like.
Giving Americans a new choice, a public health insurance option like Medicare. If your insurance company isn't doing right by you, you should have another better choice. Whether you're covered through your employer, buying your insurance on your own, or going without coverage altogether, Biden will give you the choice to purchase a public health insurance option like Medicare. As in Medicare, the Biden public option will reduce costs for patients by negotiating lower prices from hospitals and other healthcare providers. It will also better coordinate among all of the patient's doctors to improve the efficacy and quality of their care.
I hope Orgabo isn't suggesting that Biden should have actually drafted legislation in a campaign. What the fuck? What's his angle here?
Care and cover primary care without any co-payments. and it will bring relief to small businesses struggling to afford coverage for their employees.
Okay, the campaign website is not giving you what the policy looks like.
What do you think the paragraph was that I just read?
No, he wants.
What
He wants a bill.
details are you looking for
He
that you
wants
didn't
a
get?
congressional bill.
Brief rhetoric about what it could end up being versus like, yeah, Trump never unveiled what his plan was going to look like or what his plan actually was. But in turn, he kept saying, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the best healthcare you've ever had. You're going to have healthcare so good. But at the end, he never fucking actually unveiled what the plan looked like.
I'm just confused because
Yeah, this new iPhone's going to have a camera. Oh, yeah? Let me see the schematics, bitch.
just read you a paragraph of him sort of broadly describing what a public option would be. It is a government-run health insurance option like Medicare that people can buy in to, and then those markets will compete with like the private markets.
Okay, we're
right?
talking past each other. It's fine.
We're not. You're saying that he didn't.
When Warren,
I think.
True believer, thoughts on the nature of mass movements. I think it explains a lot of the psychological similarities between MAGA, lefties, and historical movements.
I have not read it, but thank you for the $10 and the recommendation. Might look into it. Who knows? Sounds good though. Sounds like something I want to learn about. Hutch doesn't actually. He I don't think he appreciates how stupid Ogre Boy is. That's what's going on there. Josie the Hosey, that's the $20. Wow, that's so generous. Huge. Biggest one of the day, guys. Fattest fucking dono. Fuck.
Hey, when Warren and Bernie both, hold on. When Warren and Bernie both were talking about what Medicare for All and whatever the fuck Warren was calling her version of it, it was actually, it went down more into nuts and bolts about like how much people were going to, it's how.
Like a manifesto. Maybe that's okay to ask for, but is it normal for American, Democrats and Republicans they don't actually do manifestos, do they? Also, Booth Clouds, thanks for the 30 shekels. Really appreciate that. Ogre Goy. Wow, terrible.
How you know that like taxes were going to go up in relation to it. All of that sort of the mechanics of it, right?
Can you give me
it sounds like he wants a manifesto, which is still not quite draft legislation. I wouldn't really call a manifesto that. Why are you citing two people who lost, who didn't even win the primaries? Okay. Thought you wanted to win. They wanted the Democrats to succeed and be better. Is this game fucking bottlenecking again? I have to kill 20. I have to kill 19 more bucks. As well as all those rock wankers. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. Is this what would have won the election? What? If more people read about the public option, if they had like what like what are we talking about here? Like a 2-pager or an executive summary or a 1,000-page document? What the fuck? This would be a really valid question. Why the fuck is this the... Why is this the discourse? If that's a request, then shouldn't people also be asking where the plan is for River to the Sea? Shouldn't the protesters have a policy platform for that? Because these exist for the two-state solution. They exist for the Geneva Conventions, the Geneva Accord, or for the Olmert Plan, or for, we have some documentation for Camp David. Oslo, obviously, is public. the Yossi Beilin European Union-esque agreement, the Jordanian-Palestinian Confederation. The only one-state solution document I've ever seen that actually goes into the nuts and bolts was from Gaddafi's son, the guy who wanted to call it Isratine, the one-state United States of Isratine, because he's joining Israel Palestine. You got it. Churro Bandit, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Goddamn. Fuck. Man, when you don't have fucking food in this game, you are so precarious. Wait, why did my desktop mute? What the fuck? Jesus.
Like Medicare that Americans can buy into that will reduce costs because they will be.
By how much?
I don't have those figures on me right now, but like they get into. Hang on.
That would be great to know, right? Wouldn't that be great to know?
Did Bernie get into like hyper specific? It'll reduce, 25% and this and that. Da, 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 da?
Yeah, it was going to be free to the point of service, and talking about how much, he talked about the amount people pay annually, the amount the country pays annually.
Did he get into details about how much people's taxes would go up?
Yes, that's how we know. That's how we know the figures that came out since. That's how we know that there would have been.
Wait, okay. So he said you would be taxed by X% more each year.
The figures on the plan ended up coming out, yes, and that was why there was even critique about it in the moment.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he
so
ever
how do we know?
answered that
how do we
question.
know that the taxes? So wait, how do we know that the taxes were going to go up?
No. To my knowledge, and it's been like how many years now?
Because he
10
said
years?
it was going to come out of your check.
He said
it was going to come out of your taxes. Yes.
No. I'm agreeing with you on this point that he said that you would be paying less overall because there'd be less administrative costs, and here's the CBO analysis, or here's this like independent group like estimate, da da da. But to my knowledge, he never said, this tax bracket, their taxes are going to go up 5%, and this tax bracket, theirs are going to go up 7%. Right? Well, I don't know if it was a CBO. First of all, I just said that, but I don't think that's the case. I think CBO only estimates stuff that is actually proposed, right? I'm pretty sure.
Okay, let's say you were right. Hold on. Let's say you were right. And then he did submit it to the CBO. That means he submitted a plan that someone could look at, and then they gave a report out so that people knew about what was going up. Why are you backing away from it then?
No, you're backing away. You're saying that he got into details that Biden didn't, but then you're also claiming.
Never mind. I can see why they do smears. It's because they can't fucking argue policy for dick. Because it's such a stupid fucking. Why are we talking about this? Why the fuck are we talking about this whole thing about this? The same people that defend River to the Sea, no elaboration, no concern for what people in the region think about it, or whether or not they would, even the people you're advocating for would want it, even one side not even wanting it, to talking about an election campaign from the Democrats and be like, why didn't they elaborate more on this public option policy? Why didn't they make an executive summary of what the legislation would look like, or make a manifesto pledge? And that's what would really pull over those fucking normie grass eating normie libs. Come on.
I mean, that he said that he told people how much their taxes were going to go up, but that's not true, though.
Hold on. Lean forward and ChatGPT it then.
You want me to ask Copilot? Hold on.
I thought you were a ChatGPT guy.
Did Bernie Sanders ever tell people how much?
Like, he's just doing this to troll him, right? Like, there's no logic behind this kind of line of questioning.
Hold on. Yeah, specifically
just
how much.
Hold on.
Don't tell me how to do my prompts, Ogre. Shush.
No. Put in
how much
did Bernie Sanders ever submit the Medicare for All plan to America or to the CBO or anything like that?
Adopted Medicare for All. Did Bernie Sanders submit his Medicare for All?
Oh god, I'm so tired.
Proposition to the CBO.
Can't be asked. I can't be asked. CBO.
He did go into details. Hold on.
Ooh.
He said a 4% income-based premium paid by households. 7.5% payroll tax on employers. Higher marginal tax rates on high income.
So my
earners.
question is, where was Biden's version of that? And because this is important and it ties into my critique. Because the idea is, look,
Lunderbox reacting to Sneeko interview with Prof would be much more entertaining than this. Dude, I'm fucking, I don't know what's happened. I thought I slept relatively well last night and woke up early enough, but man, I feel like I'm done. I feel like I need a fucking nap. It's not good. I think, well, I've had a massive sleep deficit. The problem is that I basically my body does one of two things. One, it likes to sleep at 6 a.m. and wake up at 2 p.m. All right, that's like one thing my body likes to do. The other thing it likes to do is to sleep at midnight or 1 a.m. and wake up at 6 or 4:30. Like, I don't know. My body either wants to be like a fucking loser, like a degenerate gamer stoner or whatever, or Mozart. These are the two fucking routines that are like natural inclinations. The problem with the latter one is that it's 4 hours of sleep a night. And I feel fresh as a daisy when I do that. Like I wake up at 5 a.m. and I'm like, I don't feel tired, nothing. Go for a walk, eat well, work in a cafe. But then it always reaches a point where I'm just like, this is unsustainable. So I don't know. Maybe I'm diseased.
I agree with you. There are things that are going to be put forward constantly that in the moment maybe are the right thing for the course of the country, but maybe not popular where it needs to be. And I think that there needs to be a couple of items. This is my critique of the Democratic Party, and I think it's a fair one. They need to have a couple of items that by and large maybe aren't there yet, but they're willing to continue to dangle them out there to say, if we get enough people, if we get enough get out the vote, if we get enough motion, that's ultimately something that could drive people towards the party and make them want to door knock and fucking phone bank and everything else.
That's
when you
why
put
we
out the
have
idea for the party,
primary contests and presidential campaigns. That's what Biden did in 2020.
Do you have a job other than streaming? Not anymore. I used to do some freelance music teaching and producing, but we've been all streaming now for it's 3 years almost? No, 2 years. Yeah, it's been about 2 years. 2 and a bit. So well done, guys. Like the stream and super chat or become a member. It doesn't cost you anything apart from those things that I mentioned that do actually cost you something. Keep me going. Support the box. Did Finkelstein say it's not the best slogan? Yeah, he did say that, yeah. And then they ignored him. They ignored him. And they chanted it right after he finished speaking. Churro, thanks for the tier 2 sub. We need more motion on the like button, chat. God, it was so funny watching that sniveling fucking coward treading on eggshells, trying to be so soft and recommending this minor little edit to the phrase, and they just didn't want to do it. Citrus, thanks for the 140. That's ZAR. No, that's not South African, is it? What is ZAR again? It is. It's rands. It also costs us self-respect. Yeah? Good. I mean, South African.
He ran on a policy platform and he accomplished like a lot of that.
All I can think about with South Africa now is that fucking Malema guy doing his little dance.
Platform, by the way.
And then Kamala abandoned a lot of that language.
She didn't talk about a public option. She didn't talk about a public option. She didn't talk about probably a number of other provisions that were on Biden's agenda.
2020 Biden was dope. 2020 Biden was dope as fuck. Here's a fun story.
Biden.
Okay, I'll try to be super brief.
People
Hold
like
on.
you get mad at him because he couldn't get a public option and a $15 an hour minimum wage from, but you don't give any agency to the voters themselves.
It's not a matter.
Who determine the makeup of the Congress.
To be clear, don't put words into my fucking mouth.
What do you mean? I've heard you go after Biden 1,000 times because he couldn't get a $15 an hour minimum wage, bro.
You've heard me say it 1,000 times.
Yes.
1,000.
Maybe
Listen,
24 times.
To be clear, it's not a matter of mad or anger, or maybe you could say frustration on a certain level, but that's not it.
You think he was
I
weak?
want to see them. I want to see them stick to the party should have a very specific backbone and a mission statement, even in the absence of a primary winner or a general election candidate. You're basically saying that they can't stand on business on something bold without the results from the 2028 primary cycle.
It's a shame there's no Obama equivalent for Biden. Is there not? For people talking about Biden? I know there's Biden himself saying soda really loud, but whatever.
Seems like a misstep to me.
No, but I didn't say that though. In fact, my criticism.
Orga Boy is everywhere these days. Yeah, he's growing his brand. That's what he's doing. Who's just waved at me? That Horde player just waved at me. That means they're gonna kill me. Fucking, I should preemptively strike him. Look at him. Stream sniper. Fuck.
The suggestion was there. The suggestion was definitely there.
My criticism again was that her campaign policy agenda was probably too technocratic, and it needed to be probably bigger, probably a little bit bolder, and probably a little bit more generalized and less technocratic in the language that they used to pitch the messaging. The issue is, and it's an issue that Barack Obama touched on in his interview with Brian Tyler Cohen, is we have this massive institutional hurdle in the form of the Senate and the
Obama did an interview with Brian Tyler Cohen. Oh shit. That's cool.
Senate filibuster that make these kinds of bold policy promises essentially impossible. And so if you run on those policies and then can't get them done, then people will call you weak and ineffective. But
don't make it a promise.
If you don't campaign on those policies, people will say that you're not being bold enough. Like if you're saying, okay, so don't run on those policies, but if she would have watered it down even more, you would be complaining that she didn't do more to be like bold in her progressive policy agenda, right?
But what did I say at the beginning of the conversation? You should have a couple of things where you're very bold on, but you tie it in your language and rhetoric to voter turnout. Do you tie it and make it a driver for your get out the vote movement?
I mean, I don't think I disagree with you, Ogre Boy.
Okay, well then, so where's the problem?
Boy. I don't know what the problem is. You were trying to unpack some criticism I had of Kamala's campaign, and we seem to agree. Okay, I don't know what your criticism is.
I don't think you do. You've consistently for over a year now said time and time again that it's one of the things that I hate is the language of populist brain, the rhetoric, populist brain rot over and over again. And the reason that you end up saying things like that, or people like you say things like that, is because they want to
because they don't like populist activities like fully fleshed out policy documents in an election campaign, previews of the fucking Congress bill.
It specifically into the notion of you're going to say a thing, you're not going to make the thing happen, and therefore the voter base gets discouraged with the party. Is that a fair assessment?
That is something that happens a lot. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying you don't have to say I will definitely make this happen on day one or whatever. You have an open, constant dialogue with your voters, with your base of support.
Yeah.
You point out where the obstacles and the obstructions are. You keep them engaged the whole fucking time.
No, but your idea of obstacles are way different from mine, bro. Because you're gonna say that obstacles are like center-left candidates serving in red districts. Those are not obstacles. Those are assets. You know, you have this.
They're assets.
You think that, like the president, you think Biden or somebody more capable rhetorically should have done something akin to FDR's fireside chats, right?
Yes.
That is not possible in the moment, the way that it was back then.
Why?
Like you're tying it into this. Like we've talked about this topic. I know you and me have talked about this topic like 10 times. idea that we should compare the modern Democratic Party to what FDR was capable of doing in like 1932. It was just a completely different situation. Number one, he was springboarding off of a fucking Great Depression where unemployment spiked up to like 25% in the country. And when you have a situation like that,
his opponents literally had like double-digit figures of people in the House. He won like, was it 30 or 40 states? Yeah, come on.
It gives presidents like FDR a mandate to go in there and do big, bold things. The other
but we came off of COVID. We came off of COVID, and Kamala still lost, right?
There's also two other things I want to say about this. The first one we've talked about ad nauseum, so I won't go.
COVID was basically done by that point, whereas Roosevelt was elected knee deep into the Depression. So, when did Roosevelt first win his election? Actually, is it before or after 29? Was it 32 was the first? So he won, yeah, like balls deep. Who won in 28? Hoover. Republican. Man, why were voters just like, why were voters so fucking bipolar back then? So they went from this 40 Republican states to 42 blue. Republicans got 6 states. Is okay. Electoral college, baby. Let's go.
Go into it, but he had way bigger majorities.
Dude,
like insane.
Where are the fucking road crushers?
I do want to talk about that because I saw the video that you pinned to the top of your Twitter, and I thought that was absolutely ridiculous.
Everything I said in that video was 100% factual. I don't know what issue you could possibly have, but there's one.
Finish your point, but
more.
I would love. I'm chomping at the bit to dive into that video.
Actually, there's 2 more points, but I will be brief. The other point I want to make is that FDR was basically like innovating in terms of how he communicated directly with the American people. So like that kind of, so back then you could make your voice, you know, he was one of the first presidents to like really aggressively use these new media channels to get his voice out there. But he was not contending with, you know, the equivalent of like Fox News or OAN or Joe Rogan or Ben Shapiro. The people who had voices on these airwaves were way like, there was a
prohibition played a role in it as well. I've heard mixed opinions on what Roosevelt's for his first win, what his campaign was. I know it was Richard Wolff, and now I take him with a grain of salt, but Richard Wolff said that Roosevelt's first campaign was a balance the budget, like fiscal conservative campaign, and he didn't adopt the New Deal until later. I know that second part's true. The New Deal doesn't come until a few years after 32, but I would be curious, like what he was promoting when he won, because it'd be funny if it was like, I'm just gonna make alcohol legal and get you all binned. Everyone can just get shit-faced, and no one actually cared about the economic policy to begin. It'd just be funny if that was the answer. But I'm just curious now because I don't like letting these people lie about history, or I don't like deferring to people like this who are just known to be dishonest or clumsy.
Way smaller group of people, and it was way less partisan back then in terms of like the broad kind of strokes of things. And
so doesn't that imply that there needs to be more of a push by the Democrats to be out in front of the public, not less?
We talked about this for like 2 months straight, Ogre, on
I'm not talking about Chorus. I'm not talking about Chorus or a friendly
I'm not talking about Chorus either. I'm not talking about, dude, we talked about this so many times where we were saying that Democrats need to understand that the media landscape has shifted. They're still kind of working with like 2010 political strategy, and I don't think they've quite caught up to.
This ties into exactly what I'm talking about. They need to push things beyond the next 2 year, 4 year, even 6 years. They need to talk about where they want to go, and it needs to come out of the mouth of the public servants themselves. It can't be in place of like a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber.
I largely agree with you, although I will say that I think that they're a bit more limited in how far they can go with their rhetoric compared with like Hassan Piker or Hutch, You know, we have so much free reign to spout off about anything we believe really strongly about, whereas a politician, you're balancing like 15,000 different interests that are all, you know, leveraging something to support you. And so it's just a totally different
I have to make a bandage
situation.
and then put
My
it,
fiance
what
is
you're giving
vacuuming.
I can't blind this
One
guy.
second.
They're kinda,
That's fine.
Okay, got bandage. 1 second. Gouge. Don't miss. Okay.
See, on the one hand, I would be tempted to vamp to fill dead air, but on the other hand, I know none of you want to hear me talk, so I'm kind of torn. I'm tempted to do it just out of spite, actually.
You're already doing it. What are you talking about?
And also, I saw on the hold on, really quick. What's up?
Get back to the topic. Let's go.
Shit. Feisty now.
It's,
what was the last thing you said?
It's your philosophy that you think that the politicians are the ones that are in the driver's seat in terms of pushing public opinion one way or another. And I have a different philosophy. I think that the politicians can wield a certain amount of influence, but that it's complicated and that politics rather is about meeting voters where they're at and reflecting the will of the voters. I think you think it's kind of straightforward, if not easy because it's going to take a lot of work, but I think you think it's pretty straightforward for a politician to aggressively campaign on an issue and then shift the public opinion like 30 or 40 points in another direction. And I just don't know what the evidence, like where's your evidence that this is something that happens frequently, if ever, in American politics?
But now you're doing the thing that I said earlier, right? The idea of give me 7 examples in the past so that we can justify a completely unprecedented moment that we're in.
What?
Yeah.
I'll say it again.
I don't remember that part of the conversation. What are you talking about?
I said it earlier. The idea of that you're like poll captured, that you want to see a bunch of examples where something very similar to whatever somebody suggests in an unprecedented area, that you need to see a bunch of examples of it in order to put support behind it now.
I'm still not really.
Oh my God.
To be honest with you.
Oh my God, this fucking
I don't know what you're saying.
bastard is getting me.
You're asking You're asking for evidence where the suggestion
I don't think
of
so
the
good
Democrats.
sometimes. You gotta simplify it for me, okay? My brain don't work that good sometimes.
Well, listen, if I gotta tone this damn shit down a bit, I guess that's what I'll have to do. So well, yeah, I try. So your issue becomes, or you're trying to say that your issue is the idea that you want to see where times in the past of getting out ahead of something, you've already given the exact example.
In the modern context is what I asked you. In the modern context, give me an example of politicians single-handedly shifting public opinion.
I'm not trying to say it should be single. It should be the party. It should be the party. It should be the party.
Just even a party then. Even a party.
Yeah, that's my point.
So give me an example. Like
they've abdicated the conversation. They've abdicated the
No, I asked you for an
trying
example.
to push.
I want you to show me an example of a political party easily shifting public opinion, like 20, 30, 40 points. Somebody in chat brought up the Prop 50 in California thing. That's true, but that prop would...
Trump shifts public opinion on tariffs. This is an easy example. In what way, though? Because my understanding of tariffs is that Trump basically got his base to like them, and then they were so bad that he actually convinced a lot of Republicans to go against them. Isn't that what happened, or are you? I didn't look at the polls, so I don't know if maybe something different happened. I just need to remember even the likes of Asmongold was one of them saying that they were wrong about tariffs or whatever. Oh. I guess you can do that. You can, if Trump just says that tariffs are not an import tax, he swung the landscape 20 points. No, that's not a good example though. That's not a good example. Because it's easier to destroy something than it is to build something. If I want to make the American public oppose B-2 bombers, and I become president, and then I just bomb all 50 states with B-2 bombers, then yeah, they're probably not going to like B-2 bombers. But that's a bit harder than me getting them to support a modest increase in taxation to fund state subsidized healthcare. Like, okay.
As springboarding off of like a larger kind of revolt against Trump. So in that context, it makes perfect sense that.
Didn't the Republicans really help with what they were doing in Texas? Minor F in the chat. Don't worry, guys. We're back. As far as I can tell. You doubt most Americans thought about yeah, but you didn't have to dislodge any long-held preconceptions against tariffs beforehand or in favor. Yeah, neither. Tariff, bro, to most of Trump's base, tariff was just a new word that he'd introduced into the national lexicon. What the fuck? Whereas people already have a bunch of preconceived notions about anything to do with Medicare or Medicaid. Or Palestine, I guess. Okay.
5-seat attempted grab. That was a reaction to what they're doing. I'm saying, like,
actually, that's no, hold on. That's a very good point. And I think what's the disconnect here is, I'm not saying that it is based on previous examples in the modern era where it's worked. I'm saying the party that you're talking about, where they've changed public opinion on things, is the Republican Party in the wrong direction based on the exact thing that I'm talking about.
On what issues?
On any of the culture war related issues.
Like what?
Anything that the Republicans have pushed. Pick anything.
No, bro, I'm asking you to like show me how the Republican Party, you know, in a very straightforward kind of easy way, shifted public opinion like 20, 30, 40 points.
But it's not, hold on. See, now you're doing the thing. I never said any of this was going to be straightforward or easy. It's a constant, that's the whole point. Republicans constantly campaign, or they push their rhetoric like they're campaigning every single day.
So do Democrats.
Shit that is essentially, but not.
Democrats.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
What do you mean? But
not like the Republicans do.
Look at the polls. Look at the polls right now for the Republican Party. Look at the election results. What do you mean? There's a constant pendulum back and forth and back and forth.
But we're talking about the lead up to the election, right?
Hang on,
the 2024 election.
I really hate this narrative that people like you push, where the Republican Party.
Wow, racist.
Don't make me say it, bro. It's Green Lantern theory of politics, where it's like reverse Green Lantern theory, where you think that like Trump and the Republicans are these like masters at manipulation that are able to,
not saying masters. No, you're inventing extra words at this point.
But no, you're hyping them up to be like way stronger than they actually are. When the reality is like the American political zeitgeist goes through pendulum swings constantly since, starting in like H.W. Bush in '88. It's just been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for the last 40 fucking years. And yet when you talk about it, you seem to suggest, well, look what the Republicans are doing. They, they're able to do it so effectively. Era. But then look at what we're doing. What are you talking about? We had like 2008 was a really good election for us. 2012 was a really good election for us. 2018, 2020, 2020, or 2022. 2026 is going to be a really good election for us. I think 2028 is going to be a really good election for us, right?
Wow. So really good would imply like a blowout, and I hope I'm wrong. Nothing would make.
Apparently, it would imply winning, because Trump won this first election without even getting the popular vote, and he won his second one without even getting a majority of the popular vote. Like, come on. They do this as well. They act like Democrats are addicted to losing. That's the phrase that they always use. And it's like, wait, really? I feel like power has bumped back and forth in the last 25 years. Like, in my lifetime, it's been what? I think Bush Sr. was until what, 92? Then Clinton. So you had 8 years of Clinton, 8 years of Bush, 8 years of Obama, 4 years Trump, 4 years Biden. It's like equal, isn't it? Is that equal? Wait. 8 years Bush? No, that's more Democrat, isn't it? My God, the fucking maths. Yeah, it is. It's yeah, it is. 16. It's like 20 years of Democrat and I guess like 10 years of Republican. Wait, did I miss something out there? Since Clinton. Oh my God. Since Clinton, it was 8 years Clinton, plus 8 years Obama, plus 4 years Biden. That's 20. And Republican, it was 8 years Bush, 4 years Trump. Did I miss anything else? 12. It's like 12 to 20. Am I wrong? What the fuck? I'm just talking about starting from Clinton. So 92 till... Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, it's been quite a bit more Democrat than Republican. Jesus Christ, okay.
Me matter if it ends up in a fucking blowout to where we don't have to worry about this shit anymore.
You don't think it's going to be a blowout in 2026?
That would really chap my ass 100%. I agree.
We've been blowing them out for the last year, bro.
Just
fucking
but yeah, but that's
crushing
only
it.
because of Mamdani.
So you're correct and wrong.
Who is boosted by Hassan, so it's actually really it's all because of Hassan Piker.
Wrong at the same time. Special elections, the crowd that turns out for special elections aren't necessarily the exact same crowd that turns out in the midterms and the general. It can be. I'm not saying you ever did. The fuck?
No, but
I'm trying to tell you that it can be an indicator, but it's not something that you should rely on.
Well, what about November? What about last November?
That was great, but wasn't that technically was an off-cycle election, no?
Yeah, but do we call those special elections? I don't know if we call those special elections because that was on like election night.
Sure.
But that was like, you know, a higher turnout kind of situation, lower than midterms, but higher than, you know, your average like special election.
That is what I'm referring to. That is what I'm referring to. Have you ever heard somebody say that, like, hold on, have you ever heard somebody say something to the effect of like,
to me, every election is special. That's good. I'm sorry.
Every election is special. Sure. Have you ever heard anybody?
Did you see the Michael Jordan thing? Nope, but I saw the LeBron James thing. I think Mehdi Hassan's outlet, Zateo, published an open letter to him. God, what the... Imagine being so fucking sanctimonious that you need to publish an open letter to a sports guy for his political opinions. Oh my God. We just want you to do better, bro. We believe that you can grow, and we're very disappointed, but fucking hell.
Like when someone's running a campaign and they talk about you should be campaigning like you're 10 points behind the whole time and never look back, or anything along those lines.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's good strategy.
So here's what I would ask, and this is from about the most sincere place that I can possibly muster. Wouldn't it be better to treat the build up to 2028 in that same regard, as opposed to like this constant thing of fuck you, we don't need you, you're an enemy, go away, when people have like earnest criticism?
They're saying fuck you to me. It's not earnest criticism to say that you would rather support JD Vance than Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Right?
There was one of the videos that I reacted to this week. There was a person that had, I don't remember the exact wording, but it was a very tepid, very fucking like fair thing. And your response was like, you're an enemy, fuck you, we don't need you, I hate you, you hate me.
Show me what you're talking about.
I would have to go back and I would have to find the fucking clip and like film on it.
Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so fucking tired. Do I need a nap? I don't want a nap. Fuck. It's okay. I just need to get more coffee, and I don't have any instant, so I'm gonna have to get my fucking machine out. I have to get my French press. What's this? Food shops. Oh my God! What the fuck am I doing? What happened?
I forget what they're called. I think no, it wasn't Loanerbox. Loanerbox didn't work. Hutch didn't work. They tried to like promote Hutch a lot. They tried to promote Loanerbox a lot, and it didn't work. And I think the name was what? Food shops. You left out details. She is an admitted pedophile. Oh yeah, I forget.
He's such a fucking slime cunt, man. What do you mean they tried to promote and it didn't work? What does that mean? You're so broken in the fucking skull, man. What's wrong with you? What? Well, it didn't work as in, oh, what? I chose to stop talking to. Fuck me.
I forget what they're called. I think, no, it wasn't Loanerbox. Loanerbox didn't work. Hutch didn't work. They tried to like promote Hutch a lot. They tried to promote Loanerbox a lot, and it didn't work. And I think the name was what? Food Shops? You left out details. She is an admitted pedophile. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's also that as well. Apparently, this person got outed as a pedophile. Yeah.
Isn't this the guy who...
It didn't really work. It didn't work at all. She self-admitted. Well, it turns out there are ops that I don't even...
It's funny, like Food Shop's admitted to liking Lolly, but the problem is that Hassan he calls everyone a pedophile. He's such a fucking fanny. He's such a disgusting loser. Like, why do you keep... Your word is nothing. Your word is trash. Everything you've said here is just based on you, like, scrolling... just glancing at fucking tweets or whatever you've seen on people's kiwi farms and shit. Jesus.
Even know exist out there, but
it goes through the filter, right? It goes through the Hassan Piker filter. Like, even to the point where he could actually have the omniscient, like, who's an omniscient A-logger? Oh, like whoever runs kiwi farms. Who the fuck is... Oh, that Blav wanker. They don't run it, but yeah, you could literally have like an omniscient being whispering things in your ear, and it would still come out the other end sounding like total fucking horse shit. But okay, nice.
But one thing is a guarantee: they are going to be sex criminals in some variety, some way, shape, or form.
What is this animation?
The primary driving force behind almost all of my ops. You know, if you exist for a long enough timeline and you're an op of mine, you end up getting into trouble in this way somehow. I don't know why, but in any case, I forget what they're called. I think, no, it wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, this guy, the biggest left-wing streamer in the world, is discussing the A-logs of a nobody fucking couple of hundred viewer Twitch. Come on. Yeah, he does the thing. Yeah, he pretends to not know their name, but also I know, like, I've got my post-it note full of accusations against them. Reminds me a bit of the tanks in the Hungarian Spring. Wait, why? What? How many viewers does Frogan get again? Like 100, right? At least Frogan has the common courtesy to say actually insane shit, like with regular frequency. Whereas Hassan's people that he A-logs who are fucking on his... When he goes after those people, it's literally people who criticize him. Like, it's whatever. But I understand. It's all the same. What's going on here? I am once again getting dunked on for stating the consensus opinion of historians. 1950 to 2022 was the most peaceful time in world history. This was also the period of time when America decided to stop sitting on the sidelines as the world burned. This reads like a SparkNotes version of a Steven Pinker TED Talk. It's funny because Stacey could debate Vadim on this, and Vadim would spend the entire debate saying that he's tired and recommending other people for her to talk to, but okay. Let's see. In the 1950s, America, for one, was decimating Korea and wiping out nearly half of its population. Wasn't the population in Korea like tens of millions in the 50s? Korea is not a small place, or it's not a small population. Korea population in 1950? Apparently I've looked it up before. Yeah, 20 million. How many people died in the Korean War? How many people died in the Korean War? 2.5 million casualties estimated. But this isn't just the Korean population, right? This is US losses, Chinese, North Korean, South Korean. Okay. So I guess we're doing Gaza death tolls. Okay, why not? But this was also this was a UN supported endeavor, but okay. This was UN approved. Shit. Oh well. Strange. Also, yeah, who Oh, this guy's here. This guy who actually is does do history. What, why, how? What historian thinks this? Most of them long piece. Wikipedia. You do realize this is only a reference to wars between global superpowers, right? It's not about wars in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, the overthrow of socialist governments throughout South America, the Israeli occupation of Palestine, etc. Wait until you see what they were doing before 1950. Like World War II and shit, right? Yeah, everyone, dude, we went from World War One and then World War II, not to mention the fucking myriad wars and genocides of the 1800s and the Industrial Revolution, to post World War II, which was, yeah, relatively much more peaceful. Like, what? Is this not? How many people? It's funny because communists say this as well. They talk about China and the Great Leap Forward, and it's like, oh yeah, how many famines were there in China before that, and how much conflict was there, and how many like the age of warlords and shit. That man. The world was a fucking incomparably nasty place before this period she's talking about here. But okay. Whatever. Yeah, Cold War proxy wars were nothing on what was happening before the 1950s. But yeah, it's cool that there's a historian in there. Or because this person makes quite good videos on history stuff. If only we had some way to measure the quantity, I wonder what the results would be. So your argument is the fascism and genocide we were doing before 1950 was worse than the fascism and genocide currently happening? Yes, subjectively speaking, more people died during World War II. Yeah, like a lot more? Fuck me. That's quite crazy. Whew. But then people are always, people to this day are dying from the unexploded munitions from the Vietnam War. People also die because of unexploded munitions from the Second World War, you fucking moron. What the fuck? Why? Oh man, Twitter. It's Twitter. It's Twitter. They're all bots. It's okay. Or they're mentally ill. Big deal, man. Big deal. Don't get triggered. I'm not mad. Even World War One. Yeah, every now and then in Scotland, near the coast, which is where most of our population is, there will have to be bits of like areas will have to be sealed off by the cops because someone notices an unexploded ordnance that they have to go and defuse. Yeah, that happens with regular frequency in the UK. That's true. Yeah, it's local news like quite frequently. Right. Fuck. Oh god, Drew Pavlu. Fucking Drew. Drew Pavlu. I can't. Don't want to go on Twitter and look at this psycho. Yeah, so Drew Pavlu is basically just kind of admitted to scamming his own audience. Again, I don't really feel like there's much of a moral need to debunk Drew Pavlu when he's talking about just general things, because like I don't like, he's a very obvious troll and a liar and whatever else. But he obviously did this thing where Billie Eilish basically goes up to an awards ceremony talking about ICE and says something like, there's no one's illegal on stolen land. You're like, okay, that's quite silly. And then she also got a little bit called out because her mansion is apparently built on a reservation, Native American. Whatever, don't care. Just it's just a slogan. Like, why would you? But Drew, being one of those guys, the kind of insecure moron who needs to, well, actually, like the most basic boilerplate statement for a progressive you could ever go to, decided that he was going to make a whole meme about going to Billie Eilish's house and squatting there. So he does this whole thing. With
big news, everybody. I've decided today to move into Billie Eilish's $6 million Malibu beachside mansion. She announced today at the Grammys that no human being is illegal on stolen land.
No one is illegal on.
Get it? Because she said that. And he's like, I'm going to go there.
So I want to thank everybody who's believed in me on this journey. I really can't wait to move in. It's now my house. I want to thank Billie Eilish as well for her generosity.
The interesting thing is, though, is he fundraised for this trip. He raised funds for it, like a few $1,000s, which has since been taken off. And then he goes to the United States and says that he got deported. So he got deported from the US, and he thinks Billie Eilish's legal team contacted DHS, because she definitely learned about this. Definitely. He said he spent 30 hours at immigration trying to explain that his shit posts were just a joke and he didn't plan to personally move into her mansion. Most of the agents were nice and laughed at the idea. I guess some people are in fact actually illegal on stolen land. Whoa, good one. Very sharp, very sharp. Guess I am a bad guy. Ooh, good one. But why did you fundraise for it if it was were you trolling the people who were funding you? Was that part of the scheme as well, or are you just admitting that you scammed vulnerable, because they definitely are vulnerable if they believe anything this guy says, individuals out of a few $1,000s, you the same way you did with your legal fees? Huh. He's just an open scammer. Also, he did not get reported by Billie Eilish or deported by ICE or anything else. He actually, and according to his own Twitter, he didn't get banned from the US. They said that he had to apply with a different visa because he had a show with Steven Crowder scheduled for his trip in America, but he didn't get the appropriate visa. He should have got a business visa. He was actually turned back because he got the wrong visa, because he is a 20 IQ, disgusting, pig fuck, rotund head, very, very unsettlingly shaped fucking skull cunt, who is basically a vain, narcissistic, hollowed out shell of a man whose only real conviction and consistency is that he doesn't like it when people don't pay enough attention to him. But yeah, I don't know. It's just silly. It's just this fucking face, man. Oh God. Re-education camps, black sites. Oh God. He brings out the worst and fucking state of him, man. I feel bad for the people who give him money and believe it. Believe his shit. Man. Moonface. I'm sorry, I thought Drew wanted aggressive border policy. It's funny because he had this whole conversation with me about how he wants to deport people for saying they can understand why people commit suicide bombing sometimes. But him saying, I'm going to go and trespass on a celebrity's property. Yeah, okay. Yeah, don't say that. That's what you want, dipshit. If that's what happened. That's not what happened, but even if it were, that's what you want. You want obscenely unprecedented levels of strict border policing. Citrus, thanks for the 70 rands. To be fair, he did get some real convictions from the government. True, that's the other conviction he has. Being fined for being a total airhead. Anyway, God, scrolling on the Twitter feed, man. Fill me in on the Billie Eilish news. Dude, Billie Eilish said a cringe slogan at an award ceremony. Well-meaning, but cringe. She basically opposes ICE. That's all it is. Apparently, Stephen Bunnell got swatted on stream. Oh, God. It's quite scary.
Capital and talent getting wasted on the influence part of...
All right. How do I...
everything and not on the actual creation of products. But eventually, that place becomes not dynamic. It becomes less resilient.
What are the rules if you get swatted and someone decides to sue you for copyright infringement because you got out your chair with the video still playing? Is that a good alibi?
Less capable of real growth. And there's like a reason why corruption is bad. Like it's not just like a morality thing. It's bad for a society. Like there's a bunch of reasons. I just get over and over again. I start to get the sense that we've forgotten that there's reasons why we don't like things. It's just like, oh, well, yeah, we like say that this is bad, but when my guy's doing it, it's kind of okay. There's reasons why the bad things are bad. They hurt systems. So they stop things from working. Corruption is the biggest.
I'm guessing he got swatted, but do you see something?
It is the largest scale, society scale theft. And it is all about giving the powerful power to extract rent from the unpowerful, which is what everybody says is like the terrible thing about capitalism. And like, yeah, but that's not a symptom of a well-functioning market. In a good market, you move to somebody who's less extractive. That's why there are certain things like housing.
Oh my God.
Maybe shouldn't be purely market driven. And so I think
there's
this
a cop.
Is worth taking seriously. And I'm certainly not the first person to identify that like we're sliding into an oligarchy, but the fact that it might help explain this weird phenomenon where we have
the chat. Dog, man. Oh, shit. What?
Bunch of new frictions in
That's
the economy.
a whole ass cop staring at his gun.
Economy is still doing well. I haven't seen anybody say that. And like maybe I'm wrong. Like I don't follow things that close. But even the weak version, like the back off button is already enough to distort a bunch of incentives here. The strong version, however far we are along that spectrum, the like loyalty for protection version, that's how you build a country where the market.
I don't think they went into his apartment. I think they absolutely went into his apartment. That's his, they went in and looked at his guns.
It is not a competition to serve people. It is a competition to serve power and use that to suck resources out of people. And I think a lot of people do really think.
That's crazy. The
capital and talent getting wasted on the influence.
Wow. That's bad. Don't do that. It's the FBI that Willie Mack called. Stop. Stop. Thoughts on food shops and Destiny blaming J-Stock? I think it's like this. There's always a scene, okay? There's always a scene for these kind of things.
No, I don't give a fuck whose birthday it is.
Fuck off. Hey, hang on. I think it's like this. If you know, you know.
I'm going to enjoy myself here listening to this Murray Mannion. No, I don't give a fuck whose birthday it is. I'm going to enjoy myself here listening to this Murray Mannion ding dong on the radio. The fat cat story is breaking, so the opposition are going to be sweating like Vegas Elvis on a squash court.
Happy birthday, Malcolm.
Stop saying that, right? Just you go home. What is this? Is this my new anal beads? Okay, this has been x-rayed, yeah? I'm not going to get fucking a present bomb in the face. This could be from anyone.
I think it's like that, right? That's probably what it feels like.
This could be from anyone.
Happy birthday, cunt. Oh, that's me. Fuck. All right. This could be from any. Could have been anyone. Found an article on Drew. A man was discovered to be unknowingly missing 90% of his brain, yet he was living a normal life. All right. I get it. That's good. Yeah, because because despite the incredibly large head. Oh God. Okay. You like the Bonga references? They're Scottish. Okay, come on. No, it's not nap time. I need a fucking minute. I need to get a coffee and to stretch. Jesus. 1 minute. I'll be back soon. Okay. Should I? No. I'm not gonna empty chair in case I don't come back. I'm gonna do. In case I don't come back, I'm gonna get this out of the way now because if I forget, then we're gonna lose the streak. We're gonna lose the streak. I think I've kept the streak through the weekend. In case I decide to lie down while my coffee's brewing and just fall asleep. I don't think I'll do that. Buck, fawn, hoot, freeze, scream, doe, fight, cackle, do, flight, riot, doe, cluck, squawk, laugh, well. The buck is deceptive. There's a bunch of homonyms, or is it homophones? I don't know, whatever. You can squawk, you can laugh, you can cluck. Not really laugh. There's also fawn. Oh, but there's also, wait. You can be a riot, a hoot, a laugh. It's not going to be like a scream. No, wait. Because you can also cackle, laugh, hoot, squawk. No. Wait, what would it be? If you're a hoot, you're a laugh, you're a riot, you're a what? A scream? No, that would go with squawk, I think, maybe. Huh. Would it be cackle? That's to do with laugh, but riot doesn't really go with that. That's weird. And fight and riot can go together. Fuck. That's awkward as shit, man. What's going on? Let's try the does. Because it's like do, re, mi. That could work. I don't know, though, because there's also doe, fawn, buck. Is there another kind of deer that I don't know about? A fucking... Oh, wait. But you can buck and you can fight. Ugh. I don't know. But nothing else goes with that. Freeze. What the fuck does freeze go with? Mr. Freeze. Mr. I don't know. Scream? Could be the film. Fuck. I hate it that I actually don't know any of these. I'm going to try the homonyms. Thank you. Okay, homophones. Sorry. I'm going to do the homophones. We'll try cluck, squawk, hoot. These are bird noises. Fawning in this context is probably... I don't know. I don't know where fawning would go there. You can hoot, you can squawk. Would it be cackle? Is there any birds that cackle? Laugh? I don't know, whatever. What if it's What if it is actually a riot, a hoot, a laugh? I don't know what you would say for saying someone is funny. Would you really say cackle? Let's try that. No. Okay, so it is 3 of them though, but it could be this. Fawn? No. No, I don't know. That's really awkward. That's awkward as shit. Fuck. Fight, flight, freeze? Is that a thing? Scream? I don't know what the other one is. Fight and flight, freeze and... Scream. Oh, it's all you do. It's all responses to fear. Oh my fucking god, bro. I don't know. I don't know this fucking bullshit. I don't know. Because freeze can also be alongside fawning, I guess. Dude. Dude. Wait, am I thinking this is like, is this like a British thing? Calling someone a riot or a laugh? But that, I think these are British, and that's why it's confusing me. I'm gonna say fawn. I don't... Stress response. Okay. I don't. So now it's, you can hoot, you're a hoot, you're a riot, you're a laugh, you're a scream. Wait, did I try that already? Otherwise, let's just do the bird noises. Squawk, cackle, cluck, hoot, or to be laugh. Wait, buck, cackle, riot, scream. What? Wait, no, buck is a bird noise. Scream, riot, laugh, cackle. Okay. Fuck! Is it actually like scream then? Like if you're a hoot, you're a laugh, you're a riot, you're a scream? Did I try that though? That could make sense. Buck, cackle, squawk, and cluck. Bro, I can't remember. Did I try this or not? Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. It tells you, dude. Fuck, sorry, I just saw chat. Fuck. No, I'm not reading. I can see Dono's here. Thanks for the fight, flight, fawn, freeze, you bastard. Okay, great. I don't know, man. I've got 1 guess left, so I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I can't remember what I tried. So it was 3 out of 4 for this. Because this all sounds like laughing. And these are like bird noises. But maybe cackle is a bird noise. But then what the fuck is buck going along with laugh, riot, and scream? What if it's actually... What if it is actually this? I don't know. I don't care. Fuck this stupid shit. Okay, thank you. Wow. Oh, it was knee slapper. Okay, good. Screamer. sounds a chicken makes. Okay. Fine. Fine. Fucking nonsense. Hello, chat. I'm currently having a stress response to this game. Dude, shut up. I got our 3 streak with a bit of help from the donors, at least. Thank you. 2 people felt like they had to donate to get the stress response thing. Well done. I've never heard about fawning being a stress response. I thought fawning was when you like someone and you go all doe-eyed and shit. Whatever. Fawning. What does it actually say? It's a trauma-based response, often termed the 4th fuck, alongside fight, flight, and freeze. Okay. Oh, they become overly compliant, people-pleasing, and submissive. Jesus. Wow. Dude, I thought fawning was like... Oh, yeah, yeah, it's this as well. Okay, okay. It's 2 things, okay. Chickens say bok, not buck. What the fuck was that? That's what I was thinking. No, they go buck, 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 buck. Buck, 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 buck. Okay, get me out of here. Fuck. They get their favorite streamer tattooed in their body. That's what I thought fawning was. And then they say, actually, no, I'm not actually a massive fan. What? All right, be right back. Fuck. Because that'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys. This is so fucking unnatural. Holy shit.
It's broadly accepted as a racist term.
Yeah, I know. That's why I used it.
Observe as the political streamer, a fully grown adult, takes criticism on the internet. What does he resort to? Slap a community note on him. I don't watch Doctor Who, but I know that Wiz's takes are shit. Who the fuck? Look at the kind of fucks who respond to me. Oh, these critiques are pretty good. Fuck you! What can I do with this? All right. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles. Anti-tank missiles. Grenades. Look at this other deep fried fryer. You think this is oil? No, it is rocket fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No, these are grenades. This is not the appropriate equipment to produce a Happy Meal. These are not Happy Meals. These are unhappy meals. Terror meals. Meals of death. And then he'll just take like 2 steps to the left. Whoosh. Today I'm in Gaza. We killed Yahya Sinwar. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat. Yeah, Churchill knew. Churchill was like, hey, stop giving this guy shit. Because he's just going to take more. This guy's insatiable. He didn't say it in that way. He said it more like... That's what he said. And the British fucking Chamberlain was like, nah, what? Nice. What does that red mean? Does that mean I've got enough to level with? I think he's, oh. I think he's out of control. He's lost control. With my fucking taxpayers' bees. Okay. With my fucking taxpayers' bees. Oh no.
Look, I will be very honest here. I saw Mina fighting with you. I thought you were some unhinged retard, but like, you were very reasonable.
This is the Islamic trans takeover. Okay. Okay. Oh god, right in the fucking nose. Okay. Wait, these are guys, okay. Don't care about this. Don't care about watching a high testosterone smack. Wait. How do they compare? Hang on. It doesn't look that much stronger. You compare that to the women one. What the fuck? It's not funny. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, let's compare it to a man one. That was a good one. I like that one a lot. Yeah. I don't know Terry Reid streams or Mile. I don't know that many tunes. I've always been quite limited. Sir Headsworth with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. We're having a productive day. 51 viewers. Why? Chapter 1. The commodity. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is first of all an external object, a thing which it's going to be like this. He's going to be like, today I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look, you see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's going to be that.
Churchill say if he were alive today?
I know what Churchill would say. He'd say, that's what Churchill would say. We have to constantly feign victimhood and financial struggle whilst taking in 5 figures a month at least, mostly from unwitting donors. We have to review supercars and okay. Okay, I made a little decision. Okay, we'll do the proper segments tomorrow, and today we're just gonna chill. And I've got another thing I wanted to watch, since it's Lib Lefty Wars. We're not gonna finish the fucking Hutch thing. That was too much. But I might want to have a look at I do want to look at this rare crossover. Did you see the B'nai Brak rioting? I saw the woman getting chased out and having to, yeah. But I also saw the little tiny Jewish woman soldier beating some Orthodox wankers with sticks. That was funny. More of that. All right. What's going on here?
I'm a DGGer, and I have to admit they're a bit obsessed with Hassan. They're completely obsessed with Hassan. I could agree with everything Destiny said about Hassan, which I don't, but I could. And you would still have to accept that they're completely obsessed with Hassan. That's just very obviously the case. And there is a synchronicity there, because I think that Hassan's neurosis about Destiny has at times extended to the point where he's mentally bracketed me in with him, which is crazy to me.
Yes, give me that Vosh vocabulary. Hell yeah. Push it right on my cock. Okay.
What the f are you showing me? A Hassan fan that debated Destiny today got into a fight 30 minutes later. How is there a camera there? Wait, do you mean like debated Destiny at a live event?
It's just
Man, so much stuff going on the other side.
Dude, actually, all you do, you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a pussy, bro. How about you hit the gym and some bitches? Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa,
don't fight.
What the?
Yeah, that guy should really not have pushed that guy. It seemed like them just laughing was a better response.
The f is going on here, man? Debates are so, but yeah, no, high-minded debate culture. We're back in the goddamn Parthenon.
Whoa! Chill the fuck out!
Holy shit!
Gentlemen. Can you grab that jacket? I got you. Hold on. I don't know what happened, but just.
What are we doing with this jacket? All right, well.
Capitalist liberal America, we have the right to disagree. Dude.
Look at that. Look at this fascist Israeli police behavior.
What are we doing with this jacket? All right, well.
Capitalist liberal America, we have the right to disagree.
Dude,
I don't know if we
literally
win in your
brag
country,
about
but
putting Nick Fuentes on the map, dude.
Do you think I put Nick Fuentes on the map? The guy that works with Kanye West campaign?
You said that online.
Oh, well, if I said it, so it's true. But I also said I didn't put. What do you mean? I've platformed him because I've debated him in the past. I think you should have debates with people.
Yeah, you platformed him, then you bragged about him becoming famous, did you?
I don't think I was the one that made Nick Fuentes famous.
Then why do you say it?
I don't think I do say that.
There's literally a video of it, along with an N-word
There's
compilation.
a video, or there's like a 7-second clip of me saying something. You saw what a subreddit was. Okay.
I mean, you got a clip of it. I mean, you can say nuh-uh all you want, dude, but like actually.
I don't know about this one, lads. I don't know if this is the best position to confront him on. People say this about me and what's his face? That like 5 foot tall fake communist Nazi guy, the communazi. What's he called? Hinkle, not Haas. They say that about Jackson Hinkle with me because I debated him one time on Assad using chemical weapons on his own people. I think.
Do you think I made Hassan Piker?
Just open a window. Yeah. God damn.
No.
But I made Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, but
I platformed Hassan in a way more friendly way when he was a much smaller person than Nick, like way longer, right?
Well, I don't think you were debating Hassan Piker in like 2018 and shit like that constantly.
Wasn't I literally debating Hassan in like 2019? And
I'm not like a crazy Hassan Piker fan. That's crazy that you obsess about some tall tan guy all fucking
tall
day.
Tan
dude.
guy. He's the largest left-leaning political content.
I don't know about this one. I think rhetorically this might be a difficult avenue to approach him from.
Creator. I also talk about Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, but you
and Jordan
automatically
Peterson
assume that like I'm this crazy Hassan Piker fan just because I'm
because
left
you're a
wing.
socialist.
Why are you like so
Hassan
fucking
Piker is a
obsessed about this
socialist.
guy?
Is it crazy for me to assume that you would be politically aligned with the guy who shares your political ideology? Is that really that insane for me to think?
I mean, I just think it's kind of strange that you automatically go to that I'm like a part of this other guy's group.
If I was talking to a MAGA guy and I assumed that he was a Trump
'Cause he
supporter, would
doesn't
that be a weird thing for me to assume?
What?
If I was talking to a Trump supporter, or if I was talking to a MAGA person or a conservative and I assumed they were a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
Yeah, but I'm not a Hassan supporter.
No, but you're
That's
both
the thing. I don't
socialists.
define myself.
This is good
Hassan's
stuff.
not like a politician, dude.
Okay,
that I
that's
support
great.
his policies and then put him in office.
I appreciate that answer. Now, why were you so?
It is good stuff. I like this chatter. Just ask him why he told IOF soldiers to not film their war crimes. Hell yeah.
Quick to reject the idea then that I made him famous, though. Why did you seem personally offended by that?
You're kind of obsessed with Vosh loaner box, not gonna lie. Yeah, I am. Yeah. Just listen to that voice. Look at that. Look at the drip. How could you not be?
Because I don't know enough about Hassan because I'm not a fan of Hassan. I don't like
Then
watch
why
him
even
like
have an
religiously.
answer? Then why does I don't know anything about that. Do you think that if it weren't for me, do you think Nick Fuentes would just not exist?
I'm a DGGer and I have to admit they're a bit obsessed with Hassan. They're completely obsessed with Hassan. I could agree with everything Destiny said about Hassan, which I don't, but I could, and you would still have to accept that they're completely obsessed with Hassan. That's just very obviously the case. And there is a synchronicity there because, like, I think that Hassan's neurosis about Destiny has at times extended to the point where he's mentally bracketed me in with him, which is crazy to me. But you know, I don't know. This is precisely why I disagree, because it lowers everyone. Like you're destroying your root chakra. You are not going to make it. Do you understand? It's like the political takes have to cultivate in an environment where people aren't stomping over the garden all the time, you know?
He wouldn't be as big.
Really? You don't think the Kanye West campaign helped at all? You don't think Candace Owens and all these other people that...
I mean, I did, but that was like after you, though.
Okay, so without me, he would have never been involved in that Kanye stuff. Milo wouldn't have
I
reached
know
out
which
to
doctor.
him.
He
to
might have,
draft
but
him.
you definitely played a role and you even bragged about it.
Okay, well, if the 7-second clip said so, then I guess I can't argue with that.
I mean, you just admitted that you have a clip of saying that.
I've probably said that I have platformed him before because I debate a ton of people. Yeah, that's what I do. Do you think that like you should never debate people who have substantial disagreements with you? Should you never?
It is true. Debate does spike your cortisol.
Debate like a Nick Fuentes type?
Yeah, you can debate them, but you shouldn't brag afterwards that you made them famous.
I don't brag about making him famous.
There's literally a clip of you doing it, though.
Okay, well, if there's a clip of me doing it, then Godspeed, God bless. Do you have any other points you want to bring up?
Is this at like a university or in a public park or something?
Not really. I'm low-key bored.
Okay, well,
so
good luck in your...
But I do have something to say. I know it's contradictory to what I said earlier.
Okay.
But long live Hasao Dao Pai Tung.
This is rough. This is
pretty rough.
I hope Hassan doesn't watch this. Avashai would never. Avashai might, but probably less likely to. This is what simping for China on stream gets you. Yeah, I guess so. Oh,
yeah.
No Mogdai afraid. Held frame. I do it to embarrass you only. Please don't. Please
I do
don't.
like that about Vosh because he's got like very he does go very far left. He does go very extreme and into the kind of like socialist and there's a little bit in the foreign policy as well, like the fucking retarded Israel takes and all that. But he is sufficiently racist enough to not support China. Yes.
Don't do this. Please don't do this. Pisses myself. I've got one more thing. Shits myself. Is there like a somewhat productive clip? Another Hassan fan? Oh.
Talk about like progress towards whatever world you want. What candidates would you even support today that are already in office besides Mamdani? Would you even
Besides
support
Mamdani?
Holy, wait, he came back?
Anymore?
Ocasio-Cortez is a really good one. Bernie Sanders, even though he's kind of become more liberalized. I mean, democratic socialism is something that Americans want right now.
Then where are the politicians winning elections that are Dem socks? Why don't they exist anywhere?
Ilho Omar, Democratic Socialist, Ocasio-Cortez.
So we have the Justice Dems, those four.
The
yes.
city that has the greatest GDP production in the United States, New York, got a Democratic Socialist mayor.
Yeah, so New York
want.
City, a very blue place. I'm aware of that. But outside of like these plus 30, plus 40 like blue places, where are all of these Dem socks? Why don't they win elections in like competitive areas, in purple areas? Why don't they win elections in red areas? Why is it the only elections they can ever seem to win? The very, very few they have, the 5 that you've pointed out, the 4 Justice Dems and Mamdani, are in like super, super, super blue areas. That makes
I think the productive way to engage here is to identify the stuff that people like about Mamdani isn't that he's a socialist. It's that he's friendly, engaged, charismatic, and
his opponent was fucking Cuomo.
really enthusiastic about the process of using government.
And he took the one thing, he took the thing that, besides crime, I guess, because obviously that's more right-wing territory. He took the thing that people in New York really, really care about right now, which was affordability, cost of living.
Do good stuff. Like,
and he was new and exciting and fresh on the menu.
Most people like Mamdani, it seems, at least within New York City, you know, for this reason. I don't think everyone who voted for Mamdani like wants democratic socialism. What I think they want is authenticity, productivity. They want to feel like they're contributing towards the betterment of their city, of their society, in a world that feels like it's in decline, which I think a lot of people do feel that way, right? So my thought here, I guess, is like, I'm not even looking for democratic socialists. What I'm looking for is people who are engaged in this way, and I see that more often for people who are like on the left, I guess, right? Like obviously the most fervent supporters of Mamdani typically are democratic socialists or whatever, people on the left, but it's about those underlying tendencies. So if you can sort of hypothetically extract the positions that a person might like about Mamdani, do you think those attitudes, like a person who's enthusiastic, charismatic, engaged, really wants to get down?
Tito, thanks for the 199. Thoughts on Adam Friedland? Isn't he the cringe guy? Yeah, he's cringe. Yeah.
There and work on those policies, make the city better. Do you think that would do badly in like the rest of America? Probably not. No. I think the real reason why these candidates are so rare is because of the Democratic. Sorry, I don't mean capital D Democratic like the Democrats. I mean the lowercase d Democratic machine, where we have a two-party system, and for the most part, as you entrench the interests of the people who are already in the local Democratic or Republican Party, you know, they're there for a while. They have their own ideas about how things should be run. And yes, there is a degree of like corporate collaboration, even at a local level. You know, you develop relationship with local contractors, local businesses. There's a lot of like at the micro level, there's a lot of like, what is it called? Like a family favoritism, nepotism. And these systems get more entrenched. They get bogged down like every bureaucracy can if it doesn't get, you know, revitalized, re-energized by people like Mamdani or by like big populist waves. So I think that what we're looking for isn't like we need a socialist wave across America. No, we need a can-do spirit across America, and not like a fake can-do spirit, you know, like every Democrat, every Republican, they get out there around election time and they're like, we want to really get down and fix these issues. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't, dude. You obviously don't. You're going to get an office, then like chill and let your staffers write your bills for you, and you're just going to sit, you're going to do nothing the entire time. Maybe you'll hop on like a pet issue or something, but you are not going to like actually get anything meaningful done. And we need big change, right? Like big, meaningful. And I don't just mean socialism. I mean shit like the debt, like a wealth tax, which is not socialist. I mean like a revitalization of our democratic process, parentheses, ending the Republican Party.
Well, wealth tax just isn't a good example. How many European countries have tried it now and just been like, this is not really, it's like, there's too many fucking quirks behind it. I think like mansions is one thing that you can kind of wealth tax because they're pretty difficult to hide. Houses are big. But yeah, a lot of these things like tracing people's assets and determining what's worth what at any given point, like, is just trying to tax it is. It just seems to be a lot of like a lot of bureaucracy, that a lot of cost into actually even enforcing the tax, but it doesn't actually return it. Like the return isn't even that big, which is why a lot of countries just don't bother with it that much. Just raise income tax, man. Just I know it's difficult, and I know people don't like it. Capital gains and corporation tax, fucking income tax. Just explain the bread and butter to the masses. Just do it. None of this nonsense. And also, get rid of the Trump tax cuts, because they that would alone would get you a nice hefty boost.
With like stuff like that. So I think that Destiny is
strengthening the democratic process. Actually, is stuff that Democrats did do, didn't they? Didn't they have to reinforce the fucking ECA to basically put it into law that Eastman's legal theory was not a legal theory, that it's actually just retarded? Did you see Jenk posting that he's not suicidal? No? Tax the rich, not the poor. We already don't tax the poor that much. Tax the middle, man. It's the middle bastards that get away with. They get away with it. Tax the middle class. Don't none of this fucking, oh yeah, if you earn $1 million, we're gonna raise it. No, raise the tax on the top 10% or the top 20. Fuck them. Tax me. I don't give a fuck. I think I'm like top 10%, maybe? Dude, just tax us. Fuck. I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm literally just at home all day fucking yapping to you guys. What am I gonna do? Go on holiday? Sit on a fucking beach for 2 weeks and be bored? Fuck that. Tax me.
Misframing the terms of the argument, but he kind of has to, because the guy he's talking to is framing it as though it's about socialism, which again, we're so far from that, you know?
It seems like the people don't generally want democratic socialism.
Well, yeah, you have a polarization. America's a heavily propagandized population. Red states politicians.
Okay, then I can't. You understand? I can't win the argument, right? Because on one, you just said that most Americans want this, and then when I ask, well, why don't they win elections? You say, well, because most Americans don't want it because of propaganda. Well, what am I supposed to say then?
Well, nobody can.
That's not necessarily unfalsifiable. Like, you can engage with that. It's difficult to engage with in like.
Note to self: loners' economic policies are dog water. That's what. Listen, I heard a lot of shade, no argument though. Which means that they're actually... What the fuck was wrong with what I just said? People who earn a good fucking amount, middle and upper class, can just... If you want... We're a society, we make choices. You can spend the whole fucking time chasing your tail and trying all these little creative new gimmicks to get a few thousand here and there. In the UK, there was this whole fucking... rigmarole over the fact that they wanted to do a mansion tax that meant that if you had a house worth over 2 million, then you had to pay taxes like you had to pay what, 4,000 a year in taxes, and people were losing their shit. And it's not even going to raise that much. Dude, just raise income tax and just say, hey, you want nice stuff, you have to pay for it. You are entitled to nothing. Just do the, that line is up for grabs because people don't like Kevin Spacey anymore. Dog water. You're just middle class. You're like me. You're just sitting there earning your fucking 5K a month plus and just being like, nah, I need it. Nah. That's my fucking bees. Yeah, that's why you're this. Yeah, you're the person. You're the fucking person, dude. You're the person that goes out for lunch every fucking day and spends like... And then you go home and then you order fucking DoorDash or Deliveroo or wherever the fuck you live. And then you call yourself the squeeze middle. And you've got 20 fucking subscriptions to viewing platforms or streaming platforms. You can't even remember half of them. You probably just subscribed to them like 5 years ago and you've completely forgotten about them. You're just paying like $500 a month on fucking nonsense that you don't even use, and you're calling yourself the squeeze middle. That's you.
A fast-paced debate, but there is a value, there is a point there. Obviously, like, yes, the Overton window and the popularity of certain positions does influence what people think they want, and there can sometimes be a big disconnect. Like Florida, for instance, voting consistently more left on policy and referendums than they do in candidates. So it's like, maybe the cultural bias towards Republicans, which is a product of like very extensive advertisement and investment and like a reaffirmation of the strength that party has in the state, you know, maybe that's pulling people away from things that they would otherwise want. There is a degree of, you know, compulsion.
Tax Hassan. Oh, I guess it's okay that streamers get away with this, but it's not okay. It's understandable that streamers get away with this because no one knows. I noticed that Hassan does this thing where he constantly says that he's just viewer funded. Like all his income comes from people gifting subs and buying subs. That is 100% bullshit. Yeah, first of all, I like it how he just kind of conveniently ignores his history and the fact that he used to do ads every single hour at the top of the hour. It was a whole fucking meme, and he can't do that anymore just because of decisions that Twitch made, not because of decisions that he made. And he lies about that. He just says that he voluntarily just makes. He's like, I make the viewing experience better. All your other favorite creators are running aggressive ads, like what, like people like me, like people who earn like a fucking millionth of what you earn. But even then, if donos are making up like 80 or 90% or even on YouTube, if they're making up like more than that of your income, that's a problem. Like, you don't want to be in that precarious position where you're just dependent on how generous the donors are being. You want to make money off of views, and you get views from your segments and from the streams and from ads being attached to them. So the idea that Hassan isn't getting any ad money off of any of his YouTube channels, even his main one, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't think he's ever said he's demonetized. If he was, we'd hear it every day, all day. Not even to mention, like once you have like 5 figures sitting in your bank account, you're going to invest it. You're going to put it somewhere. And that's going to accumulate money. But I guess he can't admit to doing that because it's called capital. That would be capital. I don't know. Shit. Yeah, it's a very weird thing I've noticed him doing. I think he basically just lies like back to front about his about where his money comes from.
There
doesn't even know what democratic socialism is. But what is
democratic
happening...
socialists don't even have a consistent definition for democratic socialism.
True.
You can even tell me if you would allow capitalist parties to exist in your system.
Well,
But its audience care. They just do. It's not a poverty cult meme. Yeah, I think people should care. If you're going onto these new platforms and introducing yourself to a new potential audience, and you're sitting there saying, yeah, there's no capital here. Literally, we're all just entirely viewer funded and grassroots. Like, yeah, I don't even run ads. Everyone else runs ads. I don't run ads. But brackets, I used to run ads more aggressively than fucking anyone, and only stopped because I had to stop. Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, you should be called out for that, because I think that telling lies like that, it says something about you. And it's also funny.
People say the Soviet Union wasn't socialist. Or
I'm not a democratic socialist, though.
What are you, a socialist?
I think that you can't really have democracy and socialism at the same time because capital will overthrow the system again. And
yeah, because capitalism will win votes. Socialists can't win votes. Fuck.
Wouldn't be capital. It would be socialism.
Okay. Reactionary forces will
sure, so you want
capital.
like a vanguard party, and you want to like have a violent overthrow of the whole capitalist class and everything?
Well, I wouldn't say for like legal reasons I want like a revolution or anything like that.
Nervously rocking back and forth on their feet. Wait, was the whole thing just this? This one person?
They kill millions overseas. Nestle company killed 8 million people.
Okay. How many people died in the Holodomor? How many people died in Mao's revolutions? How many people?
Oh, it's like the conversations I had in 2019, man. Oh god. Oh my god.
Under capitalism, even though we have a resource...
Yeah, rip to my man Charlie Kirk. You would have loved to come across this guy during one of your campus stores.
Surplus in regards to food, 8 million people die.
Charlie Kirk would eat this guy alive. Like, Charlie Kirk was a fucking retard, but like talking points like this are just so... yeah, it's just so tired.
Every year, due to food insecurity, we have constant wars for imperialism, constant wars for
well, yeah. How is socialism solving any of these? Do we have less wars with the Soviet Union, or what?
Soviet Union wasn't like it wasn't starting wars and doing like proxy shit.
Really?
No,
What do you
not
think
in
they were
comparison
tanking?
to.
Yeah, what did they do in Hungary? Like, what did they what did they do in Afghanistan? What the fuck, man? Oh god. What they doing all over Southeast Asia? Fuck me, man. It's so funny.
From the Hungarian Revolution. What do you think all the...
Who overthrew Salvador Allende Chile? Who overthrew Nicaragua?
I'm not
Who
saying
invaded
capitalist
Panama?
countries are perfect. I'm not going to argue that. Of course there's issues. I'm just saying I don't know why we
You're
would assume that...
comparing an aggressive power to more of a defensive power.
You think the Soviet Union...
Defensive of the areas that they conquered aggressively. That's fun. That's fucking brilliant. You go and you annex fucking the Baltics, and then suddenly everything you do afterwards is defensive.
It's just defensive?
They weren't overthrowing every single country that had socialist
What do you think the
values left and
Soviet
right.
Union was? How do you think they got all those other countries in the Soviet Union? It was by overthrowing their governments or supporting people to overthrow
Yeah, but
the
those were
governments.
domestic revolutions in many cases.
Domestic
You have to have
revolution?
domestic support
that
in
were
order to do a
supported by
revolution.
the Soviets? You think Afghanistan? You think all these were just domestic revolutions? The Soviets just happened to...
This is just a tard fight? No, Destiny's correct here. Not because it's good to be anti-communist or anything. It's just like the arguments here are really bad. It's not like I think it's important to look at stuff like this sometimes. I think from my perspective to remind myself of like what the broader, not Overton window, I guess. What are people? I need to be reminded of like the broader environment in which discourse takes place, not just the kind of discourse that I tend to have now. I think. Remind yourself to not go back to this. Yeah, I mean, part of it is definitely that, yeah.
You think the same in Ukraine
So you
right
think
now?
every single one of those people who overthrew those governments were were Soviet Union agitators then?
Which examples here? Were there... Maybe I don't know that in complete detail. Well, obviously, the Baltic states, they were just annexed. They were straight up, like the Soviets just rolled in and said, give it. We need to defend you against the Nazis. And then after the Nazis were defeated, the Soviets kept it for another 50 years, just in case the Nazis came back, you know, crazy. What? I don't know, what's the... Are there any of the 15 republics where they just had an authentic revolution and joined with the Soviets afterwards, like with popular support? I'm not that I'm aware of. Does anyone know? I don't know why you would use the referendums from 1990 to justify Soviet moves in the 20s and 30s, but okay.
I think there's a reason why when the Soviet Union collapsed, the country...
No, there were Soviet allies that became allies after domestic revolutions. That's true, but I'm talking about actually like the republics, like the 15 republics.
Hassan promotes this thing, by the way. I think that Hassan would probably make his arguments better than this kid, but I think that to an extent, yeah. Hassan is not this bad. What I do think is the case is that a lot of popular online leftist discourse does...
Hassan just kind of hopes no one asks him about the USSR is probably, or the Cold War. That's probably his preference.
Either cater to, or at least include, like, this kind of person. The kind of person who would play, like, ear rape Soviet anthem on a boombox while dressing as Cesar Chavez. Yeah, like for Halloween Day or whatever, you know, with the communist hat. You know what I'm talking about.
They are kind of like the guys in the mid-2000s who would dress up as Nazis for Halloween. There's definitely that energy.
Drinking a fresh lemonade. And I think that those people are very obnoxious, obviously. They tend to be very young. And they're very vindictive online, too. So the problem is, if Hassan ever goes on stream, and he says, like, dog, can we be for real? The Holodomor was obviously the fault of the Soviets. They were callous and inattentive to the needs of their people, and part of it was punitive action against the demographic of people who had defied Soviet rule. Can we be so for real?
Yeah, he knows the Holodomor talking points. Well done, Bosch. What a guy. Wait. Does Hassan actually say all that about the Holodomor? Have I heard him talk about the Holodomor before? I remember.
the crushing of the Hungarian people? Can we be so for real with Afghanistan? Like, if he did that, even if he's done versions of that, whenever you do something like that, you agitate this group of people, and then they spend the rest of their life talking about how you're a fake communist and a counterinsurgent and a deep state op and a Fed.
Well,
so I think that there's a little bit of trepidation.
I'll protect
the
you.
problem is
I'm
that
Care
when
Bear.
you tiptoe around these people, they multiply. So you have to be...
Why did he fear me? You're about to die. Please kill him. Can that bird kill him? Damn. Why did you fear me? Prick. Why'd you do that? Hey. What an asshole. I feel bad. Why did I... This person's low health as well. They might resist the stun, though. They're an orc. Fuck. Okay, I've made some enemies. Let's go. Let's go. Get out of here.
You have to be a little principled with it, I guess. I mean, it's what happened with me, right? Like, everyone, if you mention me in communist circles online, everyone there calls me a lib or worse.
Yeah,
so
they
it's...
do.
That left didn't want to go back. There was a reason for that.
Well, the Soviet Union didn't exist when, also, when you're talking about, like, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, even Ukraine, they all voted to stay in 1989 with the Soviet
Why would you...
Union.
Why would
didn't it
you?
even go back after 91?
Fucking Destiny not knowing that talking point as well. It was, I think it was not 1990 or 1991 where they voted for that referendum. They voted to stay in the Union to get reforms. And then the reforms got slightly obstructed by the fact that the hardliners tried to coup Gorbachev. And then after that failed coup, the republics all just kind of went, whoa, this ain't working out. This is fucking bullshit. And then they all had independence referendums, and they all voted yes, like 85+%, and they boosted the fuck out. And then Gorbachev, at the end of 1991, was like, yo, so the Soviet Union here, like, it's kind of just not real anymore, is it? Oh, yeah, I suppose not. Oh well, take the flag down. Let's go home. Guess we're just Russia now. Yes, even Crimea voted to leave the USSR, yeah. Some boycotted the referendum, that's true. I think it was 5 or 6 republics had already boycotted the referendum. I think Lithuania had already declared independence. They were already out. Or at least they wanted to be out. Scuttle Pie, thanks for the £5. £5. Supporting Box's economic policy. Thank you so much! Hell yeah. Listen, I'm still learning more econ, okay? So if I change my mind on any of those takes, just so you know, I'm just working with the best information I've had at the current time. Ooh.
Because the Soviet Union dissolved under Gorbachev after he did an illegal dissolution.
Illegal dissolution. The fuck, man. It was Estonia and Lithuania declared... Oh, it's okay, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it was Lithuania that declared independence, yeah. Today is Lithuania's statehood restoration day from the Russian Empire. Oh. Wait, the Russian Empire? Did they call it that? Did they call the USSR the Russian Empire?
What?
Why not try to join Russia?
Because Russia is a...
That is not a good argument, because Russia was no longer a communist state. But okay.
Capitalist oligarchy.
Okay.
It's not...
That was their issue after...
You mean from 1918? Okay. Damn. It must be great, all these countries being like... How many holidays do you get? Like, the more conquered you get, the more holidays you get. Yeah, how many holidays does Poland have? Do they have a... Does Poland have a separate one for getting the Nazis out and for getting the Soviets out? They probably do, right?
Is that Russia became too liberal for them. They wanted back their Soviet overlords.
The economy collapsed under shock therapy, dude.
Sure.
Nobody's going to want to rejoin that. It did. GDP collapsed under Boris Yeltsin.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know you guys say Yeltsin. Okay.
This is fascinating.
Yeah,
it really was. Like, this guy was here for like 20 minutes, man. Holy shit.
Yeah. So you're a why do you attack like people on the left and stuff like that? Independent.
If people aren't liberal, I usually attack illiberal people because I don't think we have the same common values.
I mean,
I'm the most liberal person. No one hates Republicans like I do.
Yeah, but like, I don't. I think that's like kind of antagonistic. Also,
I do want to be antagonistic to people that don't have the same values as me. That's the definition of
yeah,
politics,
I know, but shouldn't we be uniting against the right instead of attacking each other?
You wouldn't unite with people that don't share fundamental values, right?
Well, fundamental values right now should be attacking fascism in America. And the corporate oligarchy.
Attacking fascism is like a subset of attacking illiberal ideology, and I think communists or socialists also have illiberal ideology. So I don't think I would.
This is so lame. Well, there's logical faults here, right? I mean, again, it's like a debate, so you're kind of pitching it. Obviously, like there are different critiques of liberalism. Like the principal illiberal argument from the left, at least like from a Marxian sentiment, not like a tanky sentiment, you know, is the idea that capitalism is flawed in large part because it aggregates political forces in a way that, you know, makes democracy impossible. That is illiberal to an extent, but it's kind of a definitional thing. Like you could say being anti-capitalist is illiberal, or you could argue that it's actually pro-liberal in the sense that you're trying to protect the liberal value of democracy, right? I don't know. That's mostly a semantic thing, right? It's more of a...
This reminds me of the libertarian socialist spin. Listen, the only true liberal is a socialist. You like democracy. Well, why isn't there democracy in the workplace, huh? You're there for, like, half of your waking day in the week. What? You're there for 40 hours a week. You got no say? What the fuck? You produce all that value, and then the fruits of your labor are dictated in their distribution by some other wank? Fuck! We want more democracy, bro. And we also want a political system that is not beholden to said profiteers and their special interest groups and their lobbies and their Zionists. Not those! That's irrelevant to capitalism. Yeah, we're super liberals. Yeah, I remember that. That's what I used to say. Fucking based. I think I still hold to that, and for the co-ops argument, I'd say co-ops are probably they're quite liberal in their own right, as long as their existence is not forced.
Like outcome versus intent, or like where you draw the line. I don't know. Obviously, like a socialist is illiberal in very different ways than a fascist, though it might be harder to tell with the kid that he's talking to a little bit. You know, I'm not out here defending the crushing of the Hungarian independence movement.
Not fascist, though. It's an antagonistic attitude because fascism promotes capitalism, monopolization of the economy.
Well, I think liberalism promotes capitalism. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, if you're an anti-capitalist, if you want to like abolish all private property and abolish the, you know, your participation.
This is flawed too.
In like the ability to vote for different things that other people might not like. Like, I wouldn't really consider that a political ally.
I mean, you don't have to abolish democracy. You can have democracy and socialism as well. It's a complete ideology, democratic socialism.
He literally just said that that wasn't possible, but okay.
Had instances of democratic socialism in countries that was elected democratically, such as Salvador Allende's Chile.
In a socialist country, would you be allowed to have a party?
I think it says such as. I think Salvador Allende was the very first ever socialist to become elected. Like, his was the first ever democratically elected socialist government, like properly socialist, not like Clement Attlee, like actually socialist. And yes, he did get cooed by a very bad dude. But yeah, he's not like, he was a kind of exceptional figure, Allende. He was very much on his own in that regard, in the sense that he was democratically elected. People try to say that Mossadegh was a socialist. He wasn't. He was in a different party to the socialist. He was more of a nationalist, but okay.
It advocates for a capitalist economy?
No, whatever. Instant death. Next question.
True.
I mean, it just depends on how free the economy.
In your socialist government, would you be allowed to have a capitalist party?
No. Launch into the sun. Next question.
Thank
you for not doing debates anymore. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, sure. But
okay,
I don't think it should be.
Now I can say this kid's a liberal, huh? Yeah.
Given power.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean.
You see, you can't even say, just say no. You would. It's okay. You can argue against it, but like.
Allende was also unpopular. If the U.S. didn't back a third party, Allende would have never won. Is that true? I need to relearn, because all I know about Chile is stuff that I read from little fucking socialist pamphlets. We're gonna need to reassess. Maybe, dude, what if I support Pinochet? What if I come out? Fuck off! It's my fault. I should have fled properly. God, this guy's strong. He's a fucking PvP gear nutter. What a meanie.
Like,
Yeah, no,
to say that you have like a free, like a totally free.
Are you being sarcastic? The premise for this argument has shifted so far beyond reality and my own beliefs that I'm engaging with this insincerely. Yeah, like the question: in a socialist society, would you allow a capitalist party to run? There's like 17 priors that you have to move through to get to that. It's really, and again, like I'm not even, for the most part, I'm not even engaging with socialism as the metric for who I do or don't support. My big thing right now is, do you have the balls to crush the Republican Party? Right? Like that's my, I'm on a totally different wavelength at the moment. If there was a person who ran and they were like, yeah, I'm a socialist, I'm super big into worker co-ops, whatever the fuck else, but also I think we need to chill out with the partisanship in Congress, I would vote them down. Like, just be clear on my priority.
Well, that's why I always wonder the antagonism to Newsom then, because Newsom's entire fucking brand is not really like progressive policy. He has passed progressive policies in California. People conveniently forget that. But his main thing is fighting the Republicans. What was the redistricting all about? What's wrong with the workplace democracy argument you described? I think I kind of affirmed it just there, but wait, which argument in particular? The idea that it's more liberal, or the idea that it's like that workplaces are despotic because you don't get a say in it? There would be a kind of you could maybe call it a continuum fallacy, but I would find it really one of the problems that occurs, especially in bigger co-ops, is that a lot of workers just don't give a shit about being involved in the process. They just don't give a fuck. They really don't. Like one of the problems that I think in Mondragon as well was that it was in part because managers were just like very bureaucratic, but also just because people didn't really. There were quite a few points where it seemed like people didn't really care to spend extra time or time of the day doing stuff, or like using their mental capacities to be in charge of workplace general direction and stuff like that, and like these kind of debates about the company. Yeah, there's not really a good argument for having to democratize everything. Even in our government, right? Like, we sometimes entrust people to just be better at certain things, and I guess for businesses, it might be the case that there are some businesses that just don't really work with horizontal structures, right? So, like, you wouldn't want you wouldn't want to democratize like a nuclear power plant, right? You wouldn't want to have a bunch of anarchists running a nuclear power plant. You need very, very strict rules and top down and very quick responses and shit like that to make sure those kind of environments function. If you're like a musician, or like if you're involved in either like a small band or in like an orchestra or something like that, yeah, like you really it can actually destroy a project like that to have a democracy, because some people are like clearly belong in the driver's seat and other people don't. So yeah, there's a few different arguments there. Ooh, these guys, I have to kill them. But I would like it in society if there were just like, if people just had more of a choice, because there are definitely I think some people who would probably like thrive better in those environments. But it's also the same thing to do with like our regular democratic system, right? Like, people talk about faceless bureaucrats and all that shit, but the fact is that faceless bureaucrats are a good thing. It's good that I don't really need to ever think about how my water is coming in through my tap. That I'm not involved in that process, because I don't give a fuck about that process. Why would I? I just want to pay my council tax, and some other fucking boring cunt can deal with all all the details. Like, why would I want to bother? But that does actually mean that my participation in society is a little bit less democratic for that. I literally have no say in what happens there. I don't even know if, like, in elections, people argue differently about how the water should be provided to our houses. We just trust someone else to find the best way for us. The same thing when you deposit money in a bank or whatever else. So yeah. And I'd rather some fucking cold bureaucratic losers dealt with all that shit so I can think about more interesting things in my life. I think most people are like that, so just people just say things sometimes and they don't really think about it. You know, like it's like people who say they don't trust the banks. I thought about this the other day. People say they don't trust the banks. And it's like, okay, where is all your money? It's in a bank. Okay, do you trust your friends? Yeah. Okay. You want to withdraw all your money and give it to your friend Jim? What? You know, he'll throw some of it here, some of it there. You know, hopefully get you on average like a 1% return. Maybe a bit more if you let him keep the money for a long time and you have to pay a charge to withdraw, then you might get a 5%. It's like, no, give it to the fucking bank. I thought you didn't trust the bank. And then everyone clapped. I feel like that would be a really good like Aaron Sorkin skit. Only the question is asked by a dumb sorority blonde girl.
Priorities. I'm being serious. I'm not doing like a bit. If they were like, yeah, I'm a socialist, but also the Republican Party is potentially allies. We just need to nope. Like I would. So for me, the preserving the democracy is 100% the first priority, and it's miles ahead of everything else. Because I think that nothing else can like that's the first step. It has to be the first step. Otherwise, anything good we do will be annihilated immediately afterwards. You know. Was the sincere answer, though, would you allow a capitalist party in a social democracy? Weren't you listening? I said there were like 17 priors you'd have to go through. What do you mean in a social democracy? What do you mean in a socialist society? What do you mean capitalist party? Also, what do you mean by like what laws establish the existence of socialism beforehand? To what extent has it been normalized? How could a capitalist party even function? What kind of like private investment would it be? Like there's like it's again like what you would have to ask are like specific policy questions in an environment where the policy is different from the world that we live in today. So, I mean, okay, Jordan Peterson. Well, yeah, then don't start on step 20, you know? That's a very abstract future question, so I don't think it's suitable for debate.
Democratic system, but like there are some ideologies that are literally banned from competing in your political party.
Funny that Vosh says this, but he also recently said that he would vote third party if Newsom was the Dem candidate. I think he said, like, at some point he would prefer Vance presidency to Newsom. Yeah. Listen, Vosh is a very brilliant person, okay? But he's also kind of mental. He's like, I don't know. You know how some Beethoven string quartets are just, like, no one wants to admit it, but at least some parts of them, some sections just sound kind of awful to the modern ear. I'll say it. You know how some John Lennon time signatures are just kind of like wrong? Like he could have probably done it better. Like if he just kept it straight. That's kind of how I see Vosh.
I mean, obviously that
yeah,
wouldn't be
but
completely
those
free, right?
ideologies are completely like amoral and exist for the exploitation of the labor class, though.
That's fine. You have that opinion, but at the very least, that
I mean,
you're
it's
not a democracy
like
at that point,
true.
right?
Oh, this is all pretty good.
You know how some Beatles songs are just kind of shit? I feel like you could take all the anti-workplace democracy arguments and apply them to regular democracy, like most people not caring and voters making really bad decisions. Yeah, but then that's clearly not the case, because it seems to be that the most successful societies we have are ones where there's at least some democracy, right? I don't think that's an accident. Like, there are clearly some decisions people want to be involved in, right? Like the border and the price of eggs. And Israel. Yeah. I need to kill cleft-hoof bulls. Okay. What else do we have? Do you want me to do Sneeko? Is that next? Dude. Or finish this Hutch Ogre Boy? No way. I don't think I could do it. Ice Rail. Good one. United States of Ice Rail. Apparently Ethan Klein's James Charles billboard got removed. Okay. I probably need to go soon anyway. Let me watch another little thing and then I'll probably fuck off. Dude, what the fuck? Where's the thing? Dude! What am I looking for? TLDR news. Is Cuba on the verge of collapse? I did not know that. Wow.
A US administration attempting to topple Cuba's communist government is not new news, nor is an American embargo of the island. However, the Cuban regime is under more pressure and is more vulnerable than at any point since the 1990s, and perhaps since its foundation in 1959. Donald Trump's total oil blockade means that Cuba's fuel supply is drying up fast, exacerbating chronic blackouts, shortages of food and medicine, disrupting daily life, and accelerating the island's downward spiral. So in this video, we're going to explain what's going on in Cuba, what Trump wants, and whether the government can survive. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. Cuba went through a severe economic crisis in the 1990s, known as the Special Period, following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. The Soviet Union had been Cuba's primary benefactor and trade partner, helping the Cuban economy survive after the United States imposed a total embargo on trade and commerce with Cuba back in 1962, shortly after the 1959 Cuban Revolution brought Fidel Castro to power.
Is there a good reason for them keeping this embargo up on Cuba? I'm inclined to say no, because I don't know, is Cuba threatening America in the same way that even Venezuela slightly does, or like Russia? Definitely nothing like Russia or China or anything like that, or Iran. What the fuck is? I know Hassan's doing a flotilla to Cuba, isn't he? He's doing that. Are you going at it? Dude, flotillas are so fucking retarded. Like, it's... it is ironic that he's doing that, because it's like, it's usually... Because of the... It was Turks that were on the flotilla during the incident, right, in 2010 with Israel. It, like, Hassan would love the flotilla, because it is just, like... It is just so him, you know, it's, you get a lot of PR, a lot of press. It looks fucking epic because you're like a pirate on a little boat sailing to freedom. But all you're really doing is like, you're taking a tiny amount of actual humanitarian aid. It's like 0.0001 humanitarian aid. And then the rest of it is just PR. Like, that's all it is. And you also, every time there's a fucking accident on the boat, you get to say it was actually top secret CIA quadcopter spy drone space laser. There isn't a naval blockade, so I don't see the point of a flotilla. Well, what else would you do for an embargo? What would you do to, I don't know. Like, you know that aid trucks and aid ships are fucking massive, right? A flotilla is a tiny fucking private boat. Or maybe like an organization-funded boat with a fucking... They said it in, with Greta Thunberg, right? Like, her flotilla that landed in Israel, it had like... It didn't even have enough aid in it for half a truck. It was like fucking nothing. Like, I don't know. It's just a stunt. Just people want to spice up their lives a little bit. But those Turkish dudes, they were for real because they fought with the IDF, didn't they? They had weapons and they had homemade weapons and fucking clubs and shit. And they told them to go back to Auschwitz. That was fucking epic. Those guys talked and walked. Meanwhile, Greta just like turns up, gets a fucking sandwich. Alright.
Fortunately for Cuba's communist regime, the end of the 1990s also brought the end of the precarious special period, as in 1999, a new ideological ally had emerged in Latin America in the form of Venezuela's socialist president, Hugo Chavez. In 2000, Castro and Chavez signed a landmark agreement that would see Chavez send Cuba heavily discounted Venezuelan oil, while Castro would send tens of thousands of Cuba's well-regarded professionals in the healthcare, education, science and technology fields to Venezuela, and later intelligence and security officials
Oh yeah, well Rubio has obviously... He's obviously had Cuba in his sights for a long time. Is that the guy who killed me? It totally is. What's he doing? No, he's not. The current blockade. Well, first of all, an embargo is not a blockade. A blockade is like no one can go. A trade embargo is different. A blockade is like fuck you, nothing gets in, and we're gonna shoot you and sink your boat if you try. An embargo is different. Oh yeah, that does make me wonder. Yeah, why would you do a flotilla? Because, well, I guess if you're an American, the embargo means that you couldn't do it. But couldn't they just fundraise for a different country to send goods over? Because it's a good meme. I'm pretty sure the best way to... It's like the thing that happened with Ukraine as well, because there was a whole problem at the very beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war, where people were going in vans and filling their vans up with supplies and taking them to the border. And it got to a point where there were just too many people who were turning up, trying to help or offering to help, but they didn't actually... It turned out that having them there was more trouble than it was worth, because they had to have someone holding their hand and making sure they had somewhere to sleep and get fed and everything, so that they could help with the situation at the border. So people generally, a lot of these organizations just said, like, if you want to help, just give us money. That's the best way. Just donate. Just donate. And I guarantee that there's no situation ever where a flotilla has been more helpful than just donating. Anyway.
To help shore up Chavez's government. In the mid-2010s, however, the global oil glut sent oil prices sharply downwards, contributing to a socio-economic crisis in Venezuela. As such, Venezuela, under Chavez's hand-picked successor Nicolas Maduro, reduced the volume of oil it was shipping to Cuba.
What are you
Fortunately
doing?
for Cuba, though, by then led by
Holy
Fidel
shit.
Castro's brother Raul, its relationship with the United States was actually...
Oh, I thought this was the town. It's not. It's the fucking PvP zone. Okay. Fuck. Well, that's okay. I'll just grab my quest.
improving, thanks to Obama's so-called Cuban thaw. Between 2014 and 2016, diplomatic relations were restored. The US removed Cuba from its list of state sponsors of terrorism, Obama made a historic visit to Cuba, and certain travel and trade restrictions were lifted, although the embargo remained in
Come on,
place as
get
it
outta
can
here.
only be ended by the US
Leave
Congress.
me alone.
But this mild respite from US pressure was not to last.
I will sneak.
Donald Trump took a hard line on Cuba, reinstating the restrictions that Obama had relaxed, and redesignating the country as a sponsor of terrorism. While some of Trump's measures were lifted under Joe Biden, they were soon reimposed upon Trump's return in 2025. This was bad news for Cuba, which had already
no,
been
I
in
can't, 'cause
crisis
it's under
since
control.
2020.
Fuck.
The COVID pandemic and
Oh, well.
collapse of international tourism contributed
forgot
to
about the
Cuba's
guards.
worst economic
Damn.
crisis in decades, from
How do I
which
get
it has
past them?
struggled to
Shit.
recover. Economic and social
have to kill
conditions
birds,
worsened,
okay.
with power outages, spiking inflation, and shortages of food and medicine sparking a further exodus of Cubans out of the country, as
Oh.
well as social unrest, which was suppressed by the Cuban government, then led by President Miguel Diaz-Canel. Skip ahead to 2026 and things keep getting worse. Venezuelan oil shipments had already fallen in the past few years, but since US forces abducted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in early January and killed 32 Cuban soldiers in his security service in the process, Cuba has been totally cut off from Venezuelan oil. Other sources are being cut off too. In late January, Trump
Oh,
threatened
shit.
to impose tariffs on any country selling oil to Cuba. Crucially, this has prompted
Fucking
Mexico,
tariffs.
which was actually Cuba's largest supplier of oil in 2025, to halt shipments to Cuba, something that Mexico's leftist president Claudia Sheinbaum has lamented, but that seems unlikely to reverse given her country's delicate trade negotiations with the US. According to Kepler Limited, January 2026 was Cuba's first month in a decade with zero oil imports, and fuel supplies are drying up fast. Amid a shortage of aviation fuel, several airlines, including from Canada, which is Cuba's top source of tourists, have suspended flights to Cuba. Bad news given that it's peak tourist season and much of Cuba's economy relies on tourism, which is a crucial source of foreign currency. So the crisis in Cuba is only getting worse. Fuel shortages means more blackouts, more food and medicine shortages, and the grinding down of daily life, as President Diaz-Canel has announced fuel rationing in a bid to protect essential services. These are not unfortunate side effects, but rather grinding the country to a halt is the point of Trump's oil blockade.
Yes. We
But
are
what
going to
exactly
kill
is his endgame? Trump
30
has been
birds.
urging the Cuban government to, quote, make a deal before it is too late. But exactly what he wants from a deal is unclear. In the
He just wants a deal. He just wants to act, bro. He's so fucking retarded. It's just such a. He just has this idea in his head, like a little fucking child. Like, yeah, you're a businessman and a successful man, and businessmen and successful men make deals. Like, okay, well, I want a good deal. Okay, well, then you have to leverage them. All right, let's bomb them. Unbelievable, you toddler. Wait, why did that person disband our group? What the fuck? Oh.
In the case of Venezuela, Trump made clear he wanted US access to Venezuela's oil and appears to be happy to leave the regime broadly in place, but with a more pliable leader than Maduro. Could a similar setup satisfy Trump in Cuba? Perhaps. But then again, Cuba isn't sitting on vast oil reserves like Venezuela, so maybe some other form of mild opening up to foreign interests, cooperation on migration and drug trafficking, and a release of prisoners. Well, according to Cuba's deputy foreign minister, there have been exchanges of messages between the Cuban and American governments, but not yet proper dialogue, with Cuba insisting that political and economic change is not on the table. But Trump may in fact be pushing for full regime change, something that his Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who was born to Cuban immigrant parents, has long desired, as have many others in the Cuban diaspora, who are a notable voting bloc of the Republican Party. If regime change is indeed the goal, despite Trump being buoyed by his Venezuelan operation, the US may naturally be wary of getting caught up in any military action in Cuba, not least because of the long shadow of the disastrous failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. Marco Rubio's words could be instructive. He said, "We would love to see regime change, but that doesn't mean that we're going to make a change." One might infer from the administration's words and actions that it hopes to indirectly inspire change by blockading the country and pushing it to breaking point, thereby inspiring the people to rise up and topple the government, or at least cause enough trouble to force it to back down and agree on some kind of transition. This would be a plan that comes with significant risks and no guarantee of success. After all, Cuba's communist government has survived existential threats and defied predictions of its collapse several times, while weathering a more than 60-year embargo. Decades of government consolidation means that Cuba does not have democracy in its recent memory, nor is there an established opposition movement or obvious democratic leadership waiting in the wings. So fueling a humanitarian crisis on the island may just prompt further governmental repression, and any kind of extended crisis, or state collapse, could spark a greater exodus of Cuban emigres, which is surely not Trump's desired outcome. As is so often the case these days, a lot of how this plays out depends on influence. Not only who technically has the power to make things happen, but also who has the sway to make sure that it does. That's why last year we put together a list of the world's 25 most influential people, using rankings from you.
Cool. The thing is, if Trump knows about Bay of Pigs, he's gonna go extra if he wants to invade Cuba. Also, this was actually a little bit unexpected. No, it's not, actually. It's not expected. It's not unexpected at all because of what they're there for. This is about Indonesia have agreed to send 8,000 soldiers to Gaza. But the elephant in the room is going to be in what capacity? Like, what's their role going to be? And I think it's going to be for things like maybe assisting movements across the Egyptian border or... oh, fuck! But I don't think they're going to do anything to monitor the situation with Hamas, but we'll see. Why are you muted? This guy looks like Israeli as fuck. What's this? What's this group? What are they doing? Who is this person?
Welcome to the Israel-Palestine Report. Indonesia has just become the first country that has announced it is going to send between 5,000 to 8,000 soldiers to take up positions in the Gaza Strip as part of the International Stabilization Force.
That's crazy.
What does this mean for the future of the Gaza Strip?
What does it
Does this mean Hamas will disarm? And does this mean the Israeli military will withdraw?
Nope.
Join me for a brief dive in. What does this recent news mean for Israel and Palestine?
Okay.
The International Stabilization Force, the ISF, is this international organization that US President Trump envisioned is...
I just imagined people being like, oh fuck, we can't call it the International Stabilization Force, okay? That's propaganda. We need to counter with our own agitative propaganda. Let's call it the International Destabilization Force. The ID... Oh shit. Fuck. God damn it. Wait, where is my food vendor? Incredible set production. Yeah, he has maps. That means
Blessings upon
that means he has perspective. Wait, where is the... Is there a food vendor here? There must be. If there's not, I am so cooked. Because I've been going so slow without my hunk of ham. Where is he though? Poisons? No, it's not gonna be this guy. He's giving me Hagari vibes.
Is going to be made up of the
armies,
soldiers from the armies of different countries in the Middle East and around the world. Their job is going to be to take over positions in the Gaza Strip to allow the Israeli military to withdraw from their areas. The Israeli military still controls between 55 to 52% of the Gaza Strip. And at this point, everyone is waiting for the Board of Peace to take over administering the Gaza Strip, its executive board to take over the international side, while the Palestinian technocratic government is going to take over the civilian side. Meanwhile, the Israeli military is supposed to withdraw from the areas that it is currently held up in as the International Stabilization Force takes up its positions in the Gaza Strip. The problem is, no one has wanted to join the ISF. Bangladesh said that it might join. Azerbaijan said that it might send troops. Turkey is the only one that said that it would send troops, but Israel vetoed that. No one wanted to join this international force, primarily because, despite the fact that it got its blessing from the UN Security Council, it was still unclear what is going to be its mission. Is it going to be in charge of disarming Hamas In that case, most of the countries, and particularly the Arab and Muslim countries, didn't want to be the ones that were seen as doing Israel and the United States dirty work to disarm Hamas. In turn, is it supposed to just protect civilians? That may be a worthy cause. What happens if there's another spiral between Israel and Hamas? Is this force now supposed to protect Palestinian civilians?
And there was leftist audio. Now there's fucking Middle East audio, okay? At least in leftist audio, they probably own a Focusrite 2 or something. A Focusrite Scarlet. But my God, these guys.
Civilians from Israel. Because of this ambiguity, absolutely no one wanted to be a part of this international force. So what happened? Over the last several weeks, the Board of Peace has been officially established, and it has set up the technocratic government in the Gaza Strip. Hamas has said that it is willing to cooperate with this technocratic Palestinian government. However, at this point, it has been very ambiguous about whether it's supposed to or whether it intends to disarm or not disarm. It's keeping that very vague. The United States itself has already shifted some of its rhetoric. In Trump's initial 20-point plan, it said that Hamas would disarm entirely. Then when the Board of Peace was established, Jared Kushner said that there will be a distinction between the offensive heavy weaponry like rockets and missiles that will be immediately disarmed and the light weaponry, i.e. guns and other types of RPGs, that Hamas will maybe be disarmed of later on. Earlier today, the New York Times reported the United States is now again...
What does technocratic mean? Experts, you know, specialized roles, but it also means kind of authoritarian, like they don't really have, they're not you can't vote them in or out. I think that's what it means.
Shifting the way it is thinking, and now it is saying that Hamas will have to give up its offensive weaponry, the weaponry that can be used to attack Israel, but the defensive weaponry can maybe be disarmed a little bit later, and this may be why Indonesia has now decided it can actually take part in the International Stabilization Force. So what do we know so far? And the Indonesian military said that it is preparing to send between 5,000 to 8,000 troops to take up positions in the Gaza Strip. According to what's been published, it is likely going to take up positions between Rafah and Khan Yunis, likely in this area over here. This is an area that is controlled by the Israeli military, and is also the area where, according to the visions of New Gaza that Jared Kushner put out, are likely to be the place with the first reconstruction of any area of Gaza, this new Gaza vision that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff has. Their vision is supposed to start in this area over here. Theoretically speaking, what should happen, according to Trump's plan, is that the Israeli military will withdraw from this area, Indonesian troops in this case will take control of this area, and then the Board of Peace will be in charge of rebuilding so that Palestinians can move from the areas controlled by Hamas to this area over here. Now, it's very important to note, despite all of this, the Indonesian military said it is preparing to send the troops, but is still waiting for the final order. This is probably going to be negotiated still between Indonesia, the United States, maybe Israel, but until now Israel's sort of been kept out of these negotiations. It is very likely that this will be hammered out in the upcoming meeting of the Board of Peace and the Executive Board of Gaza. It is supposed to meet on February 19th in the United States. The president of Indonesia has already announced that he's going to take part in that meeting, so very likely we'll hear more about that then. But the significance of this announcement is the fact that despite the fact that we've not heard anything about the ISF.
What's the whole story about Israel annexing the West Bank that's been going on in the news cycle? Well, go to a channel called Lonerbox Live and look at the video about Israel's de facto annexation of Gaza, my friend. You'll learn everything. You don't get information for free. You have to give us a view. Fuck. Basically, they're changing a bunch of laws that make it easier for Jews to buy land in the West Bank. It's like the main thing. Which is not good if you want to one day be able to offer the Palestinians a contiguous state in that territory. Because you'll have to deal with the fact that there are settlers peppered across the entire place.
Or its establishment over the last several weeks. We've only heard about the reconstruction of Gaza and the future disarming of Hamas. Behind the scenes, negotiations are clearly still ongoing, despite the fact that all eyes are on Iran. Negotiations are still ongoing with regards to what's happening in the Gaza Strip and the ISF, and we will very likely hear more about this in the coming days or weeks. If you find this informative, please remember, hit that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications so you know when these come out, send these on to anyone else you think might be interested. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them in the comment section below. I'm Alon Burstein. I'm a visiting assistant professor and an Israel Institute fellow in the Department of Political Science at Tufts University.
Whoa.
Thanks for watching.
Crazy. Kudos for more edited content so us IRL cucks can keep up with what's going on in our favorite streamer. Yeah, exactly. What the hell? Okay. Bird! Right here, fucking... Look at that face. Look at that freeze frame. Right, let me get some other... shit. There's this whole thing I've been seeing recently where because the ceasefire is, I mean, people are retarded, but like it's held in the sense that the rate of killing is like a fraction, like a tiny fraction of what it was pre-ceasefire, and because the dust is kind of settling a little bit and the demarcation line is probably going to hold for a while, the yellow line. I've noticed that people are picking up on Hamas obituaries starting to appear on social media. So if you guys remember that project I did with Cast Lead, where we went over like 350 deaths to see which ones were militants and which ones were not. You know, one day, maybe now is a better time than ever to do it for 70,000, because I don't trust anyone else to do it properly. It's quite a sad thing to think about, isn't it? There's literally no organization or researcher in the entire fucking planet that I would trust to go through all that, to go through any list of dead Palestinians and find out which ones are soldiers or which ones aren't. Are you going to do it? I mean, it's the kind of thing that would take years because I don't think Hamas would ever, given how this war has gone, I don't think they would ever actually publish a full list. I don't think you're going to start seeing like tens of thousands of Al-Qassam entries going into that website. There's no way. Yes, Doctors Without Borders did pull out of a hospital because of masked armed men, yeah. And people say that they were actually talking about Abu Shabab because Abu Shabab briefly held that hospital in Khan Yunis. However, literally the Hamas Health Ministry has put out a statement condemning Doctors Without Borders for leaving, and they said those armed men are just there to protect patients. Like, so they're not even denying it. The people who are denying it are Western leftists. Hamas themselves are not denying that they've got armed men in the hospitals now. So, you know, make of that what you will. That would be incredible if you did. Well, I did it for 350 names, and that was a total fucking nightmare, so I... We'll see, buddy. We'll see. I need to kill 4 more birds. Okay. My group partner is probably going to leave now. When do I do Ring of Blood? Have you been to Best Kebab in Glasgow before? Usually if an establishment is called Best Anything, I would never go to it. Like Best Chinese, Best no. Wait, actually, now that you mention it. No, I don't think I have, no. These are my favorite quests. Slay 50 things. You could learn some statistics and draw some inferences off a sample. I don't even know how you could get a sample, though. How would you do that? Like, what would I be sampling? Because I could be looking at obituaries on Hamas pages, but obviously that's not a sample. That's just the Hamas part of it. It would be a very misrepresentative sample. Maybe I could just find a particular date. Oh yeah, I could do that, actually. Because I think No, has the health ministry published the dates of death for every person in the 70,000? I don't think they have. But there are lots of people where we do know exactly when they died and where. But I don't think the health ministry has a comprehensive... Maybe they do. I don't know. Or I think they have it, but they haven't published it. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm humoring the idea of a project like that. It would be so big. And I'd be doing it completely on my own. I wouldn't have any help. Like, no one else wants to do that shit. Yeah, that's also the case. The rate is not likely to be consistent. Like the ratio is not likely to be consistent because on some occasions they're going to be targeting leadership, and obviously if it's like those strikes like that were after one of the ceasefires, then if you're targeting and all those big leaders' names were just dropping like fucking flies, but then leaders are worth a lot more in terms of collateral damage, so you'd probably see a big ratio there, whereas like a different day where they're being more precise, then you would see less. Then get a sample of dates. Listen, the only way to do it is to do the whole fucking thing, okay? Sorry. I mean, people have already started. Like, I know that with the 250 odd journalists, people have started assessing their status. But again, it's like that kind of research is going to be incomplete for probably several years. So what people are doing now is that you're going to have one side that is looking for all the combatants and saying, oh yeah, this is just the ones we know about. What does this say about the other ones? Or they're going to use very circumstantial evidence to call them a combatant and use kind of like arbitrary decision making for it, which I don't agree with. And then you're going to the other side, which is the like humanitarian cultist side, which is like people who just look around a little bit for what each person was doing, get bored after 5 minutes and say, oh yeah, I couldn't find anything, must be a civilian. Israel is genociding journalists, wow, soy. And that's going to be the issue for a good while. That's going to be the two sides trying to discern that. And that's only for like 200 people, not 70,000. Also, I'm pretty sure IDF policy changed throughout the war as well, because they didn't have any plans to... They didn't have any protocol in place to eliminate Hamas from Gaza, so they were kind of winging it from day one until they probably eventually agreed on an actual comprehensive policy going forward. Where's fucking Lump? Hey! I guess he's dead? Where's this guy? Come on. Let's go. This guy is just leveling gear. Okay. Whoa! Pierce Morgan, Brian Tyler Cohen, there's actually a trans shooter in Canada, isn't there? I'm surprised that hasn't made more waves than I thought it would. I was worried about that. Do people just not care? That's probably good. People have moved on. If they were trans Somali, we'd be in big trouble. Have you looked up UCDP or ACLED data? I've looked up ACLED for the Hezbollah Israel exchanges, and I'm never touching them again. Or I would need to. No, that's probably unfair. But I was disappointed. Oh yeah, if the trans Somali immigrant was singing in Spanish, that would. God, that would actually be trans genocide. They would just say it. They wouldn't even hide it. We're gonna build camps, the greatest camps like none you've ever seen. When's the segment? Dude, I'm fucking exhausted. I'm doing it tomorrow. I've been like 1 HP for the last for the last like 3 hours now. Let's see if I can actually get any meat off of this Pisco Vanguard bone, shall we? Maybe things change.
Any doubt that with respect to the Green Party shit, the Jill Stein
I
stuff.
mean, it's called chatting, so I'm just guessing that they're.
I saw you guys talk about that stuff, and I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm not saying that you didn't say that Kamala Harris. I think I'm just trying to get you the feeling of what some libs and Democrats in my audience think is like, are these people committed to this project, the project of defeating it? Not necessarily you guys. Go for it, Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, so I could speak to that a little bit, right? Because I understand that there is frustration that kind of like takes over your mind. And I'll use it for an example of the Vanguard, right? So you have people in your audience right now who think that we're like Democrat haters, I would imagine, who think that we're like the devil and that we don't want anything good for the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
But for all of those people, there's also tons of people on the left who think that we're sellouts. They call us the...
Yeah, just because there are like literal fucking Maoists who want to murder everyone who are also annoyed with you does not mean you're moderate, or whatever the fuck you're claiming to be.
I think if you look at the empirics here,
Cenk and Anna
holdouts when it came to the election
the
here in New
chapters,
York
actually? Chorus Media?
for mayor.
Oh.
I endorsed them before the primary, but after the primary, when we're talking about
2024.
comparing to Cuomo and the kind of attacks that Cuomo was levying, the servility to Trump, really that seemed obvious on the horizon. I thought that was weakness and bullshit. But I will say, Mamdani didn't endorse Kamala in the run-up to the election. Now, I didn't hold that against him because I wanted to stick by that principle. But I do think that that's a kind of a sense of camaraderie that we're going towards at least a similar goal in the short term. And that similar goal, I think, is the end of fascism in this country, or at least stopping it from taking hold. And I do actually think, Zach and Gavin, that you're with me on that goal because I watch your content.
Oh, yeah.
I see when you criticize Cenk and Anna for this about face. And but that said, I think we also need to give credit where credit is due. And I guess that's my first transition into a recent statement from Anna Kasparian. I don't know if you're familiar with it, that basically she underestimated Trump. And I wanted to get your guys' take on that. Do you think that that's genuine? Cards on my table. I met Anna at Word War Debate. She seemed like a very nice person. And yeah, what do you think?
You were at that thing.
Yeah, it was like a weird. There were like Proud Boys there and stuff. I'm sure there's dark money behind it, but it was actually a lot of fun.
Dark money.
Putting that aside. But yeah, what do you think about this
like those liberal
statement?
bastards,
And then
eh?
also, I don't know if you watched the debate or a conversation between Crystal Ball and Cenk Uygur, in which Cenk Uygur seemingly concedes. He's like, we don't need the right-wing populists, we just need the independents. And I agree with that statement, but it seems to be counter to his position. So what do you think about this? Because I really value when Cenk and Anna are on like the right side and like pointed in the right direction. I think they can be assets. But you guys have been highly critical. So give me your take on that stuff.
I mean, I totally agree with you that I think they're a real powerhouse when they're actually fighting for the progressive left, as they did back in the OG Bernie era. That's when I started watching the Young Turks. That's when I really started getting into BreadTube, as it was called at the time, right? That's what got me in. That was my entry point to this whole entire world, really, was Kyle Kalinske and the Young Turks. So I know how effective they can be, which is why it was so heartbreaking to see this bizarre attempt at a right-wing, like Dave Rubin-esque drift pulled off, specifically by Anna, but also by Cenk. And yeah, I think they basically realized two things. One, that the right wing still views them as the Young Turks. No matter how much they pander to them, they're still going to remember all the clips and all the moments and the screaming at Alex Jones and the, you fat motherfucker or whatever Anna said. You know what I'm saying? Like that's always going to be who they are to the right wing, no matter how much they pander. They've been doing that shtick for too long to really pivot in the way they thought they could. So I think for one, the pivot failed. And two, I do believe that when it comes to specifically Anna Kasparian and that statement she put out the other day, I do genuinely believe that even she is a little bit shocked by just how fascist Donald Trump and his administration this time around has been with the Gestapo on the streets. I really do think she was a little bit in denial in the lead up to the election, and that's not to let her off the hook or to justify it. I do think it was a very financially motivated grift, but I do think that part of the reason she was able to to go down that road in the first place is because she had kind of convinced herself subconsciously.
I think you just
see this
slow
a
fall
lot,
from the
this sort
hill,
of
you're probably
denial
better.
that the worst is about to happen,
see.
and she was like, "Fuck it, yeah, I'm just gonna be in denial. I'm gonna put my head in the sand and try to make some money."
that's
I think
awkward
now
as
she
well.
is, genuinely like, "Oh fuck, like this is crazy. I don't like this. This is very
Right,
uncomfortable to
like,
me.
what's this?
I
Come
can't
on.
defend it. I simply can't defend it."
You,
So
you
from
haven't seen that same
perspective,
pivot from Cenk though, right? I mean, you haven't seen the same kind of statement from Cenk, who was maybe less
admitting that he was wrong.
Yeah. Oh, or I haven't.
I mean,
seen
I
it.
think, as you mentioned in the crystal ball discussion, he kind of began to admit. I think Cenk is an egotist and he's a narcissist, and it's really hard for either of them to apologize. So I wouldn't be shocked if neither of them ever truly give a legitimate, full-throated apology. Right. I wouldn't be shocked, but I do think that they're starting to be a lot more critical on Trump's. They're not pandering to the MAGA right. They're not going on shows like Tim Pool and Glenn Beck and PBD as much. So I think they've just realized that it was actually a bad idea to try to pull off this grift, and actually the money is really in bashing Trump, being an anti-Trump show. Look at Midas Touch. Look at all these other networks which have really kind of taken their place as like the number one like anti-Trump network online.
Zach, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Gavin said. Obviously, look, Gavin and I have made our beat, as I was talking about, covering independent news, right? Covering people who we think are full of shit. There's tons of them all over the internet. We focus on the progressive left because we like to sweep our own side of the street. So we've talked about the Jimmy Dores. We've even talked about Dave Rubin, who came from the Young Turks, right? Something a little fishy over there in the water. We've talked about, we've locked horns with Brianna Joy Gray, who's already come up on here. We've locked horns with everybody over here at the Vanguard, right? We like to be on our own island. We're in Kansas City. Gavin and I are boys.
God, the way this guy talks is so fucking annoying. He's just like a really irritating fucking salesman. It's really,
and we just like spit, and that's how we do this thing. But I also think we take our job really seriously. Right?
We lock horns with everyone over here at the VanguardTV.com. Like, dude.
So for people who don't know anything about our show, we don't take a dollar from anybody corporate. We are 100% sponsored by the people who do our.
This is not. I'm just listening to a fucking promo. Fuck me. I just can't listen to them. I can't do it. JML. You know what? They're selling the fucking ironing board covers. Washing machines. Alright, where is this? Okay, let's go. Come on, make that jump. Ah! Listen, we only do authentic self-shilling here on Learner Box Live, okay? Land! I will catch this egg! Maybe you need an epic mount for it. Dude, I just have to do it old school. Fuck that. Alright. Let's just trial and error it 8 billion times. Egg? No, I'm literally just enjoying this trampoline, you fucking idiot. Ah! Okay, can we make it? Nope. That's a wide one. Yo. I just want to get this egg, okay? Is that so much to ask? Embarrassing. Is that a pun? Oh, okay. Come on. Come on. Egg. Egg me up. Okay, can I make it? Okay, drop now. Oh! Yes! Egg the fuck! That's probably the quickest I've ever done that. Bald, immovable egg. Oh, loser. Okay, well, I thought you were commenting on the eggs. But I don't really want to fight this guy. I just want to get out of here. Come on. Go on. Go on, go on. Is that cape better looking? That's the only value judgment I'm making. No more politics, such peace. Why is the music so fucking repetitive in this area, though? Is it on loop? I don't like this vanilla ass music. It should be. Do you think they have more enchanting music for Negrand? Let's see. It's egg politics o'clock. Listen, we're just tailing off with a bit of wow. TBC questing improved from vanilla. I mean, it actually did. It did in a way. Some of the vanilla quests are just like completely fucking mind-rotted. At least there are some TBC ones, like the bombing runs. That's fun. And the stuff in Netherstorm is quite fun as well. And this one, there's a quest here later on where you have to take these ogre tribes and disguise yourself and do like diplomacy with them and turn them on each other to make them fight. Like that's quite fun as well. That's like imperialist shit. Colonialist, divide and conquer. Is it with ogres that you do that though, or is it trogs? Oh. Talk to Corky. Oh. Get the key. Okay. Yeah, this is the Orgrimmar theme, yeah, which is annoying. I don't like it. I hear it way too often. I want a fresh theme for what I'm doing. Why is it looping? What the fuck? Oh, I don't have bandages. Is that Ogre Boy you're fighting? Ogre Boy can only dream of being this much of a hulking presence. Ogre Boy can only dream of doing this much damage to me. Well, we'll see if there's more tomorrow. What's this? Marco Rubio says talks with Iran will be complicated. Oh yeah? Man, Rubio is so fucked, man. The worst thing about him is he kind of knows better than MAGA.
As top diplomat
Like,
Marco Rubio
oh well, he sold his soul.
has admitted that
He made his
talks with
choice.
Iran will be complicated
Yeah.
days before a second round of negotiations over its nuclear program. The US Secretary of State says he believes President Trump's envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, are already on their way to the talks.
Oh.
The pair took part in the first round of negotiations 10 days ago in Oman. Tehran has
Oh,
confirmed
man.
that the second round will be held on Tuesday in
Nothing
Geneva.
ever happens in Oman.
The US has sent 2 warships to the Middle East to put pressure on Iran to reach an agreement. In a news conference in Bratislava, Marco Rubio was asked by a reporter whether the Trump administration
Is Marco Rubio the best Republicans have? I mean, he's the one who seems to have sacrificed the most of his principles. So in that sense, yeah, like he was better. But then I don't know if that makes him better or worse, because I feel like someone who knows what they're doing is evil, then I don't know, I think that's maybe worse, probably. But I know what you mean, yeah. The rest is politics dropped in Iran episode. Listen, I'm not gonna lie, but after hearing those two talk about Gaza, like I got really I kind of lost interest, but maybe their opinions on Iran will be different. My god, I have to kill so many of these ogres. They're everywhere. I have to kill 15 of each. That's why this zone is good for leveling quickly, though, at least, isn't it? Rory is a bit cringe. Even Alistair Campbell, because I just... I feel like when I watch him, I'm expecting Malcolm Tucker, but I'm not. I'm just getting, like, the real thing. And it's actually just not as fun. He's like the Malcolm Tucker at home, right? Even though it's really should be the other way around.
would be seeking approval from Congress before any military action against Tehran. Let's hear his response.
The president's made clear he prefers diplomacy and an outcome of negotiated settlement. Now, we're dealing with radical Shia clerics.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? We're dealing with people who make geopolitical decisions on the basis of pure theology.
Wow.
And it's a complicated thing. I mean, no one's ever been able to do a successful deal with Iran, but we're going to try.
What was it Bush said to that Australian newspaper? That God spoke to him and told him to invade Iraq? Anyway.
Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be traveling. I think they're traveling right now to have important meetings, and we'll see how that turns out. And we'll always comply with the applicable laws of the United States in terms of involving Congress in any decisions. But right now, we're not talking about any of that. We are postured in the region for one simple reason, and that is that we understand that there could be threats to our forces in the region.
That's not what Bush said. Okay. Are we speaking to my old lefty days again? Bush. What did he actually say? It would be interesting if it was Nabil Shah who ascribed that quote to him. Okay. Was it Nabil Shah who pushed that claim? I thought he told advisors. Was it the Sydney Herald? Was that where it came from? If it's a claim that came from the PLO foreign minister. Let me see. I think something might have got lost in translation there. Let's see. Apparently he said it to the French president. Did the French president ever corroborate that? Or? If he said it in a meeting, I'm sure other people would have vouched for that claim. It wouldn't just be Nabil Shah. Whatever.
We've seen them be threatened in the past, and we want to make sure that we have sufficient capacity to defend them.
I don't know. Bush said a lot of dumb shit on camera, okay? It wouldn't be... If he did say that, it would not be the craziest thing that he said. Oh, I got the tag. Haha. Fuck you. It was a phone call. Was it a perfect phone call?
If God forbid that were to happen.
Marco Rubio. Well, meanwhile, Iran's deputy foreign minister told the BBC that the ball is now in America's court to prove it is ready to negotiate a new nuclear deal.
He's gone.
Majid Takhtravanchi said Tehran was prepared to consider compromises if the US was willing to discuss lifting sanctions. He's been speaking to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucet, in Tehran. Lise is reporting from Iran on condition that none of her materials used on the BBC's
Remember when that guy threw shoes at Bush? Yep, and I remember that Bush dodged them. He must have really thought God was on his side. God was on his side when that happened. Like, brother, they can't even throw a shoe at me. I don't think he ever felt more vindicated on his decisions and on his faith than on that day. That an old manny like that could just duck a couple of shoes. Mystics. Is Lorna Box on Night Slayer? Nope, I'm on Spine Shatter.
Persian service. These restrictions apply to all international media organizations operating in Iran.
We are ready to discuss this and other issues related to our program, provided that they are ready also to talk about the sanctions. Because sanctions, as we call it, illegal sanctions,
illegal.
Those sanctions have to be also on the table.
I love these axis of resistance dudes. Everything's illegal. Everything's against international law apart from what they do. Okay.
Cannot accept the notion that Iran has to do certain things without the other side committing itself to do their share. So it has to be a give and take. That is what compromise is all about.
All sanctions? Some.
Let's discuss. Let's discuss what sanctions we are talking about.
We hear some reports that the U.S. has moved away from its demand that you have zero nuclear enrichment.
Ooh.
Have they accepted?
You have to pose this question to the United States.
But let's ask you that you are discussing now a certain... In the last deal, it was 3.67%. It will be around that?
We are not talking about a specific figure here. but it
maybe 37%.
seems to us that we have already passed that stage, that the issue of zero enrichment is an issue anymore.
So they've dropped that demand.
As I said, you have to ask this question.
But as far as
to them.
you
But
understand, you're at the table, you know what the deal is.
As far as we are concerned, zero enrichment is not on the table.
Are you optimistic a deal can be reached?
It is too early to say whether we will reach an agreement. After one round, one cannot say for sure.
Dude, they're gonna fight. Fuck. And it wouldn't even be that bad. I think the Iranian people would be so fucking horny. They'd be so happy if these negotiations fell through. But we don't care what they want.
Keeping in mind the fact that we experienced a war in the middle of negotiations. So one meeting is not enough to assure us that the other side is serious. But the first round was more or less a good one, a good start. And let's see what will happen down the road.
President Trump's latest remark says that regime change would be a very good thing to see in Iran. When you hear that, what do you think? Is that really, is that what it's all about?
No, that is a clear example of a mixed signal.
But what do they tell you in the private messages?
No, we are not hearing these slogans in the private conversation. That I can tell you.
He's made it clear that if the diplomacy doesn't succeed, it will be very traumatic for Iran, the war, and that the American military might is building in the region. Would that battle be existential for Iran?
It will be traumatic.
Existential?
Bad for everybody. It is not as if that
especially
Iran
worst
will
for Israel.
Suffer only. Everybody will suffer, particularly those who have initiated this aggression. If we feel that this is an existential threat, we will respond accordingly.
Is it immoral to buy stocks in defense companies in anticipation of a war? Nope. Is it? I don't know. Why would it be? If you're not involved in the decision making. Is it just one of those things that sounds bad, but it's not really, you can't really explain cause and effect why it's bad? Bro, the market's made up its mind. You bet on Polymarket. I don't know. I don't do bets.
Do you feel it is an existential threat that's building? A battle for survival?
I really don't know. I prefer not to comment on this because it is not wise even to...
Yes, it is. You're betting on people dying. You're the kind of person who saw the celebrations at the end of World War II when the Nazis surrendered and just went, you sat in the corner with your fucking paper cup full of fucking beer and sweat and cum and said, look at them, all celebrating that people died.
To think about, such a very dangerous scenario, because if we come to that point, therefore the whole region will be in mess, and we do not want to see that happening.
Minister Takhtarevanchi, as we speak, is it your feeling that Iran is on the brink of a breakthrough in diplomacy or another war?
We are hopeful. We are hopeful that we can get the job done through peaceful means. Although one cannot be 100% sure. That is why we have made every precautionary measures, to be alert, not to be surprised again, and not to use any chance to defend ourselves.
Well, as Marco Rubio said, President Trump prefers a deal, but he said it's hard to get, very hard to get a deal with Iran. He says it's up to you.
No, the ball is in America's court. I mean, they have to prove that they want to have a deal with us, and if there is a sincerity, if we see a sincerity on their part, I'm sure that we will be on a road to have an agreement.
Well, that's Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister talking to our Chief International Correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise joined us a little earlier from Tehran and explained the impact that sanctions are having on Iran.
Oh.
A huge impact. Remember that there have been sanctions on Iran and they just keep putting more and more sanctions, particularly the United States, with almost every year, sometimes every month. You go to the markets here and all you hear from people is how high the price.
Bad take, Lorna. Oh, that's interesting, because I thought it was quite a fair analogy of the inability to demonstrate any consequential connection between betting on something and that thing happening and entailing bad things. But then you said it was a bad take, so now I suppose I agree with what you're saying. Whoops.
Prices are. I mean, just think if you were. I mean, all of our viewers live in countries where there's a cost of living crisis, but I would hazard not like this in Iran. The inflation is now soaring at around 60%. They're paying up to 75% more for basic goods, cooking oil, rice, chicken, than they did a year ago, and the prices are going up and up. The real currency is in free fall against the dollar, and more Iranians are finding it hard to make ends meet. But Iranians also are very adamant when they speak to us, not just the sanctions, it's also years of economic mismanagement and corruption. And of course, for some Iranians, as we saw in the protests last month, it's also about the entire system which they want to change.
Lise Doucette in Tehran. Well, with me is Param Kabadi, who is senior reporter at BBC Persian, part of the BBC.
PVT Lily, you understand that I can see what you're doing. You can't just restate your position 3 times and act as if that's reinforcing anything you're saying. Like, I don't know why you're doing that.
BBC World Service. Param, what are Iranians making of all this, as far as you can tell? We've gone from Donald Trump telling protesters help is on the way, warning Iran in the strongest possible terms not to kill a single protester. Weeks later, potentially tens of thousands of protesters have been killed, and the US is negotiating with Iran about a nuclear deal.
When you talk to Iranian protesters, both inside and outside the country, they're dismayed, they're confused, and they're disappointed, because at first Donald Trump, as you mentioned, said that help is on the way. So they were emboldened, they took to the streets, but after thousands were killed, now they see that, again, US is negotiating with Iran. The fact that the United States is sitting at the negotiating table with the Iranian regime has disappointed them. But furthermore, they are talking mostly about nuclear issues. That's the main concern right now. We don't hear about Iranian protesters. And we don't see a consistency from Trump's administration, because one day he says that, for example, regime change should be done by Iranian people and Iranians alone. This is what J.D. Vance, he also mentioned it 2-3 days ago. But again, 2 days ago, Donald Trump suddenly said that regime change could be the best option in Iran. So we don't see a consistency. However, we see that, for example, Lindsey Graham, who is a important U.S. Republican senator, is more consistent. He is very close. He has a close tie to the son of the former Shah of Iran, the late Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. He's very close to him. He held a rally with him. He took part in the rally with him. He took part in the Munich security conference yesterday, so they were together. And he seems to be supporting Reza Pahlavi a lot. And he again repeated the same line yesterday to thousands of Iranian protesters in Munich. He said that help is on the way and trust Donald Trump. So we see that from Trump administration, we don't see that consistency. However, from someone like Lindsey Graham, who's closer to Israelis, who's closer to Reza Pahlavi, we see that.
And at the same time, though, we are also seeing this continuing US military build-up in the region, another US aircraft carrier arriving. And as Lise said to the Deputy Foreign Minister just there in that interview, mentioning how Donald Trump had mentioned the term regime change a couple of days ago.
Exactly. So one of the things that Iranian officials, especially Abbas Araghchi, Iranian foreign minister, was really disappointed and made him really angry was that he was not invited to Munich Security Council because of the violent crackdown of protesters.
Graham isn't particularly influential anymore. Yeah, it's funny because he has a much more ideological agenda. It was really funny with Venezuela, with him talking about drugs and Iranian oil and Russian oil and all that security to make the argument for kidnapping Maduro. He's saying this, and Trump just standing behind him just keeps saying, we're going to get the oil. They've got beautiful oil. We're going to make money off this oil. We're going to make a lot of money. It's so funny, like Lindsey Graham trying to give his ideological moral spin on it, and Trump's just like, we're gonna take the oil. That was so funny. What a way of just telling someone that they literally have no power.
So he wrote it yesterday on his X account. He said that it's sad to see usually serious Munich Security Council turned into a Munich circus. So it shows that how angry they are. And the security conference instead invited Reza Pahlavi. And he called on Iranians to took to the streets around the globe in support of the Iranian protesters. So in Munich, there were, according to the police statistics, 250,000 Iranians went there.
Wow.
And in Toronto, over 300,000 people. In Los Angeles, over 350,000 Iranians took to the street.
Dude, that's a lot of Islamophobes. That's what Mehdi Hasan would say, remember? That is so many Islamophobes kicking around. So much internalized Islamophobia. Oh, should I kill this guy? No, I feel bad.
Streets. And this is, they were saying that we are echoing the voice of Iranian protesters because protests in Iran have been cracked down, have been subdued because of the violent crackdown. According to rights group, over 6,000 people were killed. However, thousands and thousands of more deaths are being investigated. And that's, to put it into a context for you, in the 3 year of war in Ukraine, which is a foreign invasion, over 6,500 civilians were killed. However, that number, only the confirmed deaths, the verified death, is over 6,500, mostly in 2 nights, committed by the regime itself, killing its own people in 2 nights.
And you mentioned, I mean, these vast numbers of Iranians coming out on the streets.
It's so fucking mental for a counter protest or for a crackdown on protesters. Why does no one mention that? I feel like no one else, I've never heard anyone else say that those lower estimates are literally fucking higher than, like, it puts so much to shame. It puts fucking, like, Tiananmen Square to shame. Like, anything from the last 100 years of quelling protesters among your own civilian population. Killing 6,000 of them in, like, 2 or 3 days. That's crazy. It's unbelievable. You look at Restore Party. I've looked at it off stream, but they're going to war with reform. We'll see. Sounds interesting.
Of cities all over the world, and contrasting that to the situation in Iran itself, people just simply too scared to come out and protest anymore.
It is true. During the anniversary of Iran's Islamic Revolution, which was like a few nights ago, so mosques were playing loud Allahu Akbar. However, in the backdrop of that, in the background, you could hear...
Did they just start mag dumping into the crowds? Well, they opened fire into crowds, but they also found people afterwards in hospitals and forced the doctors to let them inspect wounds and shit like that. Or they would have gone to people's houses and found them through social media posts and stuff like that. Yeah, they just killed a lot of people. They had a lot of eggs in one basket and they opened fire in the basket. Okay, how do I destroy this large hut? Do I have to go to the top? Okay.
Hear people from their windows shouting death to the dictator. So the anger is there. The anger is there, especially after the massacre of Iranian protesters. But it is too risky for them to come to the streets. And that crackdown, that violent crackdown, was an important shift in Iranian policy because that showed that Iranian protesters alone with bare hand cannot face a regime that is armed to its death and be able to face those forces.
Aram, thank you very much. Aram Habadi.
Where's the fucking large hut, dude? Is it down here? Where's the point? There's a trigger point for this thing, right? Do I have to do it at the very bottom? I guess it makes sense to do it at the bottom because heat travels upwards. Hey, okay. Oh, handing in quests. This was a really slow level. I'm only on 66 for 2.5 hours. Ew. Oh, I don't even have an epic. I should probably buy an epic mount, shouldn't I? Is it 900 gold? I should probably buy one because the last 3 levels would go a lot quicker if I have a fast mount. No! Go away. Prick. I should kill that guy. Is he following me? Oh, the rogue's following me. Okay, okay. We'll stop him. We'll stop him. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, quick. Huh! Fuck! Ha 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 ha! Get out of here! Look, he's panicking now. Look at this fucking loser. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you Shall I try? I don't think I've got what it takes. If he has a PvP drink, I'm fucked. Right. Let's do my turn-ins.
What's on your mind, peace friend?
And we get out of here. Quick, 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 get out of here. Get out, get out. Ooh. Fuck. He dodged my sap. Asshole. Perception? He might be PvP spec. There he is. I see him. Hustling around. Ah! Okay, fuck him. Should I try? No, there's too much horde. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just leaving. It's only a 10-second sap. We have to move. We have to flee. Is he gonna mount up? Oh, oh! How does he know I'm this way? He doesn't. Okay, that's fine. Dude. Why do people have no chill? 1800 with inflation. Oh no. What the fuck? How did they find me? What the fuck? Get out of here. Fuck off. Okay, I've got 8 seconds. Out of combat. Okay, good. Distracted. I hate these people. Okay, let's like pivot this way. No. Fuck off. Fuck off. Get They're so fucking relentless, man. They don't want to give up. Who are these people? Jesus. It's just like school. I'm joking. Are they stream sniping? I don't know, man. How did they find me up that hill, though? Like that, they just jumped in and feared. Like, it must have been way too. Well, I don't have improved stealth, so. So I just stealth all the way to my new location. Well, I'm hearthing in a second. Okay. Man, the PvP just exploded in this region. We're trying our best, guys. No, is he hostile? Don't be hostile. No, that's the same person. Okay. Let's just keep a sharp eye. Whew. Is it going to be like this anywhere else, or? God. Hmm. What's this Brianna Wu talking about unreleased October 7th footage? What are people sending her? Hassan's going to talk to Adam Mockler. He's a very good debater. We're going to have a lot of agreements. Cute. We're going to see Social Democrat DNC Hassan Piker mode. Nice. Perth. Okay. Who's this? A hunter. Oh yeah, at the end here. I did not know that this zone means this music so many fucking times. Negrando's PvP heavy. Yeah, why is that? Is that because it reminds people of Stranglethorn? Is that why? Why is this the more PvP heavy zone? Oh, I need to go to Hala to get that quest. Fuck. Need a background video. Dude, I'm about to end stream. Chill. Where is she? Huntress? Oh, wait. This is, because I need to do the Hala quest. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Is Mockler going to debate his side? Yeah, I'll find the clip. Where is it?
Who are you debating next? It's not a debate necessarily, but I will be having a conversation with Adam Mockler. Or I like to call him Adam Mocklib. Got him. About the you know, what is to be done, the best pathway forward, all that good stuff.
I love fucking Lennon LARPing fucking retard. What is to be done? Okay.
Stuff. Especially with this like Gavin Newsom conversation that's been exploding in liberal circles. He is a very good debater. And I think we're going to have a lot of agreements at the end of the day. But, you know, it's a conversation. It's a necessary conversation to have. Who are you debating next? It's not a debate necessarily, but I will be...
Okay. Oh! Fuck. Fight him. Okay. Do I need to learn who Burnt Peanut is? I've seen that name going on quite a lot. But I really can't tell if it's worth it. Magnus Carlsen won the World Chess Championship. How many fucking World Championships are there? How has he won 21? Did he start playing when he was like 18 and win them all and now he's like 40? I don't think that's right. Magnus Carlsen's about my age, actually. Oh, wait, what? Ooh. Oh, I can do this. Ooh.
How are you?
Crystal powder. Okay, go.
Safe travels.
Asmongold is a VTuber. Interesting. How often is the FIDE World Chess Championship? Is it every year or every 6 months? Like, what? How does a guy win 21 of them at the age of 30? Or maybe it's because they have different like speed chess or blitz or classic. They count all of them. Okay. Dude, I never play classical games. Yeah, the fucking drums are really getting on my nerves. It shouldn't... I didn't think that was the music for this entire zone. That was really lazy of them, Blizzard. Fuck off. Like, this is nice. Just nothing. Yeah, classical chess just feels like it would take so long. Although I definitely... I mean, I lose on time fucking all the time. Get it? This is better sound. Yeah, I did like... I remember when I first started playing TVC, I did like how the sky was like... They made a lot of effort. The sky in vanilla is trash. But this is just banging. The fact that you are just on this like tiny fucking planet and you can see the curvature and shit. Yeah. Let's go. Remember annoying orange? No. Sorry. Okay, so I think that quest there means I get a new thing here. Where is this person? No? Do I just not get... Have I just missed something in a chain for this person? What's this guy? What's your story?
Oh, stranger.
Fierce enemies?
Another. So long.
Oh, for the war beads. Oh yeah, I had those in. Shit. Why did I not do that before?
Roma. Heck.
Where is this person? Huntress? Oh, it's a different name. Oh. Where is she then? She patrols. Okay, there she is. But why? Oh yeah, now we can get quests. Okay, so I had to get that pre. Good. Boom.
May the light embrace you.
Take time if you need.
Yeah. Dagger. Wait. Is this cape better than what I've got? 14 agility, 30 attack power. Oh, it's got hit. Oh, it's just that it's ugly as fuck, man. What the fuck? Look how tiny that thing is. Okay. But I think that's actually quite a good cape, though. I'm going to keep it. All right.
Peace.
Okay, let's go to the inn. I'm done. Isn't there a transmog in WoW? Not in TBC, I don't think, unless they've added it. Transmog was not a thing when I was playing, so if it's... Unless they've added it to this expansion, I don't think it's here. Don't know. I don't care for that feminine shit. Right. Let's look at this. We've just done connections already, so...
Professional from Magnus.
How's this going?
So close now.
He's...
Is there one last chance?
He's white? What's going on here? 41 seconds. He's up a pawn.
Trade that one back with the rook, or with the knight rather. Rook slides up for a check,
Oh.
cleaning up that a3 pawn.
There we go. The bishop drops. It's going to be a dead drawn endgame.
Yeah, it's a draw. Okay.
There it is. In the battle against Fabiano Caruana, Magnus comes out on top and takes his 21st world title. The
God, he's so stressed.
king claims another crown. Magnus Carlsen.
The king claims that he sounds like the Vanguard guy. Okay. It was added in Cataclysm. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Magnus sporting a stash. Yeah, he's doing it. Okay. Get me out of here. Where the fuck is the fucking raid out option? Here. Do I have anywhere to go? Redirect. Nah, we good. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good luck. Take care. Bye.